Alright, let's hope that that restart was what we needed to get this stream going. Good to see you folks. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about tonight, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to put on your seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void we call space. All right, let's do some shout outs quickly. Sorry, it's not gonna be a full list from the previous stream. But Bob Carmody, Scared Crow, and The Lucky Minute, first, second, and third in the chat. Moa Noep, a close fourth. Columbia, Rica, New York here as well. HBX, Hermit Horologist, Icebreaker Gaming, Look Bovine, Will in Detroit, Vicky, Bo Z, and Scared Crow. Good to see you all on this Friday, the week ending report, and it has been a busy ass week. Whoa, that's not what I want. What is this? Why are you forsaking me? There we go. I solved it. I fixed it. Trying to get the chat highlight working. Looks like it's good. Stream for now looks like it's working fine. What was I going to say? Oh, right. Sorry, I'm thrown off by the fact that I had to restart the stream. A lot to talk about here today. Like I said, we're going to get deeper into the Trump letter. Wall Street Journal released bombshell letter. Donald Trump expressing his deep feelings and perceived connections with Jeffrey, and a lewd drawing to go along with it. Or a writing? I don't know, do you write a picture or do you draw a picture? I don't know. MAGA base still in chaos over the Epstein files. Colbert, that's right, Stephen Colbert, has been notified the public yesterday that the Colbert Show and the Late Show in general is being canceled and will be no longer as of next year. Look, might have a few Zohran things here, some immigration stuff to talk about. The House, after saying they were going to not pass the bill until they release the Epstein files, has in fact passed the seemingly, I guess it's lawful now. It's gone through Congress. I don't know. It's confusing. But they passed the rescission of the funds to things like PBS, NPR, USAID, and other Doge cuts. Even though they said they weren't going to do it. They said, nope.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
And then they did it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's start in America. Talk about some of that Epstein chaos. Why is there an echo on this sound? Where's oh, I see. I see what I've done. It's on 8. Why is it on 8 polyphony? Okay, America. By way of Canada. Even Canada has noticed. The rational national.
You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history. And the liberals were right.
I really thought this would never happen, but here we are. The furthest right.
By the way, I got the soundboard working.
You are not funny.
You are not funny.
You are not funny.
Of far-right Trump supporters has now turned on him in a dramatic way. And related to that is a J.D. Vance clip, an old J.D. Vance clip, that is now going viral. So I'm going to get to both of those clips and just what is going on here, because there is actually finally, it appears to be, a real turning point in the Trump administration where there is a clear split. A lot of MAGA, and I at least in terms of the far-right public supporters with a platform, a lot of them are very critical of Trump right now over the fact that he is unwilling to say anything more about the Epstein case. For, I think, an obvious reason. We'll get to that in a minute. But, like, there's actually a split here. They actually care about an issue. They don't care about the mass deportations. They don't care about the mass atrocities being committed in Gaza with the support of the U.S. government. They don't care about the fact that nobody can afford anything. But they do care about this case, which, to be clear, is an important case. It's just, I don't know. I'm surprised that this that there's actually something, you could argue a policy issue here that they are concerned about. And
Yeah, I mean, it's barely a policy issue, but yeah, that, and maybe it's because, you know, David here is in Canada. He hasn't listened to MAGA supporters as much as us, but I feel like he's heard quite a bit from them. So I'm actually shocked that he's because me personally, when this happened, I was like, dude, this is huge. I mean, this is fundamental to the MAGA belief system. Okay, if it's a religion, it's one of the 10 commandments.
Are critical that Trump is not doing enough on it. So to first get to this J.D. Vance clip, this was a tweet from J.D. Vance back in December 2021, where he said, "What possible interest would the U.S. government have in keeping Epstein's clients secret?" Oh, he replied to his own tweet saying this: "If you're a journalist and you're not asking questions about this case, you should be ashamed of yourself. What purpose do you even serve? I'm sure there's a middle-class teenager somewhere who could use some harassing right now, but maybe try to do
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
My God.
job once in a while." Yet, if you look at the times that Trump is talking to the press now and they're asking questions about Epstein, Trump is very annoyed at all of those questions in a way that you rarely see him actually get bothered by a question. And when he gets bothered by a question, you know there is something else to it. So this gets to
Yeah, no, exactly. Scared Crow gets it. Thou shalt release the files. That is commandment number 3 after follow Donald Trump and do everything that Donald Trump says. Thou shalt release the files. Oh my God, I just got thrown off. I thought that this was my mouse just now. It's totally just, this it's just fucked with me so bad. I was like, why is it, what's going on? Why isn't my mouse working?
this J.D. Vance clip. This is on Theo Vaughn's podcast, and it's really quick. I'll just play it in the window.
Release the list.
Immediately,
Seriously,
if
we
not
need to release
sooner.
the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
What happened? What happened? In fact, I wonder what happened. Here is the various things that happened. I mean, this was,
That's
you
a
know,
lot.
I've
That's a
done a
lot
few
of
videos on
pictures.
this story now. It's honestly getting exhausting to a point because this is all so obvious and clear. This was clear before the election. Trump was a close friend of Epstein. Epstein is on tape saying that Trump was one of his closest friends. There's all these images, videos. He's obviously a part of this. Somewhere he's in those files. Clearly. Now, even Theo Von came out replying to that video saying, yeah, what changed? So this is the one issue that appears to be breaking through to everyone. Trump supporters, this is the Guardian story. Trump supporters burn MAGA hats after...
We finally find bipartisan issue. It gets covered by the entire mainstream media and is the Epstein files. It's crazy.
Mrs. Epstein...
It's crazy. All right. We're not gonna stay here all day. I just wanted the opportunity to use this.
You are not funny.
You are not funny. You are not funny.
You are not funny.
I also have this.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny.
I cut it up into multiple slices just for different circumstances, because sometimes you're going to want one of those, right? Let's continue with how things have been going in the right-wing ecosystem. Hey, what? Hey, what are you doing? You are
not funny.
This is not cool. And you muted it. Okay, that's good.
How rude.
That's cool. So my browser's going back to acting insane. That's good. Okay, first we unmute it, then we do... There we go. All right. Take 2.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Charlie Kirk got in trouble with his audience because it was reported by CNN that Trump called Charlie Kirk personally over the weekend and told him to tone it down a bit. This is the commentary that followed, I guess, on Monday after that phone call. Just a quick, this is what his tone sounded like on Monday. 15 seconds of Charlie here.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine.
The what?
Phrasing.
Charlie, the ball is in their hands. Is it? That sounds sexy. Pitchforks Dragon with a super chat. Even after the Epstein stuff, Trump's poll numbers today have him up against the rest of the GOP. They don't care. Also, goal. All right, well, I'll get to the goal. I'm not going to do it right now. Can't do that. Can't do it. Can't do it. Gotta wait an hour.
I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust the government. I've never heard someone say that, like, unironically. Like, that's something that, like...
Ben Shapiro almost just said it. He said, I trust Kash Patel, I trust Pam Bondi, I trust Trump or whatever. I mean, man, what happened to don't tread on me? He's tread all over me is what Charlie's saying.
Remember when Reagan's like, the worst thing is the government saying, I'm here to help? Well, if the government comes to you and says, there was no pedophile ring that we're all implicated in, you just believe
Jeffrey
them.
who?
We just have to acknowledge, I think, that Trump is the Republican Party establishment now. And perhaps he has been for a very long time. And it's only in the minds of a handful of different, discrete but small populations is there some kind of distinct from the Republican Party, machine, Donald Trump. And so we just have a lot of these more establishment aligned Charlie Kirks, Ben Shapiro's, and Daily Wires, who they're establishment players in that Republican machine now, even if they are on YouTube. They pretend at being more independent, but they're more or less just like the YouTube arm of Fox News at this point.
Right.
And then you have people like Tucker Carlson who sees that this is a chance to become the counter messaging in the Republican Party now, to be what Trump used to be.
Yep.
All right. I was just going to say that this is a separate story altogether, but unfortunately that small group of people who haven't come to terms with Trump just being the establishment Republican position, that just happens to also be the establishment
Democrats. Yeah, I was just thinking that this is Sam's old thing that gets him agitated is when the MAGA extremists, as opposed to Trump equals Republican Party equals Trump, the Democratic establishment has enabled this myth that he is somehow a figure outside of the Republican Party or an anti-establishment figure in that way. And but hold on, but we'll get back to it in just a second, because I want to play Charlie now. I guess this was yesterday, so we got some feedback on that clip where he said, "Trust the government, I trust the government, I trust the official narrative. I'm done talking about Epstein." And it turns out he was roasted in his comments.
No.
And I can tell you right now, Gen Z is really fired up about this.
Wait, I'm sorry.
What is this, a Looney Tunes cartoon?
He is going through it. That mic.
A gulp.
Picked up that gulp. Oh boy. All right.
I'm assuming we're going to hear an awooga at some point in this clip. Continue.
His eyes are going to pop out of his head like a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
And I can tell you right now, Gen Z is really fired up about this.
Yeah.
Especially young men. I mean, we're getting...
Gen Z?
It's anyone under 40. The line of demarcation for people that don't think that there's a conspiracy about this Epstein stuff, it's if you own a home, you believe that the government lied. If you don't own a home, you understand that this is some shady crap.
It's not even it's not even on education grounds, which is the huge split. People, whether you're college educated or not, you pretty much think this is shady.
Yeah.
It's about proximity to the status quo. Just like with the Israel thing, it's about and that happens to just correlate with age.
Yeah, and money.
Yeah.
And I can tell you right now, Gen Z is really fired up about this, especially young men. I mean, we're getting flooded with thousands, hundreds of thousands of comments that are very unhappy about this. Whoopsie. And I think they're unhappy about it because
I think they're unhappy because they're saying
they want and they voted for president.
I suck. I can tell they're unhappy because the words that they're saying seem to portray a level of unhappiness. Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat. At this point, we should get a priest to exorcise the country. That sounds fun. Like some incense and what do priests? I'm always forgetting. Talking morality to them is not working. Maybe some holy water and you gotta get some wine and bread, some crackers, wine and crackers.
Because they want, and they voted for President Trump on a government. They want to have a mandate where they assail the deep state. And we all agree. We all agree.
Well, not all.
Gen Z is going off right now on this, and that's no breaking news.
Oh.
President Trump was elected primarily to go after the deep state. We want to go after the deep state. A lot of this is largely just a misunderstanding. I don't think so.
What's the
I love about this, they're still using the term deep state right now. Because if you want to talk about the deep state, and they do want to talk about the deep state still. Donald Trump has ousted tens of thousands of employees from different government agencies and then put in personal friends, former clients and other things like that, business partners, golfing buddies, his own personal lawyers are at the AGs right now. Right? Like, the deep state, Donald Trump is literally the deep state right now. How many of the two or three Supreme Court justices sitting on the highest court in the land appointed by Donald Trump? Like, they are the deep. You people are in a goddamn fantasy land if you don't think the deep state is run by Donald Trump.
Understanding.
I can't believe his audience didn't like. Honestly. Yeah, no, I can't believe his audience didn't appreciate his trust the plan, trust the narrative talking points from straight from the White House.
Trust the Epstein
straight from the PR office.
He didn't say anything all that important or interesting. His whole demeanor, though, tells the story. Like, this is a man who is deflated and scared of his audience because he's trying to defend his guy, Donald Trump, and the administration. I don't know what Charlie Kirk knows. Maybe he knows something more than the rest of us. But he, at the very least, is trying to defend his guy, and his audience, his bread and butter, is not having it. And this is a man who's conflicted, who's scared, who's on the verge of tears, honestly.
Oh my God. Well, let's read some of these comments here because it's not pretty. He's gaslighting us and it makes him look hella guilty. You too,
Wait,
Charlie.
Hold on 1 second though. Well, how many comments does it say right there? 2,000. What is that?
2,696.
He said hundreds of thousands of comments.
Well, to be fair, this is
yeah, I mean, he is on multiple platforms. He could be adding them together.
a different video. This
is one video.
This is him. He's not wearing the blazer in this. So this is just a video titled "The Polls Are," and this is the most recent one. How do people feel about Trump after the latest Epstein chapter? So he's gaslighting us, and it makes him look hella guilty. You too, Charlie. Next person, he called his base stupid people. And I would just say, if you're on YouTube, go into these comment sections and just stoke the flames a little bit.
Press up. In real time, Matt, like the comments.
You are not funny. He called his base stupid people today that seek Epstein answers. That's the latest poll, Charlie.
I like this one.
Guitar with Brett says Trump thinks we are stupid and to just move on, something stinks.
Good point, Guitar with Brett.
Caleb Washington says, Charlie, you are looking more and more cowardly. Call it like it is. It's fishy. We want people who sexually abuse minors to be brought to justice. I no longer trust Trump or Kirk. Drain the Swampy said, I'm the one to do it, he said. It's not just Gen Z that is pissed. Don't minimize it. Thank you, Jackie Van Winkle.
Also, good point, Jackie Van Winkle. Isn't he supposed to be Charlie, the college kid whisperer?
Yeah.
How is he so out of touch with Gen Z?
Everyone's pissed that it's not just Gen Z.
Well, he's trying to minimize it by making it seem like it's immature people who don't understand the way of the world.
Amy Park, I'm flaming mad. I'm 47. This is not okay. Is this a follow one? Morons blaming Bondi seems to forget she's following Trump's orders.
Yes.
Charlie, don't fold. We heard Trump call.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying over here. I've said that so many times now. It's like, everybody, let's not forget that Pam Bondi has basically said as much, that she is here to do whatever Donald Trump wants her to do. And everything that's happened since she became AG has been proof of that.
And grilled you about bringing attention to this.
Well, yeah, CNN reported it. Not fake news anymore.
I'm looking for the first
one.
What?
I missed this. What? Trump called Kirk about this?
That's why it was reported in CNN over the weekend
Charlie.
that Trump.
Not just Charlie. I think it was Charlie, probably Steve Bannon. I'm trying to think. Megyn Kelly, probably. Was Ben Shapiro? No, Ben Shapiro was defending Trump was he defending him from the beginning? I can't remember now. Maybe PBD? Call Vinny? Probably called up Vinny over there at PBD cast, like, hey, buddy, Vinny, look, stop getting so upset. I know. Look, Vinny, stop yelling, all right, pal? It's gonna be okay. I'll give you a treat later.
Right. Okay,
yes,
right.
Yeah. I think we get the picture, but I feel gaslit, dismissed, and deceived.
There is not a single one of these that is buying it. It's not just young folks. Trump doesn't even care. We grandmothers also want. Grandma, get off at YouTube, okay?
Yeah.
I thought you said you were done talking about this. Good luck getting yourself out of this. Not gonna drop it ever. Trump sounds like Hillary.
Wow.
That's the worst
I mean, this woman is
insult
dangerous,
you could
ladies and
ever
gentlemen.
say.
The same one. The next one. This was Trump's deplorable moment. Oh my.
Damn.
No,
I think
I
it's
mean-
a little bit worse than that.
I think so too.
Deplorable.
Because deplorables, that was about Trump supporters and didn't piss off her base. I mean, she did plenty of that enough with suppressing Bernie and stuff like that. But no, this is way worse. This is way worse.
I do also think that this is blowing up a fissure that was already like, you know, schisming before this happened on issues like Israel, on issues like Ukraine, and on the rising cost of goods that was supposed to turn around immediately under Trump when this like trade war, like, you know, I've been
immediately, if not sooner,
and it seems to have just lit a fire under the kinds of content creators who were already just like criticizing Trump for being, you know, in the pocket of Israel, calling him like Tel Aviv Trump and stuff like that.
Yeah,
because this is the issue that they built up Trump to be the strongest on. Like, this is what all the conspiracy theorists have built it around.
Yeah,
this is what even the mainstream MAGA guys have built it around.
Exactly.
Like, maybe you're an Israel supporter.
Exactly. And I mean, the fact is like, I tend to be someone who gets into political conversations and stuff, you know, with random and or people I know, and like, especially with Republicans, like, and like there's been so many times we're in the middle of a normal conversation about something that had absolutely, this issue would get brought up over and over and over again. We've watched so much footage, like I've personally watched so much footage of like Trump rallies and all this stuff, and they're all constantly wearing those Q hats. And this is one of the main conspiracies from the QAnon ethos, if you will. Like, this is a fundamental issue for people. Where we go one, we go all. Turned out that may have not been the case.
Who likes Trump, so the Israel thing isn't that big of an issue to you. Maybe you were a rich person who likes Trump, so the cost of goods wasn't a big deal to you or whatever. But this one, the underlying factor that united them all in terms of their support for Trump was they believed that this guy was going to take on the child traffickers, the sex pests, the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world, and they were willing to look past all the other things that maybe they weren't on his side for their specific pet issue, because this was the main one across the board, and now he has let them all down on this main issue. This is one. This was the one. Like, this was the thing. The QAnon, from the QAnon people to your Gen X mom to your New Age mom on Facebook. This was the one that brought everyone together. Trump will save the children. He'll protect the children. And here he is protecting someone who harmed young girls and young women.
And I find it encouraging that they're not that comment says, like, don't fall for the blame Pam Bondi thing, because that's like the half step that some of the like Charlie and Ben should have done that. I mean, Ben Shapiro kind of said, that's why I'm mad at Pam Bondi, but like, that's the plausible deniability for some of these guys, because they're all afraid to go after Donald Trump. And like, this is a hallmark of sometimes authoritarian governments, where it's the underlings that always get blamed, but Mr. God King at the top doesn't really get it. That's not working in this instance, because people can see the photos of Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell and Trump and Epstein and read all this for themselves, which they previously decided to ignore. But it's impossible to ignore because Trump's deep state people are so bad at doing the secretive stuff that they're leaving internal markers in the supposedly raw footage that they're releasing. They're leaving breadcrumbs for everybody. And I saw a theory that was interesting, and I'm wondering if you agree with this, that perhaps like somebody in the FBI made that video so poorly, kind of edited it together because they knew that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are such idiots or whatever, and that it just is a bit of an Easter egg, I don't know, for folks, or an attempt to thwart Pam Bondi and Kash Patel in particular. I don't know, just something.
A lot of people got a lot of theories running around about this, but one thing is for certain. The comment sections on these videos, especially on these big right-wing channels, seem to be filled with people furious over Trump's administration's decision not to release these files. And yes, it's all it's all stemming from Donald Trump. Donald Trump put Dan Bongino and Kash Patel in their positions at the FBI. Pam Bondi at the Attorney General. He put her there too. And repeatedly, all of those people have said that they're here to do what Donald Trump is, with all the Trump stuff. It is awkward for people like Dan Bongino, who made an entire living on this stuff. And I mean, millions of dollars over there on his social media empire, which he's left behind. He said he's actually kind of not having as much fun at the FBI as he was making millions of dollars just talking about and you know, making up making up things to say about the files. Let's go here. Now, about 12 hours ago, Donald Trump vowed, after this all came out, vowed to sue Rupert Murdoch for this Wall Street Journal report. Okay, we can't do this all the time. What is this shit? Why are we doing this? Okay, there we go.
In the breaking news this morning, trying to relieve the pressure, a major sign that President Trump is feeling the heat of the controversy surrounding his administration's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case. Overnight, he authorized Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce, quote, any and all pertinent grand jury testimony related to accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Bondi immediately agreed to the president's request, which seems to undercut her own department memo that there was really nothing left to see related to the case.
I just want to read this back and forth here. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to capital C court approval. This all-caps scam perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now.
Months before anything is released, if at all, as grand jury testimony is heavily protected by law and remains subject to court approval, the testimony itself would only represent a small fraction of the material collected during the Epstein investigation. Now, the president's request, coincidentally or not, came just hours after a shocking report from the Wall Street Journal that in 2003, Donald Trump sent a personal letter to Epstein for his 50th birthday. The letter reportedly contained a hand-drawn sketch of a naked woman signed, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." Now, the president has strongly, furiously, as we said, denied the existence of a letter and is now threatening to sue the Wall Street Journal and its owner, Rupert Murdoch, in the wake of
I don't draw letters. I don't write pictures. I don't know what anybody's talking about.
I don't want reality.
There is a lot going on, a lot changing over the last few hours. So let's get right to the White House. CNN's Elena Treen is there, busy to say the least. What do you see?
I mean, absolutely. And your question of whether the president asking for the Attorney General to turn over some of this grand jury testimony or to publish it, I should say, is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that it's coming after that Wall Street Journal report. The president is very angry about this. From my conversations last night, just after that story had dropped, it's very clear that what we're going to see today and some of the, turning of the wheels on this Epstein case is going to be a result of that anger. Now, I just want to read for you what the president posted last night directing his attorney general to do. He said, quote, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now. I do want to note as well, we did see Bondi shortly.
Who determines what is pertinent and what is not pertinent? That's one thing I would like to know. What is there a list of things that would be pertinent and or not pertinent? Like anything with Donald Trump's name in it, would that be pertinent or not pertinent? Asking for a friend.
To respond to that post from the president, posting herself with a picture of the president's post saying, President Trump, we are ready to move the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts. So
immediately,
this is
if
a
not
huge
sooner.
deal, particularly among a lot of the president's supporters who have been wanting exactly this. This is the President Trump that they want to see. They want to see some sort of evidence. They feel like they deserve more information as it relates to the Epstein case. Now, of course, it's very unclear what this would actually show. It's also, as you pointed out, very unclear how quickly we actually will see some of this, given, with the courts, it's probably going to be a lengthy process, despite the Attorney General saying that she's ready to move the court tomorrow, as in today, Friday, to unseal some of this. So still a lot of questions on what this will look like, but I will say this is exactly what a lot of the president's, part of his base, part of his MAGA high-profile supporters have been asking for. They believe that they have a right to see some of the evidence and hard documents in this case, not necessarily, the publishing of these so-called
Release the files. That's what people want. That's what the people want. Maybe the Trump administration has something to hide. You ever think about that? I mean, there seems to be a myriad of evidence that Donald Trump was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. They were neighbors down in Florida.
In President Trump's latest threat to journalists covering his administration and related scandals, he's threatening to sue the Wall Street Journal after an article was published late Thursday that alleges Trump contributed a sketch drawing of a naked woman to a birthday album for serial sex trafficker
Don't be creepy.
Epstein's 50th birthday, compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell, now in prison for about 20.
Sorry, chat. I just realized that this did it again. Did it not full screen. This
He's
is not,
threatening to
this
sue
is not
the Wall
full screen, sir.
Street Journal after an article was published late Thursday that alleges Trump
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
I might have to restart my browser or something. I don't know why this is happening right now. Everything else seems to be working fine.
A sketch drawing of a naked woman to a birthday album for serial sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell, now in prison for about 20 years. The paper did not publish the sketch, but described it as an outline of a naked woman with Trump's signature scribbled below her waist in a way to mimic pubic hair. The sketch came with a typewritten note the Wall Street Journal called an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. This is the note, quote, voiceover,
do that.
There must be more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain...
people are claiming that Donald Trump himself is claiming, I didn't write this and all this other stuff. But just think for 2 seconds. Is this something that Donald Trump does? Does Donald Trump ever, in speeches, talk about entire conversations that he had with other people, oftentimes that seem perhaps imaginary? Sir, people tell me, I saw this big tough guy who's wearing a helmet and a vest, one of those shiny vests, and he came up to me and his face disheveled, looked into my eyes, and I said, what's going on, guy? And he looked at me and said, sir, we are having a terrible time. The Democrats, Joe Biden and Barack Obama ruined my life. And seeing you, I look into this guy, he's crying out of his eyes. It is crazy. I mean, this is Donald Trump's shtick. He loves telling these little sort of conversational stories.
I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret, unquote.
Don't be
President
creepy.
Trump has denied he authored the message and is now calling the case the, quote, Epstein hoax. But amidst growing outrage among his MAGA base over the new allegations and their calls for the Department of Justice to release more Epstein files, President Trump said he's directing Attorney General Pam Bondi to seek the release of grand jury testimony, which a judge would have to approve and would likely have little new information, as only a partial set of pages from the massive amount of files that are called the Epstein files. On Thursday, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt was asked if Trump would appoint a special prosecutor in the Epstein case.
Well, the idea was floated from someone in the media to the president. The president would not recommend a special prosecutor in the Epstein case. That's how he feels. And as for his discussions with the attorney general, I'm not sure.
This comes after the Trump administration said Wednesday it had fired longtime U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey, who helped lead the successful prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and his former girlfriend and accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Maureen Comey is also the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, who became a prominent critic of the president after Trump fired him in 2017. Trump on Wednesday dismissed the Epstein story as boring, but said he backed the release of any credible documents. He later lashed out against members of his MAGA movement over demands he release the Epstein files, calling his own supporters weaklings. For more, we're joined by...
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. You. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
Subsang, senior political reporter at Rolling Stone, covering the modern American conservative movement and GOP. His newest pieces are headlined, Team Trump was on effing warpath to kill story about salacious letter to Epstein, and inside Trump's frantic, failing mission to crush the Epstein MAGA rebellion. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Swin. It's great to have you with us from Cincinnati. Can you start off by explaining to people why the Epstein files have been so critical to the growth of the MAGA movement, have been so much a part of it, maybe as important as Trump's allegation that the 2020 election was stolen?
Well, since you mentioned his lies about the 2020 presidential election, isn't it funny which conspiracy theories, rabid right-wing modified theories in which lies from Donald Trump end up getting cemented into official federal government policy and Republican Party doctrine, and which ones are set aside as soon as they become sort of inconvenient for the dear leader. When it comes to his anti-democratic authoritarian lies about elections and the 2020 election across the federal government in different departments, it is being cemented into actually policy and practice. The lie that the election was stolen from Donald Trump in 2020, and therefore something has to be done about it, and there are all these different crackdowns going on. Now, when it comes to the far-right conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein, suddenly Donald Trump and his government, after saying for months that to their supporters, not the American people specifically, but to their most MAGA-fied, extremely online supporters, we're going to get this done, we're going to do something about it. Suddenly they're taking on a completely across-the-board, full-court press, nothing to see here, folks attitude.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Years, some of the most prominent figures in the MAGA and also mainstream conservative movement, including some of the most senior appointees in Donald Trump's second term, like Dan Bongino and Kash Patel at the FBI, have been fostering these MAGA conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein, saying that his death behind bars in 2019 was likely a murder that was committed to cover up.
Exactly. Dan Bongino had his own show where he was pushing this stuff, and then Kash Patel was doing the full right-wing circuit online, like making appearance after appearance after appearance on all these different shows, selling his wizard book, and simultaneously, doing the what do you call it? The usual song and dance on every conspiracy theory that was trending in the Trumposphere. The stolen election, the Trump investigation, and the Epstein files.
The alleged sins and crimes of sort of pedophile Democratic Party run cabal that helps run the so-called deep state, and that these enemies of Donald Trump and MAGA were bumping off Jeffrey Epstein because they were afraid his testimony or the files or what he had to say or his alleged blackmail operations would implicate them. What I just described to you is what I would describe a borderline piece of holy writ and religious understanding within the MAGA movement. This isn't a small thing or conspiracy theory that they adopt or bandy about just because they want to or for fun. Among so much of the so-called MAGA grassroots, this is taken as almost a level of religious principle for them. Donald Trump.
Thou shalt release the files.
Jesus, I say that.
In trying to tell a lot of his supporters to move on finally from this issue, might as well be telling his evangelical supporters, by the way, adultery isn't a sin. You read that wrong in the Bible. That part of scripture doesn't exist. So for days now, going on nearly 2 weeks, as we've been reporting out at Rolling Stone, a very fundamental and sort of perversely fascinating aspect about the story is that President Trump and other senior lieutenants in his administration in the White House and elsewhere have been throwing a ton of time and resources at trying to mitigate the damage they've done to themselves, both within the federal apparatus and also outside among the broader, shall we call it, the MAGA sphere, and among President Trump's supporters. They've been doing a ton of damage control and a bunch of outreach efforts, including to top MAGA influencers who Trump himself has been personally beseeching, trying to get them to lay off of him and just, drop this whole.
Everybody just forget. I don't even get it. Why people keep on talking about this nasty guy? He's dead. He's been dead for a long time. And we are doing so many great things. It's like very weird that people want to talk about it still. It's like, look, dead. Jeffrey Epstein, not alive. Me, Trump, alive. Which one do you want to talk about? And it would actually seem that people are choosing both. Like, if you really want to talk about you, let's talk about you and Epstein. The right-wing influencers are holding back on that a little bit. But everybody else is certainly bringing it up. Now, let's see what some members of Congress had to say about the Epstein files.
Whereas our resolution says all documents, records, and communications, theirs says all credible documents, records, and communications. Well, who's going to decide that? Attorney General Bondi, in conjunction with Donald Trump, who today said that a letter that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein on his birthday, which is published, which has all of the indicia of credit.
Sorry, I'm going to repeat this because the whole thing just the video just looked insane just now. Couldn't see anything.
Whereas our resolution says all documents, records, and communications, theirs says all credible documents, records, and communications. Well, who's going to decide that? Attorney General Bondi, in conjunction with Donald Trump, who today said that a letter that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein on his birthday, which is published, which has all of the indicia of credibility, is not credible. That wouldn't be included. Let's release the real Epstein file.
There's no daylight between the president and House Republicans on transparency. And he's been very clear that he wants all credible information, credible evidence to be turned over to.
We're hugging. We're so good. There's no daylight between Trump and Republicans in the House. We are hugging. We are like in a large mass of bodies, okay? You can't find a single shred of solar lighting in between a single one of us, okay?
People so that the people can decide. We trust the American people and their judgment. The Rules Committee turned into a bit of a debacle this week because the Democrats were trying to politicize this. We were working on cutting.
It was the Democrats. They politicized it. That's not what I heard. That's not what I heard there, Mikey. I heard Republicans held up the vote because they wanted the Epstein files released. That's what I heard, Michael. Okay. Now, Donald Trump, like we talked about earlier, did make some phone calls to all the right-wing influencers out there. Some of them have gotten in line, not all of them.
You are not funny.
Although their audiences and, comment sections certainly don't seem to be quite on board.
It is a blockbuster story that has heads here in Washington spinning.
Ma'am.
The Wall Street Journal reported on a collection of birthday letters gifted to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003.
Okay, hold on.
3 years before he was
Hold on, I'm reopening the window. I don't know what else to do. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
I'm reopening the window.
It is a blockbuster story that has heads here in Washington spinning. The Wall Street Journal reported on a collection of birthday letters gifted to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003, 3 years before he was charged with any crimes. One of those letters, the Journal says, includes what appears to be Donald Trump's signature, and it's a cryptically written letter.
Dana, first off, I need you to shut up.
Of a nude woman.
Second, I need this
done
window
with a
to be
heavy
full
marker.
size. This is too small. It needs to be at least 3 times as big.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
There we go. Good God. Let's listen to
That
Dana
has
Bash
heads
talk
here in
twice.
Washington spinning. The Wall Street Journal reported on a collection of birthday letters gifted to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003, 3 years before he was charged with any crimes. One of those letters, the Journal says, it includes what appears to be Donald Trump's signature, and it's a cryptically written letter, a crude drawing of a nude woman done with a heavy marker. The president quickly denied it was him and says he'll sue the Rupert Murdoch-owned paper. But the politics here are complicated. Yes, it looks bad for the president, but it also may unite the movement that has been fractured over the Epstein saga. Even those critical of President Trump's handling of the Epstein files are rallying against their common enemy, the media.
Quite frankly, the Murdochs concocted something last night and thought it'd be a kill shot on President Trump. And lo and behold, it's the exact opposite, because President Trump is now on offense. President Trump is best when it's attack, attack, attack. This is the deep state. This is the ruling class in America.
This is Kinzinger, right? This is the guy who got some of those files, the fake files, the even more redacted files at the White House. Look at him. He looks so upset right now. I'll bet he got personally rebuked by Donald Trump for being upset. Adam, I need you to stop. Look, buddy, you're asking for a lot. Okay, and I need you to ask for less.
Attack, attack, attack. This is the deep state. This is the ruling class in America. They're trying to use it to destroy President Trump.
The president and I talked about that ridiculous allegation this morning. He said it's patently absurd. The president is the most maligned and attacked political figure in the history of American politics. There's no question about it. But he's also the most resilient.
poor
Did you see
president.
the language of this bogus supposed
Poor
communication
president.
or card or something I supposedly sent to Epstein? He said, I don't talk like that. I don't think like that.
I don't
They're
talk like
literally
that.
making...
I don't think like that. I don't even write pictures, okay? I don't write them. I don't talk like that. Now, we already went over how Donald Trump definitely talks like that, and how he definitely likes to tell little stories about supposed conversations that he had. Oftentimes, I would characterize as probably being fictional stories. And that seemed to be certainly on all of those notes. And then the claim that he doesn't write pictures. We do need to get in. We didn't need to get into this a little bit. Maybe hold on. How far are we into this? Yeah, we'll do this We'll do this a little bit later. But I've been going through some shocking information that would suggest he does write, or as most people would say, draw pictures with his hands.
I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters here at the table. CNN's Lauren Fox, CNN's Phil Mattingly, Jasmine Wright of Notice, and Nia Malika Henderson of CNN and of Bloomberg. We made it to Friday, one and all. Congratulations. Who would have thought?
Good job.
Jasmine, you...
Okay, we don't need a Dana Bash roundtable. That's way too much, man.
That's too much, man!
Do not need that. Epi Mew getting us started on the sweet, sweet galactic goal, even though really we have 3 of 10 now, not 1 of 10. I am counting pitchforks and shit, who was the other person that super chatted earlier? I know, what the fuck? Anybody? Somebody help me right now. Somebody help me. Treat yourself to an egg. All right, all right. There's an egg for you. I know 2 people super chatted. For some reason, I can only remember pitchforks. I'm sure if I looked it up, I'm sure I could look it up right now, but whatever. I appreciate all of you, even though that doesn't feel right. You can't see the video, but you could never see the video. You couldn't see it. God damn it. The browser problems are throwing me off, I think, a little bit. It's my bad. It's okay. I did not want to stick with CNN for very long. It's just a long, long discussion between Dana Bash. And honestly, it's too much Dana Bash. It's too much.
That's too much, man!
Okay, this can't happen every time. This is ridiculous.
The Jeffrey Epstein saga is continuing. The latest development comes courtesy of Attorney General Pam Bondi, who indicated
Jesus Christ. I don't know, my browser is still having the same problems it was yesterday. It's incredibly annoying. This has happened in the past with my browser, and then it'll just go back to working properly at some point, but now it's been like 24 hours. It's killing me. It is bothering me a great deal. Thank you also for Pitchfork Dragon reminding me who sent the other super chat, getting us to 3.5 super chats by reminding me about a previous super chat. It's very helpful. Alright, well, I'm just gonna try and power through this. I'm just gonna, like, hope and pray to Gary that somehow this horrifying trend stops. Because it's annoying me.
Piece of reporting from the Wall Street Journal has Donald Trump spending day 179 of his second presidential term denying to the American people and the world that he wrote a birthday card, an illustration to a dead and disgraced sex trafficker. That note, if indeed written by Donald Trump, could add new depth and texture to our understanding of the common interests that may have united Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein during their years-long friendship. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Jeffrey Epstein's disgraced associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, decided to put together a leather-bound book of letters and notes from associates to give to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday in 2003. The Wall Street Journal reports that these letters or documents were among those examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago. That's according to people who have reviewed.
That's a real thoughtful gift. I'm not gonna lie. A hand-bound leather book of letters from your buddies. Oh my gosh, so thoughtful, that Ghislaine Maxwell. And now it's turned into evidence.
The pages from that report, quote, the letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is bawdy, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to have been hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. The card reads, quote, voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey,
never get
as a matter
older.
of fact, it was clear to me the last time I...
Don't look at my ankles. You never get older. Enigmas. You and me, Jeffrey. My very best friend, Jeffrey Epstein, and me are enigmas. Very, very special people. Very special, doing special, secret things.
Illegal. Saw you. Donald, the pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Let that sink in.
Don't be creepy.
Prior to publishing this report, this story, the Wall Street Journal spoke with the president. Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. That denial reads, quote, this is not me. This is a fake thing.
Not me.
It's a
Very
fake Wall Street Journal story, he said. Quote, I never wrote a picture in my life.
I don't write
I
pictures.
don't draw pictures of women, he said. It's not my language. It's not my words.
Look, everybody, come on. It's not, I don't do that. I don't use felt tip markers. I don't tell stories. I don't write pictures. None of those things. And I do not, I am not a nasty guy that talks about women. I don't even know what a woman looks like. I've never seen a naked woman before. Aside from all of those unconsenting Miss America models that I would sneak up on when they were naked. Aside from that, I've never seen any naked women. Now, as it turns out, Donald Trump does in fact write pictures. It's true. Don't believe me? Well, there seems to be a plethora of evidence on this particular situation. Shockingly, I found it kind of hilarious that he would make the claim, "I don't draw pictures," when there is all of this out there. What is this? Heritage. This is an image from Heritage Auctions. This was auctioned by by an official auction house. You can clearly see Donald Trump looking regal. Look at all the gold leaf. Do you know how long it took to get that like that? Very expensive. Framed Donald Trump. You're fired. A doodle for hunger. Caption food pantry. 2004. Clearly Donald Trump's signature in felt tip marker, it would seem. Gold felt tip marker. Very fancy. Very, very fancy. Gold frame and everything. But that's not it. Here's another one. Look, a completely different one. Same theme. Felt tip marker. Same gold felt tip marker. And look, I found a little yellow marker. I did it at the taxi cabs. They're driving on a very squiggly road with trees. I don't know how this works. Another doodle for hunger. Another doodle with the same organization. Donald Trump multiple times. I mean, this is hilarious to me. Although it seems like he's done. Look, it's almost the exact same drawing. They are different drawings. They are actually different drawings. Don't believe me here. Let's go back. See, it's slightly different. I know it's similar. Same exact charity. Here's another supposed Trump drawing. Donald Trump's doodle of New York City. Hold on. Why are you doing this to me? There we go. This one's even worse than the other ones, but same sort of thing. You know, you get a triangle tops, you know, separated from the bodies of the buildings themselves. But wait, another one. This is being sold on eBay. A Trump drawing, supposedly. Up for $30,000. NYC doodle by Donald Trump. It looks like he may have printed this one off of a computer. Not gonna lie. Another one. This is from the Seattle Times. Trump says he doesn't draw pictures. Let's go to this one. Let's illustrate this. Trump says he doesn't draw pictures, but many of his sketches sold at auction.
What? What you drawing about?
It's true. Look, there's that same photo. By Tyler Pager. This was updated today. At 2 p.m., President Donald Trump mounted a vigorous rebuttal Thursday. Hey, settle down. Settle down, sir. Mounted a vigorous rebuttal Thursday night to a report in the Wall Street Journal that he sent a birthday greeting with a sexually suggestive drawing to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003. His alibi, "I don't write pictures," he wrote on Truth Social. But a review of the president's past reveals that for years, Trump was a high-profile doodler. Or at least suggested he was. In the early 2000s, he regularly donated drawings to charities in New York. The drawings, many of which appear to have been done with a thick black marker and prominently picture his signature, are not dissimilar to how the Journal describes the birthday note that he sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Takes me a few minutes to draw something. In my case, it's usually a building or a cityscape or skyscrapers, which are different from a cityscape, of course, and then sign my name. But it raises thousands of dollars to help the hungry in New York through the Captain Food Pantries Ministry, he wrote in his 2008 book. Trump never gave up. How I turned my biggest challenges into a success. After Trump was elected president, some of the drawings he signed were auctioned off for thousands of dollars. Even as he wrote in his book that art may not be my strong point. Aww.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
The president has denied reports before, only for them to later be confirmed by audio or photos, such as his comments captured on Access Hollywood, in which he bragged about grabbing women's genitals.
Don't be creepy.
Or photos of him flushing documents down the toilet. The focus on Trump's drawings come as many of his most ardent supporters are calling for transparency around the investigation into Epstein.
You are not funny.
Who was in a New York city jail awaiting trial on charges when he died in 2019. On Thursday night, Trump said he was authorizing Attorney General Pam Bondi to seek the public release. Okay, hold on. All right, we're going back to these photos because there are more photos. And one that I found a bunch of them I've actually found somewhat interesting. All of them drawn in marker clearly. But yeah, let's look at this one. Because this one, actually, no, let's go to this one. I think Donald Trump had someone draw this one for him. You look at all the other photos, I'm fairly certain, and this would not, I mean, we all know that Donald Trump, he loves getting other people to do his work for him. But the perspective on this, everything, the lines, there's no way that Donald Trump drew this one. He signed his name to it, I see it, but this is no way. There's no way he went from this to this. There's just no way. There's no way. I'm incredibly skeptical. I'm very skeptical about this having been Trump's actual drawing. Also, lack of typical Trump style. But this one I found incredibly interesting. Hold on, there's a better photo of it. Here it is. There we go. Look at this. Look at this glorious. This is absolutely Donald Trump. This is also from the Seattle Times. This was from 2017. This is from 8 years ago. Trump drawing of Empire State Building up for bid. A sketch of the Empire State Building, you bastards trying to get me to... You are killing me. You are killing me. Okay, hold on. I think I can fix this. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Please hold. If I do this, will this solve it? Maybe? How's that sound? Actually, I don't think it's even my browser that's messed up. I think it has something to do with YouTube. I'm just realizing that because my browser seems to be working perfectly fine outside of YouTube. Yeah. If I do this, will this solve it? Okay, let's see if I can read this. Seattle Times, this was from 2017. On this photo that we're looking at here, which is supposed to be the Empire State Building. I'm fairly certain a 7-year-old could do a better job. There's certainly a large group of 7-year-olds who could do a better job than that. Los Angeles, AP, a sketch of the Empire State Building drawn by President Donald Trump is going up for bid at a Los Angeles auction house. Julian's Auction says the 12-inch by 9-inch black marker depiction, once again, black marker. I've been saying it since the beginning. That particular detail about the marker just rang Trump. Rang Trump. Depiction of the iconic New York City skyscraper was created by Trump for a charity auction in Florida during the time he opened his Mar-a-Lago estate as a private club in '95. Julian said that the piece signed by Trump went for less than $100 the first time it was sold and is now estimated at $8,000 to $12,000. The auction house says a portion of the proceeds of any sale will benefit National Public Radio. Aww. Aww. The sale of Trump's the Empire State Building went to NPR, an organization he's trying to actively defund. All right, we got to go back to this picture, though. All right, get in close here. Because I don't know if you can tell, but down here, this is Donald Trump's signature. Okay, and in that letter, what was the detail about what the signature was doing? Right? The text of the signature was supposedly, he used that as a sort of, what do you call it? Oh God, there's like a phrase for this. Like as a replacement for a woman's genitals, as they have so put it in that previous article, right? Like he tried to make the signature look like a lady's bush. And here he has this really not well placed. I mean, well, I know that you can tell that is what he's trying to do, is make the shadow look like make his signature look like the shadow. It's the same thing. He's doing the exact same thing. He loves this technique. Markers, got to get the signature in there, and if you can, work the signature in as some sort of artistic expression, if you will. Everything is pointing to Donald Trump. The fictional conversations between him and a friend told as a story. The marker. The drawings, which apparently Trump loves doing. The incorporation of the text for something other than text. Somebody help me with what word? There's a word that I'm trying to think of. I can't think of it.
Now, we'll stop here for a second and just importantly, as an editorial note, point out that Donald Trump does like to draw. The Hill reports that one of his sketches drew nearly $30,000 at an auction in the year 2017. The Justice Department did not respond to the Wall Street Journal, and the FBI also declined to comment to the Wall Street Journal. The White House has made trying to discredit this Wall Street Journal piece of reporting its top priority. Vice President J.D. Vance posted on X that the story was bold bleep. Donald Trump is now threatening to sue the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and its owner, Rupert Murdoch. Trump late last night directed the Justice Department to release, quote, all pertinent grand jury testimony in the sex trafficking case against Jeffrey Epstein.
You know what I'm talking about.
Releasing grand jury testimony may do little to quell the crisis Donald Trump faces right now, given the agitation from his base and the bipartisan calls now to release all the files, as well as mounting questions about the Justice Department and FBI's handling of the case. In a letter to the Justice Department, ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Dick Durbin, FBI agents...
FBI agents were told to flag any Epstein records that mentioned Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Oh boy.
Signed to review the Epstein files were told to, quote, flag any documents that mention Donald Trump. Donald Trump is now facing a story he can't kill, and it's where we start today. Washington Post Justice Department reporter Perry Stein is with us. Also joining us, host of the Bulwark podcast, MSNBC political analyst Tim Miller is back with us. And the president of Media Matters for America, Angelo Carasone, is here. Tim, you and I have worked on campaigns and worked for politicians. I don't even know if this is true in your case, but I've worked for politicians where the campaign is rocked by a piece of reporting. For George W. Bush, it was some of the reporting about his time in the Texas Air National Guard. I wasn't on the George W. Bush campaign, but there was also a moment for him where his campaign was rocked by a report about a DUI right before the election in 2000. Donald Trump was in some ways rocked by the Access Hollywood tape, but it was a different moment in his political life, and it was a different kind of issue. It was something that he survived politically. This is so different in that the journalism is following the outroar from the base, not trying to lead it. The journalism didn't come first. The outroar from his base came first. And I'm really not sure if that's a good or a bad thing for journalism, but it makes the political scandal for Trump different.
Yeah, it does. And look,
what I think about in these sort of situations, Nicole, something that, you know, from back in my PR days, that it is reminiscent of, right, is when, you know, your candidate steps in it, says something maybe they shouldn't have. We don't.
Is that what's happening here? Trump said something he shouldn't have. What do you mean? I'm sorry, I don't listen to the Bulwark very often. All right, let's move it along. From MSNBC, we still got a bunch of stuff to cover today. Don't do it again. You are a bastard. Why is YouTube just forsaking
Apparently, the
me?
White House is known for some time that the Wall Street Journal is working on this big story about Donald Trump's very, very intimate bromance that he had going with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, people sort of had a good notion that they were buddies. At one point, I think like Jeffrey Epstein said, like, "Oh, we're best friends."
Told a journalist that, I mean, a few years before his death. But Sam, this is so puritanical of you. I mean, the personal is not political. You can't endorse everything your friends do, right?
No, of course not. Of course not. But here's Donald Trump calling in to.
It's called Just the News. I think it's like a Roku news channel.
Real America's Voice show. Just the News. No noise.
No noise. And he's calling in. And in anticipation of this article dropping, I think on some level, they were trying furiously to stop the Wall Street Journal from publishing this because I don't know, government secrets. I'm not sure on what grounds that they would say don't.
Well, he says it's fake, and he told Rupert Murdoch that it was fake, and they published it, anyway.
Boy, well, I don't care. All right, go ahead.
For all the things that have happened, there's the Russia collusion against you. There is Jack Smith against you. There's all the things that happened in 2020, not investigating China interference in the
Pause it for a second. Is this Jonathan Solomon? Is that who that guy is? Is that guy like an AEA guy and former, I think, AP reporter? It doesn't matter. Go ahead.
No idea.
Happened. There's the Russia collusion against you. There is Jack Smith against you. There's all the things that happened in 2020, not investigating China interference in the 2020 election.
China.
What are the things that are most important that you would like to see the FBI get to the bottom of?
I think they could look at all of it. It's all the same scam. They could look at this Jeffrey Epstein hoax also, because that's the same stuff. That's all put out by Democrats.
Yeah.
And, some of the naive Republicans fall right into line like they always do. They just don't have the sustainability. They don't have they don't have that stick to it like glue. The Democrats, they have bad policy. They have bad candidates. They have bad everything, but they stick together. The Republicans don't do that, but they ought to look into the Jeffrey Epstein hoax too, because that's another hoax that's frankly put out by the pushing the Republicans and put out by the Democrats.
And they're pushing definitely set the Republicans up. One big prospect.
They definitely wait, pause it. Wait. They definitely
they're pushing it, and they pushed it. They will continue to push it as long as they can. The stupid Republicans, very weak and stupid, are listening to the Democrats.
Republicans up. One big prosecutor.
They definitely wait. Pause it. Wait. They definitely set the Republicans up.
Yep. I've been saying this the whole time. They're playing a real long game. First of all, Trump has accused Hillary Clinton of helping forge these documents, which
this woman is
we should look into it
ladies
because
and gentlemen.
she's diabolical, as we know. She was playing the long game by, having her husband become very close friends with Jeffrey Epstein, being photographed with him all the time, inviting Ghislaine Maxwell to their only daughter's wedding, that kind of thing. She was so burned by being humiliated, and rightfully so, by the Monica Lewinsky thing, that she just played this really long game to set her husband up and then also take down the Republicans.
You know who forged this stuff, of course, was Vince Foster. That's why they had to, that was a loose end.
That's a great point.
That they had to get rid of. But let's go back to listen to how the Republicans got set up here.
Pushing the Republicans and put out by the Democrats.
No, they definitely set the Republicans up. One big prosecutor look at it all. Would that make you feel good, you think?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's in the case of Epstein, they've already looked at it, and they are looking at it, and I think all they have to do is put out anything credible. But, you know, that was run by the Biden administration for 4 years. I can imagine what they put into files.
I'm staying in the race.
The others. I mean, the Steele dossier was a total fake.
Right.
They have took 2 years to figure that out for the people. And all of the things that you mentioned were fake. Yep. So I would imagine if they were run by Chris Wray and they were run by Comey, and because it was actually even before that administration, they've been running these files. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me. But especially, you look at that Steele dossier where they paid like 14 or 16 million. That's more than James Patterson gets paid to do a #1 bestseller. And the thing turned out to be a total scam. So
James Patterson is like, what the fuck, man?
Just to remind folks, Donald Trump was president from 2017 to 2021, really. I mean, technically speaking. And Jeffrey Epstein was arraigned and imprisoned in 2019.
And died, yeah.
And died. But my point being, I mean, died. But my point being that all of those files actually were in the hands of all people that Trump had control over for those 3 years and leading up to it. Now, I guess it's possible that after those files were assembled, upon his death, when Biden got in, they said, we've got to reopen these files. We've got to make it look incriminating for Trump. And in the run up to the election, we're not going to say anything about it.
Exactly.
We're going to wait for him to win the election. Then we're going to start having calls to release the information. This is a brilliant plan.
We'll put him in the most powerful office in the country, in the world, and then we'll have him right where we want him.
Exactly. You know,
that was the Pied Piper strategy.
It's the longest of games. You ever seen that movie, The Longest Yard? This is The Longest Game, starring Pam Bondi and also starring Barack Hussein Obama, Hillary Clinton, the nasty, nasty cabal. They're very insidious. They're like, they have all the time in the world to make these plans work. Yes, cunning. Cunning, the very cunning Sleepy Joe.
I'm staying in the race.
Well,
hair. I don't know why I'm dancing around this.
Why are you dancing around the word hair as opposed to pubic? That's what I don't understand.
You know,
actually,
I'm not
pretending to be. That's the thing. I never mentioned back during the election is that Joe Biden was pretending to be sleepy, pretending to use the auto pen, but he was actually cunning and swift. Vigilant Joe is really what I called him. I told Melania, but I wonder what Vigilant Joe is doing today.
I'm staying in the race.
James Patterson. I don't have a way with words. You know, James Patterson.
Here is
reference.
Here is the card, and it starts with a voiceover, which of course, because it's a voiceover, I'll read in a British accent.
Okay, so well, this is an imaginary conversation that Trump wrote out for Epstein in the third person of them talking.
There must be more to life than having everything.
Oh, God.
The note begins. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Yes, we do. Come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? That's what they always say. Enigmas never age.
What about who's aging?
They never age.
That's statutory
I'm
age.
staying in the race.
Never age. They all stay the same age.
Things that confused me when I was 10 confuse me now.
You're a star, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
You're like a shining star in the sky.
It was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
So
that's sweet. I think
that's
the
like
nice sentiment.
the most incriminating thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, but
illegal.
This is what the strange thing is that like the best thing is that, like Donald says enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? And Jeffrey says, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Now, like, is Donald talking about himself and then having Jeffrey compliment him for Jeffrey's birthday card?
It would. That's
I
what
wrote
makes
this
it sound
card
like
in a
Trump.
way so that you have an opportunity to compliment me for your birthday.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's
Donald
a
Trump would
lot
be
that
that
you
friend.
could make from this in terms of, like, you know, I wonder what the secrets that they share.
It's so hard to figure out.
Well, I don't think it could be just the fact that they that Epstein has a huge child trafficking ring that Trump enjoys. I mean, not to wildly speculate here, but to wildly speculate, and of course this is just wild speculation.
Crazy pill.
The late Wayne Barrett, who reported on Donald Trump more than any other person in New York from the Village Voice for 30 years, who died literally, I think, on the day he was inaugurated the first time. He was on the program and he was saying it is all about Felix Sater. And who was Felix Sater? Well, he was a big name in the first Trump administration, but we don't hear from him at all anymore. He was a special advisor to Donald Trump. He had a card. He had his office in Trump Tower. But he also, it turns out, was a CIA asset and an FBI asset, so much so that Loretta Lynch, when she was U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Manhattan, wrote an affidavit in support of leniency for him when he stuck a guy in the face with a champagne flute in a bar fight. And Felix Sater supposedly has been attributed with getting Osama bin Laden's cell phone number that they used to track Osama bin Laden when they killed him. And Sater was basically helping launder money from Russian oligarchs into the Trump properties. And Wayne Barrett was always convinced it was all about him. So who knows what Donald Trump was doing at that time? I mean,
Wow, Sam bringing us age-old information from a long, long ago. Thank you, Sam. A lot of crazy stuff happening here. Every MAGA person, Pitchfork Dragon with a sweet, sweet super chat, getting us to 4.5 of 10 on the goals. Every MAGA person. He didn't say that. If he did, he didn't mean it. And if he did say it, it's not bad. And if it is, but Hillary and... What about Crooked Hillary and Vigilant Joe? What about Crooked Hillary and Vigilant Joe? We must release the files. The files created by Vigilant Joe. Resilient, never sleeping Joe. Stoic Joe is what I like to call him.
You are not funny.
I thought it was okay.
I feel really betrayed, and I feel really, really angry. We have a president who tells us to move on from Epstein because it doesn't matter. Are you guys still talking about this seriously?
Are you still talking
and
about
yet
Jeffrey?
he still talks about the 2020 election fraud.
This is the ultimate betrayal, Carl. How does President
these Epstein files? We were told that there was going to be released. There was this client list that was going to be released. And the fact that it's suddenly gone away and he's trying to gaslight us is like a punch in the gut to MAGA.
The ultimate betrayal, a quote, punch in the gut to MAGA. Donald Trump has never been this far from home, never this far away from the safe harbor of his typically loyal and faithful base. But that is where he is right now, and that is what happens when members of your administration promote a conspiracy theory for years and years and years, and then you put them in your cabinet and they turn on your followers and tell them they're stupid. Tell them that they believe in a hope.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. F you. F you. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. We are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history.
Now that bombshell Wall Street Journal reporting affirms what the base believes. And Donald Trump's vow to sue the Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch will test Trump's ability to really play jujitsu with his voters and rally his base behind an attack on the media outlet that's largely following the theories of his base. Joining our coverage is the founder of Leaving MAGA, former Florida co-chair of Republicans for Harris, Rich Logis. Tim and Angelo are with us as well. Rich, it's a pleasure to get to talk to you. Just take me inside your sort of theory of where we are now and where we're heading.
Well, thank you, Nicole. It's a great honor to be with you and the esteemed panel. And for those who are meeting me, I want to apologize for my work on the 2016 and 2020 Trump campaigns. I don't think that there has ever been a time more so than right now in which more MAGA Americans are questioning their support for Donald Trump. And I think that there is a burgeoning cognitive dissonance pervasive across MAGA, and begotten from that dissonance are confusion and doubts.
Yes, Paige Larson. That is Nick Fuentes. That was Nick Fuentes airing out his feelings about Donald Trump.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny.
And so for any of those who are in MAGA who are going to see this, and you're wondering if this is in fact the movement that you thought you were supporting, I want you to know that I am with you because I know what you're going through. It's why we founded our organization, Leaving MAGA. We are a community and a destination for people who leave and tell their stories, for those who have doubts, and for those who are related and have close friends who are still in the thrall of MAGA. And I want to ask those of our allies, our friends and family, to consider respectfully asking their friends and family if this could be a bridge too far for them.
Yeah, good. Is this too much?
That's too much, man.
Where is the limit for Trump supporters? And it would seem it was the Epstein files. I'm not going to lie. We haven't heard this much dissent among Republicans in the last 6 months. But this seems to have done it. Whoa, why is my window lagging over here? Is that pitch warped? Yeah. Yeah.
You are not funny. You are not funny.
You are not funny.
You are not funny.
Is it good again? Okay, there we go. I don't know why my window was lagging again on my monitor now. I've been continuing to have random technical situations happen every stream.
Welcome to the News Hour. Nearly 6 years after he died, disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein is still at the center of controversy. Parts of President Trump's political base are angry over the Justice Department's handling of the files from the investigation into Epstein's death in a New York City jail cell and charges of sex trafficking. Some say Mr.
Illegal.
Trump himself has become part of the cover-up that they accuse the Biden administration of perpetrating.
I still love the president, but this Epstein stuff not going away.
As President Trump's MAGA base demands more transparency, last night he made a concession, posting that he wants Attorney General Pam Bondi to ask a court to make some Epstein investigation documents public. It came as the Wall Street Journal said Mr. Trump had sent Epstein a 50th birthday greeting in 2003 that included the outline of a naked woman and closed with, "May every day be another wonderful secret." The president called the story fake and filed a lawsuit. House Democrats have seized on the division among Trump supporters to press a bipartisan resolution sponsored by Republican Representative Tom Massey of Kentucky and California Democrat Ro Khanna. It calls on the Justice Department to release material from its sex trafficking investigation into Epstein.
We should put everything out there and let the people decide it.
On a podcast earlier this week, Speaker Mike Johnson, who rarely breaks with the president, agreed with critics who say the Attorney General must be more transparent.
She needs to come forward and explain that to everybody.
So far, Mr. Trump has backed Bondi, who once claimed to have Epstein's client list on her desk, but now says no such list exists. On a podcast,
no list.
Awful, awful,
no
awful.
list.
Weak.
People even care about the list. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Jeffrey is dead. I am alive and doing great things, and people just want to talk about this stupid list. Donald Trump really struggling with all this, isn't he? Having a tough time out there. Now, Donald Trump is very, very upset. Okay? We know this. We've seen it happening. By the way, PBS had their funding pulled yesterday. So they're no longer funded by the government. Which also, in my opinion, means that they don't have to be unbiased anymore. They don't have to try and do this center of the road thing that they have done for so long. By the way, I just want to remind everybody we still got a galactic goal. We are at 4.5 of 10. Even though YouTube is lying to you and telling you that we are at 2 of 10, that is a lie.
How rude.
We're also running a galactic deficit right now. And so we are taking Cash App and PayPal's, adding those to the YouTube goals. You get a 2-for-1 there. You get to help with the galactic deficit financing while also simultaneously helping with the goal. That's a 2-for-1. Best deal you're going to get all week. Okay, and now my browser has decided to give up on life again. That's good. That's fine. That's what I was hoping. I was like, you know what? I don't want to do content. I just want to sit here. I want to talk about random shit, like how we still need more money around here. I guess we can talk about how YouTube takes a massive cut of all of our donations. This is why donating on Cash App or PayPal is actually a
Trump's Department
better
of
deal.
Justice asking a judge to release grand jury testimony in the Jeffrey Epstein case. This comes after members of Trump's base staged a mutiny over his attorney general's failure to release the so-called Epstein files.
Release the files.
The move may temporarily quiet some of the MAGA uproar, but it's unclear what the grand jury transcript record of the investigation, just enough to get an indictment. And the judge has to agree to release it, which could take time, potentially a long time. The DOJ is making the request as Trump filed a defamation suit against his old friend Rupert Murdoch. Trump is asking for at least $10 billion in damages against a guy that Trump spent years praising.
My very good friend, Rupert.
$10 billion in damages.
I even got a call from Rupert Murdoch, who I have a lot of respect for.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Rupert Murdoch.
I gotta stop this. Hold on.
Trump taking this action after the Murdoch-owned Wall Street Journal published a letter to Jeffrey Epstein bearing Donald Trump's name.
My goddamn browser is going rogue. It's out of control. Pitchfork Dragon with a sweet, sweet super chat. Half a chat. Getting us to 5. It's beautiful. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta reopen this window. It's still... this shit is acting insane. But yeah, that's right. You heard it. You heard the CNN lady correctly. Donald Trump is asking for $10 billion from what's his name? Rupert Murdoch, the Wall Street Journal, the parent company, whatever the Rupert Murdoch parent company that they have, like the shell company that like... whatever you call it.
Trump's Department of Justice asking a judge to release grand jury testimony in the Jeffrey Epstein case. This comes after members of Trump's base staged a mutiny over his attorney general's failure to release the so-called Epstein files. The move may temporarily quiet some of the MAGA uproar, but it's unclear what the grand jury transcript could actually reveal. It's not a complete record of the investigation, just enough to get an indictment. And the judge has to agree to release it, which could take time, potentially a long time. The DOJ is making the request as Trump filed a defamation suit against his old friend Rupert Murdoch. Trump is asking for at least $10 billion in damages against a guy that Trump spent years praising.
Yeah.
My very good friend, Rupert Murdoch. There's only one Rupert. I even got a call from Rupert Murdoch, who I have a lot of respect for. The legendary Rupert Murdoch.
Legendary Rupert. The great Rupert. Now, what I also love about this is that Donald Trump has gotten arguably, hard to actually quantify. But it's got to be like $100 million worth of free press. Maybe more from Fox, billions of dollars. They're constantly talking about how great he is. Every second of every goddamn day. He's like, you owe me $10 billion for all that great coverage you've given me for so long. Very nasty Fox News. Oh my god, Narwhal by Nature gifting 5 sweet, sweet galactic members to the community who got them. Tamara Chance gifted membership. Bloodstone by Stars gifted membership. Good Heart Yoga and Health gifted membership. What You Can Do, Pat Jake gifted membership to you. Paul J as well gifted membership, all from Narwhal by Nature. Very much appreciative of that, Narwhal. Incredibly generous. That gets us an extra 3 on the goal, bringing us to 7, 8. 8 super chats of 10. Even though it says 2, that is a lie. You're almost done with the goal. Much closer than it would seem. I just find this fascinating. The Wall Street Journal has done plenty of pro-Trump stories just because they happen to do a story that makes him look terrible. You know, Cry Me a River.
Trump taking this action after the Murdoch-owned Wall Street Journal published a letter to Jeffrey Epstein bearing Donald Trump's name, containing a drawing of a woman's body with breasts and a Donald signature in the place of pubic hair. The message reads in part, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." Trump claims the letter is fake, saying in part, quote, "I don't draw pictures," although he did draw pictures that were auctioned off during his first term in office. Trump's closest allies, though, are coming to his defense. His vice president, who has been curiously silent on the Epstein saga after previously
I don't
calling
even write
for the
pictures. Why are we talking about this still?
release of documents, posted on social media, quote, "Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump?" To be clear, he is talking about this Donald Trump.
Grab him by the
illegal.
I can do anything.
Evan Perez is out front in Washington. Evan, what does Attorney General Pam Bondi say in this new filing asking to release testimony in the Epstein case?
Well, Brianna, they're citing the public interest for asking a judge in Manhattan to release the testimony that was gathered as part of this investigation, these charges in 2019 against Jeffrey Epstein, sex trafficking and other charges, that is before he committed suicide in prison. This was a filing, it was just 4 pages that was filed with the signature of the Attorney General Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General. I'll read you just a part of what it says.
Deep State, Donald Trump's former lawyer, Todd Blanche. It is fascinating, though. The fact that anybody can bring up the deep state anymore. I mean, not saying that they're doing it right now, but the people have been doing that amidst all of this, like the deep state. Like this was the deep state's doing. Trump is the deep state. Todd Blanche. It's Donald Trump's former lawyer. Argued before the Supreme Court in 2024. He's the guy who got the Supreme Court to say Donald Trump can do whatever the hell he wants. Remember that?
It says the public interest in the Epstein matter has remained. Given this long-standing and legitimate interest, the government now moves to unseal grand jury transcripts associated with Epstein. And it also goes on to cite, Brianna, another case in Florida, in the state of Florida. If you remember, he was prosecuted, or he got a plea deal in that case in the state of Florida. And in that case, the judge released some of the grand jury testimony there and said that...
Yeah, wasn't the prosecutor in the case that we're talking about Pam Bondi? She's the one who, I mean, the prosecutor's the one who has to accept the plea deal first before they can even take it to the judge. Or was this one Acosta? I can't remember. Both Trump allies and administration members. But it's fascinating that Donald Trump wants $10 billion. How, I mean, I don't even, how do you quantify that? Like, I would love to know how he justifies $10 billion in this lawsuit. That much damage has been done to his rep. He must really be taking this seriously. Must be real if it's that damaging. $10 billion.
That's too much, man!
Now, let's see how Donald Trump's been handling this. Oh, you bastard. It's doing it again. This is slowing me down so much today. the fact that this is... Okay, oh, fucking hell. Jesus Christ. This has been happening all night. When will this solve it? When will this fix itself? This is maybe the most annoying glitch that we ran into in the last, I don't even know how long. Every time that I click to the next video, it takes it out of full screen, stops responding. When I try and put it back into full screen, it just sort of auto plays the video, doesn't let me pause the video, plays it at full volume. It's very frustrating. Aw, shit. Don't tell me. You're killing me. This was at the, I believe this was at the signing, yes, the signing of the Genius Act. Donald Trump, you can hear the triumphant music in the background. You got Howard Lutnick over here. glad handing, so excited. Yes, crypto time. Now, reporters, perhaps rightfully so, wanted to ask Donald Trump some questions. Like usual, Donald Trump, I'm sure he just, let's see what Donald Trump does when reporters try and get him to answer questions. We all know how much Donald Trump loves answering questions, especially at like press conferences like these. I mean, Jesus Christ. Mr. President.
Mr. President, why not go further than just unsealing this?
Uh-oh. And the transparency has cracked. The most transparent president in ignoring the reporters. Uh-oh. It's like they hide him away. It's like they hide Sleepy Trump away from the reporters. They can't have him answer questions because he'll say another crazy thing. Look at that.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Pathetic. Pathetic Sleepy Trump. Mr. Cankles, I need a nap. I can't answer questions. I'm very tired right now. I need to lay down. I can't be answering. I talk. Most transparent, but sorry, I gotta go. Nap time. I love that. This is a great image. I love this image. Oh, poor Donald Trump. Having to run away from reporters. Scared of questions. People asking him things about his best friend, Jeffrey Epstein. It's gotta be tough. Gotta be tough. Alright, we gotta take a quick break. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done those things, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. And of course, right now we are still attempting to do some deficit financing around here. That's right. Bills are coming up in about 2 weeks in August. And we don't have enough in the galactic coffers to cover them. So do consider contributing on either Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. By becoming a galactic patron, of course, you get the most space benefits available to contributors at a $3 level. Get yourself an avatar, shout out, secret content, and a secret Discord channel in the Discord server. Speaking of which, if you're not in the Discord server, you are missing out on more galactic action happening whenever the stream isn't streaming. Anyway, that's enough for me. Enjoy your break. Grab us a drink, a snack. And I will be right back. Words are tough. Okay. Well, I hope everybody is ready for more of the galactic stream. See what it just did? See what it just did in the background there? That's very annoying to me. That's what I've been talking about this whole time. Every time I go through another video. It does this.
This is ridiculous!
What was I saying? Oh, right. Everybody knows what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the stream, so get back in your seat, Space Fam. Otherwise, you're going to miss the second half of the stream, which is coming immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If you can't tell, we're about to go talking about some secular talk stuff. What does Kyle Kalinske have? Okay, this is maybe the most annoying glitch I've ever seen in my life. Okay, well, we left off with Donald Trump running away from reporters, trying to ask him questions earlier about the Epstein files. Bravely turned his tail and fled. Nasty, nasty reporters asking nasty questions. Since it is the week ending report, there are a few stories that I'm leaving in from throughout the week, or put back in my list from throughout the week. As, of course, you know, we do this on the week ending reports on Fridays. I try and pepper in a few of the week's stories to remind us of what's happened this week. Try and help us, what's the word? Make sense of it all. And earlier this week on Fox and Friends, one Greg Gutfeld said, really, I mean, I don't know if it's even the, I mean, like, Greg Gutfeld came out and said some really ridiculous things. He said the quiet part out loud, if that's what we could call it. It is disturbing what old Greg had to say. Pitchforks Dragon, before I can even get there, with a sweet, sweet super chat, makes you feel better. You hands down picked the best music on YouTube, and this is the best damn show on YouTube, and we love it here. That's great. Well, thank you. Thank you, Pitchforks. And that gets us to 8. I think 8. 8 of 10 super chats. Very close to completing the goal at this point. Thanks to all of you lovely space fams who have contributed. Still got an hour and 40 minutes to complete it. Plenty of time, if you ask me. Still in the free half. The free half-halves. The free half of halves.
As we've talked about quite a bit, it feels like we are in a particularly shameless era. Like, people simply don't feel shame anymore about anything. And I think that's bad. I think the impact that that's had on society is just immeasurably horrible. And things that you thought were just totally off the table and could never happen again are now happening again, right? Like the fact that Trump is building concentration camps all across this country, like Alligator Alcatraz in South Florida, and the fact that they're building 5 more of them, and they send people to CCOD, a concentration camp, Gulag in El Salvador. It's just so many things that we thought are off the table. The genocide in Gaza, they're happening. They're right in front of our faces, and it just feels like it's a new layer of evil and shamelessness that we thought we would never hit again. But here we are. Well, we have another example. I mean, could you imagine? I'm going to play this video for you in a second, but could you imagine? Just stop and think after you hear it. What if somebody said this, let's say 12 years ago, right? What the reaction would have been. But now, this is barely a blip on the radar, and not many people are going to talk about it. It'll, blew up a little bit on Twitter, but that's it. This won't be that big a deal. Listen to what Greg Gutfeld says. Watch.
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis. Nazi this, Nazi that. I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's, what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Oh, my hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
Nazi, please.
Thank God you did a hard eye there.
They think it's funny, right? They think it's funny. Hey, they call us Nazis. What if I say we are Nazis, bro? By the way, shout out to, remember this comic? This comic was gold. Matt Bors in 2020. My God, these Trump people are racist, this person says. That attitude is what's pushing me to be racist. This person says, say what? Might as well. You say I'm a Nazi, so fine. I'll be a Nazi if that makes you happy. It doesn't. I bought this Waffen SS uniform for Halloween. You'll cry offensive, so maybe I'll just wear it every day. Then here he is, shaving his head, turning himself into a skinhead, getting a swastika tattoo, saying, I just hate to do this. I feel bullied, really. Like, that is what Fox News is now parroting, that exact argument. The reason why people call you...
Yeah, it's baby-brained is what it is. It's this sort of a grievance culture.
Help, help, I'm being repressed!
I'm being oppressed. I'm being oppressed, even though I stand for oppression. Everyone else is repressing me by telling me that I am being oppressed, and that's the real oppression, actually. The Great Replacement Theory, all of this nonsense. I mean, like earlier this year, this administration, I mean, literally played this game on full. I mean, obviously, much of what they're doing is it plays into this. But what I mean is when Donald Trump brought the South Africans here, the white Afrikaners, and claimed white genocide as the reason for giving refugee status to those people. Like, that's what we're dealing with here. Keep getting. I need to actually hold on. I need this code. Son of a bitch. I need this code. I need to get my phone ready and like take a picture of that code, because that's pissing me off. Next time I'm doing it. Jesus Christ, it's doing it again, people. It's gonna happen every time. It's gonna make the stream way longer, way longer than I want it to be. But it's literally taking me, I don't know, an extra 30 seconds to try and. That adds up over 100 videos. Jesus Christ. Hey, it gives us a moment. It gives us a chance every time in between videos to talk. I get to look at chat and be like, hey, chat, how are you doing over there? You good? It is honestly, though, it is a horrifying world that we live in. Honestly, the fact that they are trying to, what's the word? Reclaim, quote unquote, if you will. Like, I guess he doesn't realize, like, just what the implications are to that, right? Like, what he is saying is that he is a Nazi, right? What he's saying is that we are going to take the power away from this word that absolutely describes us. But I mean, well, all right, that's not quite. It's certainly not a one-to-one comparison, but like, do you get what I'm saying here? Like, this is honestly, I feel like, I mean, they are I don't know how many TVs right now are playing Fox News, but it's in the millions. And having that message, like, is sent out to all of these people, it is horrifying to me. It's legitimized by doing that. And these people have been claiming anti-Semitism this and anti-Semitism that over and over and again at us, being anti-war and pro-Palestinian rights, and yet they feel somehow okay, emboldened to say such a thing when other people, I mean, like, it's just such a massive hypocrisy. It's incredibly frustrating to me. Oh my god, Narwhal by Nature, before I could even get to the next video with a sweet, sweet super chat. And I'm just realizing this super chat gets us all the way to 10 super chats, completing our goal. Truly amazing. Almost started that new video, but now we can have a quick confetti party. Everybody bask in the glory. Narwhal by Nature helping us finish the goal. 10 of 10. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's incredible. It's goddamn epic. Who else has great confetti resources like we do around here? And honestly, you all deserve it, because we completed the goal. And we're going to get all the galactic content tonight. So long as the stream doesn't shit out on us today, knock on wood. Everybody knock on wood. And also pray to Gary that we have no problems. Honestly, I thought that we were going to have no more problems. And maybe I've just been kidding myself. There's always something out there. But I'm trying my best, people. I'm going to try my very best. Try and keep this ship afloat throughout the night. Oh, by the way, I am just noticing something. We just broke the ice on the galactic deficit. I just looked down at my phone. I want to say thank you to somebody over on the Cash App, breaking the ice on the galactic deficit at the same time that we complete the goal on YouTube. Where is that? Here it is. Get the wrong thing. Wait, no, not filters. I want, no. Yes, thank you. $10. Very generous donation over on Cash App, getting us started. It's a big number this month, unfortunately. Not sure why we're there, but that's where we're at. I did the math. It's not good. But thankfully, we've gotten that started as well. Unfortunately, I wish that, I don't know why YouTube insists on, like, holding money for over a month. Like, all money being donated on YouTube, right? It gets held, right? And then at the end of the month, they calculate how much you made. Then 3 weeks later, so on the 21st of next month is when I see the YouTube money. It's very frustrating to me, which is why I recommend people going to Patreon, becoming Galactic patrons. It's a small fee, but the more patrons you have, you get that money immediately. They take like 1% cut. It's practically nothing, Like they take like a quarter. You get like literally like 25 cents for most of the transactions or less. Like, and I'm saying like on like the withdrawals that I make, they take so little. It's almost it's completely inconsequential. Ah. Was it Icebreaker? It was somebody, I think it was somebody with the name of Joe. Joe or something like that. I think I know who it is. I'm not going to say. I keep those ones private. I let people in chat say if they're the ones who contributed, of course, but the names differ from the YouTube, so it's really, I don't like feeling like I'm doxing people. Okay, let's go here. We got another big story that's been in the headlines in the last 24 hours. An announcement was made last night on The Late Show. Not this show, the Late Show. The one with Stephen Colbert. And turns out he is going to be dropping out. No, I'm sorry, he's not dropping out. He's, basically being fired. But The Late Show is being canceled as well. I'm sorry, my brain just broke. The Late Show being canceled by CBS Paramount. And all sorts of speculation and other things are flying around about this. A lot of people are upset. People declaring this a political decision. Let's discuss.
It is the end of an era. CBS is canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. It'll go off the air next May. The announcement coming just days after Colbert criticized his $16 million settlement paid by CBS News' parent company Paramount to settle a lawsuit filed by President Trump.
Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And I share your feelings. It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away.
Now, CBS calls this a financial decision, but some are wondering whether the move was at all politically motivated. Senator Elizabeth Warren tweeting, quote, "The deal looks like bribery. America deserves to know if his show is canceled for political reasons." CNN media analyst Sarah Fisher is joining us now. Sarah, good to see you this Friday morning. I first just want to get your take on CBS's decision.
Jessica, if it was a political decision, they have enough plausible deniability to say that it was a financial one because...
Honestly, though, this is so thin. The claim coming from CBS Paramount is so thin. The reason is because The Late Show does better numbers than all of the other shows. All of the other late night talk shows, whether it's Fallon or who is it, Kimmel, they don't do the same numbers. But they continue to make those shows. I'm not saying that CBS is making all those shows, but that those other networks find it to be viable to continue running those shows. So, do you see what I'm saying here? Shows that are doing worse are still people are still making reasons up for them to continue doing those shows. Meanwhile, CBS, in the middle of this merger, which could be stopped by the Trump administration, are suddenly like canceling a show that's been critical of the president and of the network.
Of the current state of late night and comedy television. It's very expensive to produce something live every single day. And viewership and ratings for traditional television continue to drop. So even if this was political, CBS can get away with saying it wasn't. But I think what you're seeing from Senator Warren's tweet is that people just don't believe that this was a total financial decision, given the backdrop of what you just announced, the settlement with Donald Trump, all of the political pressure, et cetera.
California Democratic Senator Adam Schiff was a late night guest last night when this announcement was made. I want to take a listen to what he told Colbert about Trump.
He wants to make news organizations, CBS and Paramount, afraid. He wants to make ABC afraid, and he is succeeding. In the first term, there were at least some people to stand up to him. The Secretary Mattis's, the John Kelly's, and others that had some stature who were willing to say, Mr. President, that's a stupid-ass idea.
Sarah, how would you broadly assess the state of news media in this era of the second Trump administration?
I agree with the former congressman. It's under a lot of political pressure. And he's right that news companies are buckling. I mean, both ABC and CBS settled lawsuits that legal experts say they could have won in court, likely because out of fear of political retribution. Of course, we know that CBS was undergoing a merger with its parent company, and they felt as though they needed to settle that lawsuit in order to get regulatory approval of that deal. We're also seeing the Trump-era FCC go after media companies for their DEI policies, which is not typically something that has really fallen within their jurisdiction and their priority list. And you're seeing media companies all changing their DEI policies in response. Telecom companies, too. It's worth noting that...
Pathetic.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
By the way, Will in Detroit, getting a sweet, sweet super chat in there. Galactic Deficit Tariff. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. That tax, I mean, it pays for the show to continue being a thing. Much appreciated. I would just cease to exist if it weren't for people like you contributing. Wait, why can't I find it over here? Disappeared. Oh, there it is. Gotta do the heart. I gotta heart that thing. Okay. Was there another part of this I wanted to watch? Hold on. Oh, right. Yeah.
Not ignore the timing of all of this and how all of this is happening right now and the decision to announce this now. Now, CBS has taken pains to say this was a purely financial decision, they say, against a challenging backdrop in late night. They say it is not related in any way to the show's performance, content, or other matters happening at Paramount. Now, it is true. Late night TV does not make the type of money that it used to make just a few years ago. And a source is telling our colleague Brian Stelter that the show was no longer profitable. However, Stephen Colbert was the highest rated show for that hour. And so, you know, you have good ratings going on. The other shows are not being canceled. And of course, nothing happens in a vacuum. Just look at what is happening all around CBS and its parent company, Paramount. Paramount is trying to complete this merger with Skydance. That, what does it need? It needs Trump administration approval. You just talked about how they just settled $16 million for that lawsuit that most, if not all, legal scholars called completely bogus over how 60 Minutes edited the interview with Kamala Harris. And keep in mind, Stephen Colbert has one of the most frequent, harshest critics of President Trump and of the Trump administration. In fact, he called that settlement a big fat bribe just a few days ago. So it's hard to ignore what is happening in all of this, with all of this happening around. And again, things don't happen in a vacuum. And that's why you're hearing from some members of Congress. In fact, Senator Schiff, who just happened to be on the show with Stephen Colbert when he made that announcement, he said that if Paramount and CBS did the Late Show for political reasons, the public deserves to know. Senator Warren also posting, America deserves to know if his show was canceled for political reasons. Isn't it kind of crazy in today's day and age that the fact that a late night sort of comedy show being canceled is now potentially a point of debate in the...
That's the world that we live in. That is absolutely the world we live in. It's the world that Donald Trump has lived in forever, right? And you know, great, bad ratings. This nasty Stephen Colbert says nasty things about me. You're fired. Oh, God. All right. We're not done talking about this Colbert situation. A whole bunch of right-wing pundits have already weighed in on this Colbert firing. They all seem utterly thrilled. Had a lot to say about this, including Donald Trump. He did some tweeting on Truth Social earlier. We'll check Truth Social after this. I still need to make a freaking Truth Social account. I really don't want to, at all. But it's the only way to keep up with the president and whatever the fuck he's doing over there. One of the things that I've been saying recently, it's insane that we have to go onto his personal social media account to get official White House shit. It's a little ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
All right, let's start on Fox News. See what they had to say.
To approve the sale of our network to a new owner, Skydance.
Hold on. Now, just before we get to all this, I've honestly personally always thought Stephen Colbert was pretty funny, right? Like, I found his, you know, sort of, what do you call it? Satirical work with the Colbert Report was always pretty funny. I'm not sure that not everybody got that joke at the time. I feel like some people genuinely thought that he was being serious. But some people, the right wing, think he's not a funny guy. They don't think he's funny. Fox News doesn't seem to think he's very funny either.
CBS just canceled the Late Night with Stephen Colbert, just days after Colbert took a swing at his own network for settling with Trump. Listen.
This kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe.
Okay, hold on. This should be full screen. Why is this not full screen? The fuck? This is pissing me off.
So comes as Paramount's owners are trying to get the Trump administration to approve the sale of our network to a new owner, Skydance. Some of the
what in the fuck? Jesse Waters, Mr.
He looks good, and he looks hard. He looks good, and he looks good. He looks good, and he looks hard.
Phrasing.
The Fox alert bell almost took your head off. I'm sorry. It is pretty epic, that bell. All right, let's take two. Take two. Jesse Waters is on the big story of the day. Stephen Colbert. Come on, Jesse.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesse, go.
CBS just canceled the Late Night with Stephen Colbert, just days after Colbert took a swing at his own network for settling with Trump. Listen.
This kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe. This all comes as Paramount's owners are trying to get the Trump administration to approve the sale of our network to a new owner, Skydance. Some of the TV typers out there are blogging that once Skydance gets CBS, the new owner's desire to please Trump could put pressure on late-night host and frequent Trump critic Stephen Colbert.
The network claims it was a purely financial decision, and Colbert's last show will be next spring. So, Clay, is Gutfeld now officially the king of late night?
Clay, tell us what you think.
God, this is probably a really tough story for you to have to do to give Gutfeld praise. I know of all the things that you could be doing on the show, this is probably not the peak of your choice.
It pains me.
I bet that CNN or MSNBC hires this guy and tries to put him up against Gutfeld head-to-head, and guess what's going to happen?
Head-to-head, Colbert versus Gutfeld. What is he even talking about, head-to-head? Like, in the same time slot, head-to-head, 9 o'clock. Colbert versus Gutfeld, a two-screen experience.
Hires this guy and tries to put him up against Gutfeld head-to-head, and guess what's going to happen? Gutfeld's going to crush him even worse because he's not funny. Look, the goal of late-night television for my entire life, when we were growing up, he took over David Letterman's show. David Letterman made fun of everybody equally. Everybody liked Letterman. Everybody liked the Leno.
Nobody likes Stephen Colbert. Right. That's why he's been on the air for like 2 decades. Because nobody liked him. Nobody found him funny.
You are not funny.
You are not funny, Stephen. According to Fox News, they're very glad. They're lapping this up. Oh yeah, you're not funny. It's gonna do this again. God damn it. You are not funny, says Fox News. Stupid Stephen Colbert. By the way, who was that guy? Who is Clay? I have never seen Clay in my life. And where did he get that pink suit? didn't all the other shows basically copy The Late Show? Yes. But it's because he's not funny.
You are not funny.
It's because he's not funny. Don't you know that? People they look at and they're like, nah, not funny. Better copy that. Janice, can you transcribe The Late Show for us real quick? Because it's not funny.
You are not funny.
Not funny at all, actually.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Sorry it's taking longer, people, for me to get through stories. Gives me chances to at least respond to more IMs than usual. But still having these problems with YouTube on my browser right now. Okay. You know, I just realized I could maybe open it up with a different browser. That would actually be much smarter. I might do that. Oh, wait, but if I do that, then we're going to have problems, aren't we? What would be the do I have a third browser on here? Because I'm already running a second browser for that. Then it's going to sign me out over there. Problem is, chat, I have to be signed into multiple accounts while I do this on 2 different browsers to avoid whatever. I thought I had Firefox on here somewhere. God damn it. Whatever, let's go here. AP, the Associated Press.
CBS is ending The Late Show with Stephen Colbert in May of 2026.
Next year will be our last season.
Colbert broke the news to his audience at a taping on Thursday.
And yeah, I share your feelings. It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away.
Earlier this week, Colbert had spoken out against Paramount Global settling with President Trump over a 60-minute story. In his monologue Monday night, he said the technical name in legal circles for the deal was Big Fat Bribe. The bribe was a reference to Paramount's pending sale to Skydance Media, which needs approval from the Trump administration. In a statement, Paramount and CBS executives said the cancellation was purely a financial decision, adding it was not related in any way to the show's performance, content, or other matters happening at Paramount. This week, The Late Show was nominated for a Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Talk Show for the 6th time.
Look, I think I think it's a huge loss for late night.
That's how you know he's not funny.
I think it's a huge loss for CBS.
You are not funny.
And I think, I started
right. When you win 6 awards, when you win 6 of the same award for Best Talk Show from the Emmys, that's how you know that you're bad, actually.
You are not funny.
Is by winning awards and being on the air for a very long time. Because you're bad.
I think it's a huge loss for CBS. And I think, I started my career at CBS. I was there for 10 years. And I think it's a very sad day for CBS that they're getting onto the late night race. I mean, they're turning off the lights after the news.
I love Stephen Colbert. I'm looking forward to one way or another being in constant contact with him and hearing from him, in all his glory.
Why, though? Why did they... They just cut NPR and, public broadcasting. Yes, they're trying to silence people, but that won't work.
Jamie Lee Curtis, that won't work. Okay. I mean, it seems to be working right now, Jamie. Not going to lie. But I like your confidence. Let's continue thinking that that's not going to work. We do have to continue thinking like that, though, not going to lie. We have to have some sort of optimism continue doing whatever we can to fight back against this horrifying trend out there. I thought they didn't like cancel culture. What happened to that? Okay. Whoa, how did that happen just now? That was weird. Don't do that. All right, let's check Truth Social. Sorry, I'm trying to find this tweet on Truth Social. Donald Trump. I believe Donald Trump tweeted about Colbert on Truth. Is it Truth on Tweet or Tweet on a Truth? A true tweet. A truth tweet? Tweet truth. I don't know. It's It's all very confusing to me. Okay, I found it. I found it. A truth. A true. It's a true. It's a true on Truth Social. Tweet Social? It's the same app. It's a twat? That's offensive.
How rude.
That is offensive. How dare you?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, this is pissing me off. I'm actually being repressed right now. I know I say that a lot, but I'm actually being repressed right now.
This is ridiculous!
Look, we can't do this stream if it doesn't work. Oh, right. Okay, hold on. You know what? I'm going to try this a different way. Son of a bitch. Let me see here. What if I do this, huh? Huh? What if I do this over here? Like this right here. And then we go. Yeah. We log in, signed out, and then we sign back in. I don't know if this is going to do it or not. This might cause me problems somewhere else. But I can't do this anymore. I cannot wait 30 freaking minutes for every video. I like talking to you people, but it's too much. It's too much. These are stories that should take no time at all. Oh God, are you really going to do this to me? Passkey. Danger zone. Yes, 'tis me. I am me. I'm signing in on this device. Thank you. Let's try this. Please work and not suck. How's that sound? That sound good to you? Or can we do that? Is that a thing that you can do? View playlist. See, the thing is, I don't have everything on like files, like on my computer. It would take me, it would take up so much space because of how many things I go through every day, and take an incredible amount of time to be able to get all of that shit like downloaded somehow, like recorded or downloaded. And so I just run them out of YouTube playlists. Because of that, my YouTube playlists have to actually work, and it's not working right now. Pitchfork with a sweet, sweet, and very supportive super chat. In this difficult time, no fascist takeover in recorded history has ever been defeated playing by the rules. People rise up. Not that I'd advocate for pitchforks or anything. You are a pitchfork. Okay? A pitchfork of the dragon variety. Okay, everybody fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, pray to Gary that nothing bad happens. That this doesn't cause any problems anywhere else. Okay? That sound good to everybody? Hey, okay, yes. No, wait, but hold on. First off, I don't want the... I want the sound for this one because of the copyright. Always getting me with the copyright. Okay, first, I want to go here. This was Donald Trump's tweet earlier. His true tweet on Truth Social. I briefly watched an interview of Stephen Colbert on a highly government-subsidized PBS and found it fascinating for only one reason. Why would they be wasting time and the public's money on this complete and total loser? He is not funny.
You are not funny.
Which he gets paid far too much to be. He is not wise. He is all caps very boring. And his show is dying from a complete lack of viewers. Gutfeld on cable is killing him. CBS should terminate his contract and pick almost anyone right off the street who would do better and for far, all caps, far less money. Or I could recommend someone much more talented and smarter who would do it for, all caps, free. The good news for Steven is that the two all caps dopes on NBC and ABC are not much better than him. Not much better. This was actually an old tweet, I just realized. I think this is an old tweet. I can't remember. Is this old? Is this one of the older ones? I'm trying to think. Is this? I think there's a new one. Is this it? There we go. This is the newest one. This is the newest of tweets. I have a secondary tweet for everyone. Fucking wild. This guy is out of control. Columbia, Rican, New York with a sweet, sweet super chat. What does this one say? Here is a dono for the goal, but I guess the galactic internet is now AOL dial-up. For Gary's sake, I hope it gets better. And Gary, we pray. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I forgot to take down the goal. We completed the goal. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge... Either way, I appreciate it. I feel bad that you thought that you were donating to the goal. The goal is already completed. Ay. Although, I guess I could leave it up. We have an hour. But, like, I always feel bad when people don't know that there's a goal going. That they contribute to a goal that's already done. It would give us chat confetti and the opportunity for double the confetti. Really triple the confetti, right? Because we already got confetti once. You missed the confetti, Columbia Rican. Yes. I feel bad. But we completed it very quickly today. It was in a short time after we started the goal. Just like yesterday. The Anarchist giving a sweet, sweet membership to the Lucky Minute. I've seen the Lucky Minute in our chats. I think it might be here right now. Incredibly generous. And benefits that are going to be used immediately, if not sooner. You probably already feel more galactic than you did before the Lucky Minute. Enjoy. Enjoy. See that? I love the gifted memberships. I feel like it really spreads the love. Keeps the show going. Gives people sweet, sweet space benefits. All right, here is Donald Trump's tweet on Truth Social earlier. I think I'm just going to keep calling them tweets. It describes what they are. Here's Donald Trump. I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings. I hear Jimmy Kimmel is next. They're coming for you, Jimmy. Has even less talent than Colbert. Greg Gutfeld is better than all of them combined, including the capital M moron on NBC who ruined the once great Tonight Show. Very nasty guy. That Jimmy Fallon. Moron. Capital M moron. Pitchforks Dragon with another sweet super chat. Now we're at 7 of 10 on the official YouTube count. My gosh, we really might complete it. We could Gary a pitchfork. At some point, Gary's going to want to rise up.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The Gary Rebellion is coming. All right. Trump attacks Stephen Colbert after late show cancellation as he claims Jimmy Kimmel is next. President Donald Trump attacked Stephen Colbert on Truth Social Friday morning after CBS and Paramount announced the cancellation of the late-night host's long-standing show. A move the network says was a financial decision, but that Democrats have blasted as being political. In his post, Trump said, I absolutely love that Colbert got fired and claimed that I hear Jimmy Kimmel is coming next. Adding that Colbert's talent was even less than his ratings and that Kimmel has even less talent than Colbert. He also said Greg Gutfeld, who hosts the talk show Gutfeld on Fox News, is better than all other shows, including the moron on NBC, who ruined the once great Tonight Show, which is currently hosted by Jimmy Fallon. Aww. Trump's post comes after CBS and Paramount executives announced plans Thursday to end Colbert's run and the Late Show franchise altogether in May of 26, sorry. My God. He really does hate them all, doesn't he? Anybody who's ever said anything about him publicly that was even slightly mean or just accurate, he gets very upset. He's like a child. He's like a little baby. Daddy, he said something very nasty about me. He said I have small hands. Let's see what one Michael Knowles had to say about this canceling of Stephen Colbert. Okay, Michael, here's your chance.
Stephen Colbert, CBS Late Show, had this announcement last night.
Oh, hey, everybody. We got a great show for you tonight. Senator Adam Schiff was my guest. We harmonized on 7 Bridges Road. What a voice.
What in the fuck is happening?
I cried. But before we start the show.
This is not better. This is worse. Why is this happening?
Stephen Colbert, CBS Late Show, had this announcement last night.
This is running really badly.
Oh, hey, everybody.
This is just running badly. Like, really badly. I have no idea why that's happening. That is weird.
We got a great show for you tonight. Senator Adam Schiff was my guest.
Jesus Christ.
We harmonized.
This is somehow worse. This is somehow worse. Because now when I go to the video, it's just, what in the fuck? Oh my god. I have no idea why that's happening. That's making no sense. Oh god. This isn't killing me right now. Having to play these games with my browser. Not at all frustrating, and I am fine. You might be thinking to yourself, I think StreamLord's on the edge.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
You're wrong. I'm fine. Stop asking that question. Stop asking that very rude question. I'm fine. I am not losing it.
Come on!
You are not funny.
You are not funny.
Do I use Ethernet? I do use Ethernet. Yes, I do. I do not use Wi-Fi. Like some sort of noob. Not using the Wi-Fi for streaming. That feels like a silly thing to do. No, it's a problem right now with my browsers. I have no idea what the fuck it is. Change the background to not have the render so much dark? What render? What are you talking about? What do you mean by that? Are you talking about the Earth? It changes time. Like as I go around the Earth, it changes color because of darkness on the Earth, because of the position of the sun. So sometimes you can see the Earth, sometimes you can't see the Earth so good. Alright, screw it. I'm skipping Michael Knowles. Dude is annoying. Guess what? Michael Knowles had the same take as Fox and Friends. He's not funny.
You are not funny.
Not funny. The main back screen. Oh my god, look at this. This is ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous, I had my computer off all night. I have no idea what the cause of this fucking travesty is. There's nothing weird. There's just some sort of insane glitch that is happening. It's... Ay. Turn it off? Turn it off? What do you mean turn it off? I don't know what that means. It's on a loop. Oh, turn off the other player? That's not it. I've already, I reset my entire browser multiple occasions. There's multiple glitches that are happening that you just can't see on your end. But it's not that. It's happened before too. It just happens randomly. First off, it does some weird shit. It doesn't allow me into my playlists. It does some other weird shit that happens. It's glitching. It's some kind of software glitch.
The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And yeah, I share your feelings. It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away.
That was nearly 24 hours ago, and we should note that The Late Show is being canceled after 30 years. So the question is still out there without real answers. Was it really all about money, as the company says, or could presidential politics, particularly President Trump's politics, have played a role here? Now, President Trump himself.
Pitchfork's Dragon with a sweet, sweet super chat. Have you tried unplugging the spaceship? Wait, hold on. I have the wrong one open. Why do I have this one open? Have you tried unplugging the space station and plugging it back in? Well played. Well played. I have unplugged and replugged a number of things, not during this stream, but in between last stream and this stream. I have done that.
That he, quote, absolutely loves that show hosted by Stephen Colbert. Loves that it was canceled, I should say, while also hitting the show for its ratings. Ratings which have, we should note, they're pretty high. I think the highest of any of the late night hosts. And it all comes 2 weeks after CBS's parent company, Paramount, agreed to pay President Trump $16 million to settle a 60 Minutes lawsuit amid a merger. Colbert criticized that just 2 days before he was informed about his cancellation.
Now, I believe that this kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe. Because this all comes as Paramount's owners are trying to get the Trump administration to approve the sale of our network to a new owner, Skydance.
Now, CBS, again, says the decision was purely financial. And for years, there has been a warning, lots of warning signs, about late night's decline. Ratings, generally speaking, have begun to shrink as the way that people consume television has changed a lot. Ad revenue has declined 50% over the last 6 years. Brian Stelter joins our panel, and I'm going to start with you, Brian. What more are you learning? I know you've been talking to people inside CBS and in and around.
We're going to Brian Stelter. I just want to point out that Columbia Rican just did another super chat, bringing us to 1 away from completing the actual YouTube confetti goal. Might be able to 3x our confetti opportunities. That is always a fun prospect. We may have Romulan saboteurs trying to take out the stream. Are they working in conjunction with the cleaning bots? Shifty little demons, I tell you. Wow, that's quite a conspiracy theory from Columbia Rican. It could be. It could be the Romulans. It could be the Borg. I don't know. I just don't know. Also, I want to do this before we go to this. I just noticed that someone else just contributed on Cash App another $10 from a different individual to the Galactic Deficit goal on Cash App. We are adding any new patron members. That goes on to the Galactic Deficit. Any Cash App donations, any PayPal donations all help us even out the galactic finances before the end of the month. Much appreciated to you all. All right, Brian, what do you got to say, buddy?
CBS all day.
And even on background, even when you grant these sources anonymity to speak more candidly, they insist this really was financial. At least the financials are a pretext. There is also, though, a question about whether the future owners of CBS maybe wanted Colbert out of the picture. Now, one of the arguments I've heard today, Deanna, is, hey, if this was politically motivated, we wouldn't be leaving Colbert on the air for 10 more months. And that's an interesting point. You know, Colbert's contract does not end until May. The Late Show will not end until next May. So Colbert will have 10 more months to roast President Trump and members of the Trump administration.
And I don't have Stephen Colbert's contract in front of me, but since we've been doing so many conspiracy theories and other sorts of theoretical sorts of commentating recently, you know, or it could be just be in Colbert's contract, and CBS doesn't think that they can manage to get away with violating Stephen Colbert's contract, who I'm certain is probably stuck to his own contract pretty scrupulously, and I'll bet you there's also a clause in there that they have to notify him a certain amount of time before a possibility of canceling the show. You know, it would not shock me that he would have some sort of clause like, hey, if you guys have some sort of anything in the works to end the show, let me know so I can prepare some sort of landing for myself. I can find another job in the meantime. You know? Just a thought.
Said, however, this does, I think today, as people process this, you can sense there's a little bit of a chilling effect or concern about a chilling effect. The Writers Guild of America, which represents writers who work on the show, they are out with a pretty bold statement this afternoon calling on the New York State Attorney General to investigate the matter. Here's a part of the
Illegal.
statement. Quote, given Paramount's recent capitulation to President Trump in the CBS News lawsuit, the Writers Guild has significant concerns that the Late Show's cancellation is a bribe, sacrificing free speech to curry favor with the Trump administration as the company looks for merger approval. I had a source close to Colbert say to me today that this feels like a situation where Colbert and The Late Show are a casualty of that pending merger. And there's a broader concern at play here that I think folks all around the world can relate to. A country where you can't lampoon a sitting president is not a free country. A country where you can't publish editorial cartoons or have late night monologues or have satires about the president is not a democratic country. Of course, we're not there. We're not there at all.
Oh, we're not there, Brian. Oh, thank God we have Brian Stelter to tell us we're not there. We're just living amongst all of the hallmarks of all the things I just said. We're not there. We're not there. Don't worry. I'm so sick of these garbage takes from these people. It's like, look, fascism, but we're not there. Don't worry. Look, authoritarianism. No, don't worry. That's fake news. We're fine. Everything's fine. Stop being so.
Let you know something that I found out just last night. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May.
I did it again.
And
okay. Here we go. Gotta go through this. I mean, it's at least the video is working. Unlike with Chrome when I was trying to use Chrome just now. So that was not functioning. Oh my God, what are you doing? What in the actual fuck just happened? What in the shit? Where's this from? Oh my God. Okay, where were we? Did that one. We do this one? Jesus Christ. I don't think the stream is ever going to end. I'm not going to lie. I don't think the stream is ever going to end. We're going to stream right through Saturday. All of Saturday is just going to be me yelling at my computer, not doing what it's supposed to do. I do like hanging out with you people, though. Not going to lie. Space Fams are a choice group of individuals. The fact that you found the stream just says leaps and bounds about who you are as a person. It's not the globe. I can promise you it's not the globe. I know you want to think it's the globe. I know you're trying to find reasons. And I honestly appreciate your attempt, but it's not that. I wish it was that easy. I wish it was. But the globe isn't even running when I switch screens to when I'm over here. The globe's not running anymore. Like, you can't even see it. On a completely different screen.
Something that I found out just last night. Next,
I love how everybody starts every one of these clips with the Colbert clip. It's incredible. We've seen it like 15 times now. Oh my God, you did it. Your goal is complete, according to YouTube. 10 of 10. My God. Great deal of applause and fanfare is deserved. Columbia Rican finishing the goal this time. Get some sweet, sweet music going on here so that we can enjoy this moment. Bask in the glory. The glory of a galactic accomplishment achieved in conjunction with all the space fams. Columbia Rican with the last super chat. Can blue states just say screw it and just join Canada? Who cares about the Constitution at this point? The right doesn't care. Why should we? Oh, it's beautiful, everybody. It's glorious. Oh, gosh. Good time to stretch. Take a minute to reflect on all the greatness. Maybe we need a new constitution.
You are not funny.
All right. That's it with the confetti party. That's triple the confetti, though. We had 1 confetti. Now we have 3 in the chat and twice on the space station. Tis truly glorious. All right. MSNBC. I think this is this the last one? I think this is the last one on the Stephen Colbert late night show debacle. Oops, no, yeah.
This is all just going away.
This shocking and very sad announcement from Stephen Colbert last night that CBS is canceling The Late Show after 33 years. I've had the privilege of appearing on Colbert's program twice, and there is no one more generous or knowledgeable or astute or in sync with his massive audience when it comes to the things that actually make America great: truth, courage, humanity, democracy, and yes, comedy. He is a bright light and a beacon of truth-telling. According to the network, the decision to end the franchise, a late-night institution hosted for 22 seasons by David Letterman and the last 11 by Colbert, was, quote, purely financial and, quote, not related in any way to the show's performance, content, or other matters happening at Paramount. But it does come after Paramount, CBS's parent company, agreed to pay Donald Trump $16 million to settle his lawsuit, largely viewed as frivolous, over edits to an October 60 Minutes interview with then presidential candidate Kamala Harris. And only 3 days after Colbert criticized that settlement as a, quote, big fat bribe in the midst of an $8 billion pending merger for Paramount, which needs approval from the Trump administration. Watch.
As someone who has always been a proud employee of this network, I am offended. And I don't know if anything will ever repair my trust in this company. But just taking a stab at it, I'd say $16 million would help. Unlike the payoffs from ABC and Twitter, Paramount's settlement did not include an apology. Instead, that's good. Instead, the corporation released a statement where they said, you may take our money, but you will never take our dignity. You may, however, purchase our dignity for the low, low price of $16 million. We need the cash. Now, I believe this kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe.
Joining our coverage, NPR media correspondent David Folkenflik. Molly and the Rev are still here. David, one, were you surprised? And two, your thoughts?
Well, yet again, we have that famous Jeopardy category of shocking but not surprising. It's one of these things that really is a signal moment. It is impossible to disaggregate it from the announcement just days earlier of the settlement. which was itself for a lawsuit that all the law professors and media lawyers and executives I've spoken to over the months about has said was perhaps one of the most frivolous things they have ever read and scrutinized. You know, it is true that late night is struggling. Colbert at the top of the heap in ratings, and you know, is clearly, what can you say? He's just a class figure and extremely funny, whether or not you agree with his politics. Just quite a brilliant presence, and he really made that show come alive. You know, hard to inherit a show from somebody who created it, somebody so distinctive as David Letterman. But he found his voice when he said, you know what, it's okay for me to acknowledge my take on the politics of the moment in the Trump years, you know, in particular. And that worked for him. It, you know, may have alienated conservative audience at, you know, for a broadcast network, but nonetheless, it really made sense for him. And I think
Yeah, and they did great numbers, like they said before. Like was said before tonight. The Late Show with Stephen Colbert was doing the best, had the best numbers of all of the late night talk shows. So regardless of what Donald Trump is claiming about being the very worst and not funny,
You are not funny.
it actually is pretty funny. A lot of people seem to think so. That's why it's continues to stay on the air. It's why it's won 6 different Emmys for greatness. Emmys of greatness. Great Emmys of greatness. 6 of them. People say that might be the most Emmys anyone has ever won before. That's what they're saying. And it does seem political, considering the other other shows with worse ratings are continuing to stay on the air. And when you add in the timing of it all, it seems a little too convenient to be anything other than politics. For fun, I figured before we switch to the next topic, which is going to be a quick discussion. I mean, Zoran has been, he's not only taken the media by storm, but he's been in the media all week as he made his way down to Washington, D.C., reached out to all sorts of political people out there, not only looking for endorsements, but also to reach out and to create a coalition of like-minded individuals and tell people about his message. And he's being talked about quite a lot. Before we do that, I figured we'd go back in time. The early 2000s. Let's go to 2006, nearly 20 years ago.
Here with a special edition of the Colbert Report, Stephen Colbert.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, I've been asked to make an announcement. Whoever parked 14 black bulletproof SUVs out front, could you please move them? They're blocking in 14 other black bulletproof SUVs. They need to get out. Wow. Wow, what an honor. The White House Correspondents' Dinner. To actually, to sit here at the same table with my hero, George W. Bush. to be this close to the man. I feel like I'm dreaming. Somebody pinch me. You know what? I'm a pretty sound sleeper. That may not be enough. Somebody shoot me in the face. Is he really not here tonight? Damn it. The one guy who could have helped. By the way, before I get started, if anybody needs anything else at their tables, just speak slowly and clearly into your table numbers. Someone from the NSA will be right over with a cocktail.
Honestly, I mean, Colbert's always been pretty political. Since the very beginning, 20 years ago, Stephen Colbert at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, laying in to the Bush administration. Okay, now let's go and talk about that pesky Zoran guy. Everybody seems to be talking about Zoran.
Zohran Mamdani.
Like I said, he's been taking the media by storm, and we were very pro Zohran around here. And said on a number of occasions that he should be probably an example for the rest of Democrats. I'm starting to think that, you know, if you don't get on the Zohran train, then you deserve to be primaried. Okay? Let's go here. Zoran Mamdani did another interview. This guy has done 35 fucking interviews in the last 3 weeks. I swear to God, like two interviews a day. Did one with Spectrum News. I did not know Spectrum just did interviews, or that they had their own YouTube channel, but apparently, yes, they do. I assume they got all their programming directly from Nielsen. Not Nielsen, what's it called? The other, I want to say Rasmussen. That's not it either. I can't think of it. Oh, God, why can't I think of the name of it? Jesus Christ.
Come on!
Who are the people that basically give, like, all these local news stations their talking points? I know somebody in here knows this. It's not Nielsen. It's a different... No, it's different, isn't it? It's not Nielsen. It's a different one.
Almost 1 month ago, Zoran Mamdani shocked the political world when he easily cruised to a double-digit victory in the Democratic primary for mayor. Since then, he has been crisscrossing the city and even traveled to the nation's capital to meet with both friendly faces and some critics as he seeks to broaden his support ahead of the general election, where he could be facing at least 4 opponents come November. This week, Mamdani held closed-door meetings with some of the city's Jewish leaders, the city's business community, and House Democrats. And he has picked up a number of endorsements along the way.
Yes.
Joining me now to talk about
Sinclair Broadcast. Yes. Those are the ones.
where things stand in the campaign is the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani. Welcome back to the program. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me. Mamdani.
When I spoke to Andrew Cuomo earlier this week, your opponent, he said he is, quote, repulsed by your policy proposals because he thinks they're not realistic. And I know you've heard that before. I wanted you to hear part of that conversation and then get your reaction. Let's listen.
So these 3-word slogans sound good, excellent on social media, but it's not reality.
Not reality.
And a little bit,
What I love is that Andrew Cuomo, like these guys, like all of these guys now, like all 4 other dudes in this race are all coming out criticizing Zohran, including other critics that of Zohran. They all come out and they say, this is not reality. Yay. Can't be done. I don't know. He's living in some sort of fictional universe. And then none of them, these policies are not doable. Then none of them say why the policies are not doable or what their solution is to any of this stuff. They're just like, look, he's talking a big game, but he can't solve any of these things. Impossible. You just can't solve them. Housing crisis, gonna continue to be a crisis.
to wed in responsibility and reality. You know, I would not say something that I couldn't get done.
What's your reaction to that?
Well, he said time and time again that he was going to win, and he couldn't get that done. So what we see from the governor in this moment is the fact that he's repulsed by an agenda to actually deliver for working people. In that same interview, which I saw, he compared tenants.
Yeah, that is pretty terrible when you think about it. He's repulsed by the idea of taking care of people. It's repulsive thinking about people having a home to live in or access to fresh produce at an affordable price. Terrible, repulsive, utterly repulsive.
To actually deliver for working people. In that same interview, which I saw, he compared tenants to hotel guests, and in doing so created a hierarchy within our own city when what we need is a mayor who understands the affordability crisis is impacting those tenants, those homeowners, everyone across the city, and will actually deliver on affordability for them. And when he was asked in an interview after he relaunched his campaign as to how he would deliver that affordability, he said he didn't know. And we know exactly how we're going to do it. We're going to do it by freezing the rent, by making buses fast and free, delivering universal childcare, and putting working people first in the nation's most expensive city.
And by the way, if you're not able to deliver, what is the consequence you're prepared to accept?
That I have not lived up to my word. I am making promises that I intend to keep. And I make them because I believe in our ability to deliver on them. Freezing the rent is something we've seen previous administrations do. Making buses fast and free is something we've seen a pilot of that I helped to win in New York City. And delivering universal childcare is something that could be done with the partnership, especially of a governor like the one we have today, who's been laser focused on the question of affordable childcare.
Okay, so now you've said a lot of negative things about Cuomo, and we heard he said some things about you.
Love that. He's going to make Kathy Hochul stick to making childcare affordable by ascribing her own words back onto this issue. He's like, look, Kathy Hochul has been incredibly vehement about her support for affordable childcare. We can work together on this issue. It's so well played. Such deft maneuvering from Mr. Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
What are some positive things you think he achieved as governor?
You know, I think
none of them.
One of the positive things I would say was when he called me on election night, he spoke sincerely about what we had accomplished as a campaign, that we had spoken to young people, that we had brought more people into our political process, and that we had won the night. And he asked, would it be all right
That's
if
a
he
great
told
answer.
everyone that?
What do you like about Eric Adams? I like that Eric Adams called me and said you did a great job.
Aren't I a good guy?
So we had this conversation that he shared that with people. And I said, absolutely. And I said that I intended to unify our party in the weeks and months to come. That's what I've spent my time doing. And I appreciated the grace that he had in that conversation because I think it's something that has been missing in a lot of his political career. And I hope that one day he can return to that. Instead, what we're seeing in the resuscitation of a campaign that we defeated by more than 12 points is the same tired policies and proposals that New Yorkers decisively rejected about 3 weeks ago.
Okay, let me ask you about...
That wasn't the answer I wanted, but okay, let me move on. All right, we're not going to watch this whole thing. Let's go on and to talk about a former New York mayor, Bill de Blasio, who went on to Zateo to talk with one Mehdi Hassan about the endless negative media coverage around Zohran, no matter how popular he gets. The media and other sort of some other weak Democrats have been criticizing Zohran and really endlessly. Every single day I see another, Zohran, he's terrible. Terrible Zohran. Wants to give kids food and people have affordable housing. Can't do it. Too busy making money. It's renting Airbnbs. Oh, God. I love you, Jet. I hope you know that. The fact that you stick around while I'm sitting here trying to go through this arduous, painstaking process that I have to go through every time that I want to switch videos. It says something. I think it says something about you and maybe even about the show. I don't know. Let's just go with you. Okay, full screen. Pause. Unmute. Go back. All right. Mehdi Hassan. Bill de Blasio. Same frickin' room. Let's do it.
On June 24th, 33-year-old Zoran Mamdani won the New York City Democratic mayoral primary. Mamdani
Zohran
surged to victory,
Mamdani.
finishing the last round of ranked choice voting with a 12-point lead over his rival, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. And yet, despite that loss, Cuomo has kept his name on the ballot. This race has drawn the attention of pundits and politicians from across the country, including former New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. De Blasio is no stranger to Andrew Cuomo and had an incredibly contentious relationship with the former governor during his time as mayor. Since Cuomo entered the mayoral race, de Blasio has been outspoken in his criticism, calling the former governor a vindictive person, a bully, and someone obsessed with revenge. Meanwhile, de Blasio has praised Mamdani for his progressive agenda and even defended him from his critics.
This effort to paint him as an extremist or someone unreasonable, I've talked to him many, many times. And I know an extremist when I see one. This is not an extremist. This is a smart, responsible person who happens to have views that are different.
To share more of his thoughts on the mayoral race, I'm delighted to say Bill de Blasio joins me now. Thank you for coming on Mehdi Unfiltered.
My great pleasure, Mehdi.
So, got to ask, first question, how happy were you the night that Andrew Cuomo conceded the Democratic mayoral primary? I seem to remember you having a big smile on your face that night.
I had a large smile. I could not
He
hold
seems
back.
to still have a
Look,
large
it both,
smile on its face. Just being asked the question gives Bill de Blasio a large smile. Look at this guy. Cheesing.
I had a large smile. I could not hold back. Look, it both because of my very strong feelings about what's wrong with Andrew Cuomo and the very nasty, negative, unfair campaign he waged against Zohran. But beyond that, what a shocking statement about the quality of democracy that with tens of millions of dollars advantage on Cuomo's side, with what appeared to be sort of a sweeping under the rug of all the scandals and issues, and then every attempt to villainize Zohran, this beautiful grassroots movement shook the world.
Yes.
And that, to me, beyond this moment, this one election, was kind of life-affirming about the power that people-centered campaigns actually still win.
So,
Columbia Regan with a very interesting question and sweet super chat. Will I be going over clips of the Mehdi Hasan versus 20 conservatives Jubilee debate, which is being released this Sunday? The trailer looks crazy. I haven't even seen the trailer, and we've had some varied, very not so successful attempts to watch Jubilee. I am tempted. I'm always tempted when I hear of a new good Jubilee coming out to try and watch it. They are what's the word? Insatiable content hounds is the word that I'm looking for. Like they copyright claim things midstream. They're actually like one of the only people I've ever seen do this. Like copyright claim midstream takedowns. Like, I'm going to think about it. I will try. But it is often, it's a difficult thing to try and do. But they are amusing. And it's sort of definitely, like, I always liked doing them on Sunday Fun Days. But it's just difficult. Like I think I've heard claims that if you, like, obscure the image to some degree that it gets by it. I don't know. I'm tempted.
Cuomo was asked to resign by a bunch of top Democrats in New York a few years ago. Senator Gillibrand, multiple members of the House, city officials. Yet many of them endorsed him this time round. You didn't. In fact, you went and spoke out against him. What prompted you to speak out against Cuomo? And what did you make of your fellow Democrats who criticized him back then, but fell in behind him now?
It is painful to think about people who I thought had a conscience, who I thought were acting out of some morality when they stood up to him and called for his resignation, and then absolutely airbrushing the history. I mean, I was particularly shocked with Senator Gillibrand, who made a name for herself addressing issues of sexual harassment and sexual abuse, but could not remember what Andrew Cuomo had done to 13 women, according to the United States Justice Department under Joe Biden, no less. That shocked me. And the folks who, out of sheer sense he was going to win, were willing to throw away everything reputationally and to think that the world wouldn't see it. when we all saw it and felt it was tremendous hypocrisy. Well, how ironic, Mehdi, that they have now been given sort of a double jeopardy, that they made the wrong choice morally and then they also lost the election. For me, I was distressed, and I've heard people say this in the Cuomo camp months ago. I would tell them, you know, sooner or later, the public's going to catch up with you guys and remember the harassment of women, remember the deaths in the nursing homes and the lies. And they literally, I had people say breezily, no, because of Trump, the Me Too movement's over. Trump got elected president. Wow. No one cares about Me Too anymore. But in fact, it's New York City, and the way Cuomo showed no contrition, no acknowledgement of what he did, that actually did register, and people cared.
Yes. You've praised Zoran Mamdani for his focus on kitchen table issues, affordability. You've called him, quote, an incredibly smart, hardworking guy who has a vision for the city. Have you officially endorsed Mamdani for mayor?
No, I have not. I've had great conversations with him, and we haven't gotten to that conversation yet. But what I can say is the misrepresentation of Zohran is almost unprecedented to me. There is everything, anyone who listens for even a few minutes, you understand this is a profoundly humanistic person. He is someone who cares about communities from the grassroots, who has just a passionate feeling for New York City and our neighborhoods and all the different beauty in them, human beauty, and was willing to take a huge chance and try and do something that he knew almost everyone would tell him was impossible. And I find the nobility of spirit in that. And then for his trouble was claimed by some to be all sorts of things he wasn't. He is not an anti-Semite. Let's start with that. I love this human ability to believe what you hear. And I have people, friends of mine, saying, oh, he's anti-Semite, until I say to them, one, I'll look him in the eye and say, no, he's not. And then I'll say, show me the evidence that you're using to back up that very, very, very serious charge. And Mehdi, I cannot tell you how many people are like, oh, okay, no, I actually don't have anything. Just what I heard.
Yeah. Yep. Bill is right. Bill is right. And that's one of the problems with sort of, you know, this constant conflation between criticism of Israel and protest with anti-Semitism, is that it diminishes the word. And it is a serious word. You should be taken seriously. And yet, you know, a lot of people just throwing it around. People who, I don't know, recently said we need to reclaim the word Nazis, like Greg Gutfeld. Meanwhile, they claim all that stuff, and they go Islamic Jihad the second they see a Muslim guy running for mayor. Now, you know, Zoran technically came to this country as an immigrant, and it's really an American success story when you think about it, managing to win a Democratic primary and a mayoral race for the biggest city in the country. Truly incredible, if you ask me. Meanwhile, the policies of the Trump administration are repressing immigrants from sea to shining sea. Let's talk about Alligator Alcatraz, where Maxwell Frost and other Democratic leaders in Florida made an appearance earlier this week. Democracy Now! Had on Maxwell to discuss this horrifying concentration camp that's been built in the middle of the Florida Everglades.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Mimi Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Democratic lawmakers are blasting the horrific conditions in Florida's new immigration jail in the Everglades, which Republican politicians are calling Alligator Alcatraz. After visiting the jail Saturday, the Democratic lawmakers say it should be shut down. The Miami Herald found hundreds of prisoners at the Everglades prison have no criminal records or charges, contradicting claims by the Trump administration that the people held there are the worst of the worst. Meanwhile, critics have called the facility by other names, including concentration camp, internment camp, Gator Grift, a reference to how the Texas-based company IRG Global Emergency Management gave $10,000 to Florida's Republican Party just days before it received a no-bid $1.1 million contract with Florida to, quote, provide operational support services in support of migration efforts in the state, unquote. Dropsite News and others report funds from FEMA's Shelter and Services program are being used to fund the so-called Alligator Alcatraz jail, estimated to cost at least $608 million. Florida's Republican Attorney General James Othmeyer, a longtime ally of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, has been called the mastermind of the jail. The publisher of Florida Politics wrote, quote, in Othmeyer, DeSantis found his own Stephen Miller, the far-right immigration hardliner and White House senior advisor. Attorney General Othmeyer was appointed to that position to replace Ashley Moody, who took the Senate seat of Marco Rubio when he became Secretary of State. Meanwhile, Miller has urged politicians in Republican states to build their own.
Is it just me, or does it seem like Ron DeSantis is like standing on stilts? I wonder if he had the upgraded shoes.
Versions of Alligator Alcatraz.
We want every governor of a red state, and if you're watching tonight, pick up the phone, call DHS, work with us to build facilities in your state so that we can get the illegals out, we can get the...
Does everybody remember that? The Ron DeSantis, what do you call him? Lifts debacle? People started like analyzing photos of Ron. They're like, this guy's got like platforms under like under his pants.
Work with us to build facilities in your state so that we can get the illegals out, we can get the criminals out.
This comes as Trump's budget bill reportedly includes a provision that allocates $3.5 billion to eligible states for immigration enforcement and detention. For more, we're joined by Florida Democratic Congressmember Maxwell Frost, among a group of dozens of Democratic lawmakers who went to the jail Saturday. We're also joined by Claire Healy, Esserman Investigative Fellow for the Miami Herald. The latest stories headlined exclusive. Hundreds of Alligator Alcatraz have no criminal charges, Miami Herald learns. And is your family member or client at Alligator Alcatraz? We obtained a list. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Congressmember Frost, let's start with you. Talk about the trip you took on Saturday with dozens of Democratic lawmakers from Florida. What did you see?
So originally, we actually planned an unannounced trip, and I've done a couple of these ICE detention facility visits. Them being unannounced is very important because you see things for how they are. Somehow, word got to the state that we were coming, and so they issued us an invitation at the same time and same day we were going to go anyway. We still decided to go to see what's going on in there, and we saw important conditions, a lot of crowding, 32 male individuals per cage. These people are being caged, 3 toilets per area, and the drinking water, it comes from the toilet apparatus in the cell. Not only that, but there is not enough resources and not really an ability for them to be able to speak with their legal counsel or lawyers. There's not a really clear way on how legal counsel can go to the facility, meet with them. That's one of the questions I asked over and over again. I received the phone number in an email. I publicly gave out the email at a press conference right after, and now lawyers are calling me saying, Maxwell, the email's bouncing back, it's not working. And so there's a deliberate attempt here, it seems, to keep these immigrants and keep these people from their right of due process, of course, but also their right of even being able to speak with their counsel and their family. We've heard of the toilets not working. Yes, there's 3 in each cage, but sometimes 2 of them don't work. We actually heard a story of one night when one of the toilets backed up and started spewing essentially feces around the cage, and it wasn't until hours later till they were moved to another one. So it's things like this.
That sounds fun. Having to try and, oh my God, stuck in a cage with 6 other people, unable to leave as you watch a toilet overflow with urine and feces, one would assume, backing up into your cell for hours, having to sit there and smell that. That is disgusting. Ugh. That is horrendous.
Now, I will tell you, we
and
heard...
by the way, it's only going to get worse, right? It's only going to get worse. You know, the more people they have at this place, they have no fucking infrastructure. I assume they're using, like, portable septic tanks and shit. And, you know, say a hurricane comes. It's also... there are so many things about this that are intentionally cruel.
Directly from one of the lawyers who spoke with someone the night before we got there. Magically, they got their first shower. Magically, they got a meal that was a lot better than it's been before. That's part of the reason why these visits from members of Congress and oversight are so important, because it keeps the people running this internment camp on their toes. And so I'll be back at a time of my own choosing, a date of my own choosing. I don't need permission from Ron DeSantis to choose when I want to go, because it is a federal facility operated by the state. They made as much as that clear when I was inside of it this past Saturday.
And Congressman, who are the security personnel? Are they state officials, ICE officials, private security? What were you able to tell about that?
Here's the other thing. It's essentially a private detention facility. Now, no one will call it that, but when I pulled up, the people who came up to me to check my ID, they're from a private company, Delta Foxtrot Solutions Incorporated.
Then
I go inside. I actually asked this gentleman.
Jesus Christ. What a bunch of losers. They're all just a bunch of LARPers. Oh, Delta Foxtrot.
Delta Foxtrot Solutions Incorporated. Then I go inside. I actually asked this gentleman, because he had a badge. It looked like a police department badge. And I squinted, looked at it. It had the name of a company. I asked him, is that your company? And he looked at me and he said, well, Congressman, we're a private company. I'm not law enforcement. I'm not required to tell you anything about myself. So I park, assuming, well, maybe they're hiring third-party security to do the parking or something like that. But I get into the facility, and that moment when they let us into the tent that has the cages where 32 men are squished in a cage and they're sweating, it was all private security dealing with the actual detainees as well. I barely saw law enforcement. I barely saw National Guard troops, and I saw a lot of private security and actually private doctors who are also handling the medical side of things. So it is essentially a privately run center, and people are getting rich off of the internment of immigrants in the Everglades right now.
Disgusting. Yeah. They are buying off. They're buying instead of actually doing it themselves, the Trump administration is contracting private prison operators, the Foxtrot Enterprises, or whatever it's called, to run these facilities. Taxpayer money being given to private and seemingly pretty unaccountable individuals. $200 billion goddamn budget. They can't even manage to use regular ICE agents. They got to use private contractors. And they really don't seem all that concerned with the law. Seems very much like cruel and unusual punishment in many, many ways. let's go from Alligator Alcatraz in Florida all the way to the San Francisco Bay at Alcatraz, the original Alcatraz, where Pam Bondi earlier this week was touring along with, I think, Doug Burgum and some of the other Trump administration ghouls, trying to figure out if it made any fucking sense to use this tourist attraction as a prison facility. A ridiculous fantasy drummed up by Donald Trump in what I assume was a fever dream, where The Rock was probably playing in his hotel suite. You know, I don't blame him. You know, Sean Connery, Nicolas Cage. Oh, that's what I call a prison movie. Or maybe it was Escape from Alcatraz. I don't know. Who knows which... Maybe it was an Alcatraz weekend and they were playing all the good Alcatraz movies. Well, here we are. They're walking around the facility, realizing perhaps for the first time that this is in no way a feasible idea. Like we said, we talked about this on Tuesday, I think, or something like Thursday? I think it had to have been Thursday. Either way. Talked about this recently, and it is ridiculous. It really is ridiculous, and it is no way feasible. And all of these buildings are just, they're dust. All of these old concrete buildings are held up by, you know, not twigs, but like if you look over here, you can see the frame of this building, like the interior frame of this building, has been reconstructed using steel pylons to just hold it together, the facade. It's not a functional building. This is not a building that you should be using to put human beings in. And there's reports that it would cost billions of dollars to even get close to making Alcatraz functional again. I don't know what the expenditures would be to keep it maintained on a yearly basis. One would assume millions and millions and millions of dollars to do that as well. It is on an island, keeping the water on, the lights on, people fed, all of these other things, all these, logistical things are complete. It's a logistical nightmare is what it is. It is ridiculous. Honestly, it looks even worse than the Call of Duty map of Alcatraz. I don't know if anybody's ever played that. I'm realizing, though, while looking at this, it's pretty much one-to-one, that Call of Duty map. It's pretty accurate. It's kind of shocking just how much of it is the exact same. I'm getting distracted. Anyway, they walked around the island and had a good old time. Like tourists. I mean, it's a completely nonsensical suggestion from Donald Trump. I genuinely don't know where he got this idea from. You think Donald Trump thinks that it's actually haunted? He very well could think that. I wouldn't be all that shocked. Okay. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Hold on. I did this in the wrong order. How did this happen? It's okay. See, we can solve this. This is not difficult. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Wow, we were moving extra slow tonight. All right, let's go here. Caroline Levitt, spokesperson for the Ministry of Truth, yesterday explained to reporters. Actually, this was 2 days ago. I think this was the 17th. Yeah, this is the 17th, Thursday. Caroline Levitt explained to reporters who it was that was going to be sent to Alcatraz. That's a good question. I would love to know the answer to that.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Hold on, let me get this pulled up. Okay, hold on. Bring it back all the way back here. Pause. And pause. Okay, perfect. There we go. Caroline Levitt at the Ministry of Truth, here to explain to us who's going to the old Alcatraz. Jesus Christ, too many Alcatraz references.
And the other question for you is on Bondi and Burgum's trip today to Alcatraz. I'm curious what the funding is going to look like for that and who the president does want to see incarcerated there if it were to become.
Sure. Well, this was an idea of the president. He spoke about it in May, and he directed his administration to review a reopening plan for Alcatraz if it is possible, which is why the Attorney General and the Secretary of Interior have traveled there today. They are touring the site, and if the Alcatraz prison is reopened, it would be under the purview of the Bureau of Prisons, and the Secretary of Interior also would play a big role in this as well. So they're there to review the site today, and I'm sure you'll hear more from them on it later. And just to follow up, Libby, on who the president wants to see housed in Alcatraz, the worst of the worst criminals in this country, both American criminals who convict heinous crimes, but also illegal alien criminals before deportation as well. Sure. Go ahead.
Wow, multi-use prison, according to Caroline Levitt. That's what their plan is. Now, I found that to be an incredibly strange claim from them, that they would have this prison house both American citizens who've committed crimes as well as immigrants, but it would be under the purview of the Bureau of Prisons. It's very strange, and the Secretary of Interior would supposedly have something to do with that, but I don't understand how that would even work. Immigrants are supposed to be not in prison. There's like they're just completely sort of obfuscating who it is that would be in charge of this. I find that to be a little bit strange. It's almost like they don't want credit for any of this stuff anymore, because it's become so unpopular, Trump's immigration policy.
No one's ever busted out.
No one's ever made it. Everyone here has looked for a way out, but there ain't any.
So the feds say that nobody ever did escape from Alcatraz. Fox News getting an exclusive look at this legendary prison as President Trump pushes to reopen Alcatraz. Justice correspondent David Spunt reporting, we never say this, live from Alcatraz. Hi, David.
Hi, Martha. Good to be with you from inside Alcatraz. The two cabinet secretaries I was with earlier today for this exclusive interview, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum and Attorney General Pam Bondi, both of them realized that this would be an uphill climb to even think about turning this into an active federal prison. It would cost hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more. However, their boss, President Trump, asked them to come here on a fact-finding mission, and that's exactly what this did. Now, Alcatraz opened in 1934. It closed in 1963. It's been open since 1973 as part of the National Park Service, and thousands come through here every day. It's busy. President Trump floated the idea over the spring about reopening this, but recently brought it up again. We joined these two for this exclusive tour to see places that are not open to the public. The prison, known infamously, Martha, as The Rock, has no water or electricity source from the mainland, and the building is rotting. But it doesn't appear to change the movement behind this idea.
Yes,
Watch.
it is rotting. Look at it. It's disgusting. paint is peeled off of absolutely everything. All of the concrete is crumbling. All the infrastructure is decades old and hasn't been updated in as long as that, right? However, it's been closed for what, 40, 50 years or something. It's fucking, this is insane.
It could hold middle-class violent prisoners. It could hold
middle-class prisoners.
It could hold.
It's going to hold the middle-class prisoners. Okay, what? I didn't know we do we somehow segregate middle-class prisoners from lower class and upper-class prisoners? We need a strong prison middle class.
Illegal aliens. It could hold anything. This is a terrific facility. Needs a lot of work.
The possibilities are boundless, according to Pam Bondi. I just don't understand. Why would you have I mean, would one building be for immigration? It's so confusing.
But no one has been known to escape from Alcatraz and survive.
That's right. People have escaped, but it's unclear if they've survived. Al Capone, one of the most famous who has lived here behind these cells. The Department of Interior took this over in 1973, and that's why Doug Burgum was here today.
This was part of the Bureau of Federal Prisons, and returning it to that purpose is relatively straightforward compared to a lot of other transactions with federal land. But this is one of the reasons why it's ideal, is because this was its original purpose.
Well, the island was originally a military prison in the 1850s, and I mentioned there were several escapes, obviously memorialized in popular movies like with Clint Eastwood and Sean Connery, and evidence indicates that people who did escape likely drowned in San Francisco Bay. And Martha, this was always known as the worst of the worst. People that were already in federal prison were sent here.
Yeah, the worst of the worst. That's what we're going to do. Truly ridiculous. If they do this, I mean, they're only doing, honestly, in my opinion, they're doing this shit to distract us from all the terrible shit that the Trump administration is doing, or trying to distract us from, like the Epstein files. Or that sweet, beautiful letter that he sent Jeffrey. Okay, we got to take a quick break, because we were at 4 hours. Don't worry, though. We got a hell of a lot of content still to go. Stick around after these brief messages. We'll be right back. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon, too, so you get the latest notifications from the stream. If you got a couple extra bucks, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. But right now, we are running a galactic deficit, which needs some funding. So consider contributing on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. But of those three options, I do think going for the Patreon membership is the best of options, as it gives you a great deal of benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. All right, everybody. I am back. You know what that sound means. It's time for us to get started with the third half of this stream. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about. We just ended talking about Alcatraz. That's right. We're just going to pick it up once again here. Fox News didn't seem completely sold on this idea of a reopening reopening Alcatraz prison in San Francisco Bay. Even the Trump administration itself claiming it would be an uphill climb to reopen this dilapidated landmark at this point. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news with the clip. I believe this is from earlier today. Holman was asked a question out by the White House about the Alcatraz. Tom Thumb Man. Looks like a thumb, has the personality of a thumb, a fascist thumb, but a thumb no less. Certainly the IQ of a thumb, and the charisma of a bleeding thumb. Tom Homan. A man who struggles to say words like a normal human being, always slurring the word, but I don't even know what I was going to be in his butt. You don't know about that, Eric Adams. He's a good guy, as long as he listens to everything I tell him to do. Where did he go, George? Where did he go?
Mr. Noem, I wanted to quick ask you about Alligator Alcatraz. There's been some reporting that it could cost as much as $2 billion. Can you just walk through the thought process on that? I know the president said he's thinking of maybe hosting some undocumented migrants there as well when it's up and running. Can you talk about that?
Look, we just passed a big, beautiful bill. We need more beds. Governor DeSantis came up with some beds pretty quickly. We're looking to get 100,000 beds. 100,000. And the more beds we get, the more bad guys we can take off the street. Every criminal alien we arrest on the street, before we deport them, they need a bed because it takes several days, several weeks, several months to actually remove them. So we need more beds. We're bringing beds on quickly as possible. I think Governor DeSantis came up with a good model. And
I
I'm
love
not
about this plan.
That's a question for ICE, but
this suggestion. Okay, we need more. We just need more beds. We need 100,000 beds. What I find fascinating about this, we are spending hundreds of billions of dollars to fund ICE, to round up these people who are in most cases, A, not committing crimes, and B, contributing to the United States economy. Rather than doing that, rather than just leaving them where they are, and not spending that, 1/5 of $1 trillion on funding ICE, right, and using that money to say give beds to homeless people in the United States, give them a home, give them an apartment, give them a place to live that isn't on the streets. We could do that. We could be giving people actual beds. Because a lot of these people already had beds. The people that are being picked up, they had apartments. They had places where they lived. Certainly some of them were also homeless. But I guess my point is we're spending so much money just to be cruel and just to ruin our, ruin our economy, ruin our reputation as being welcoming to people of different cultures, countries. Nope. Rather than feeding and housing the homeless, rather than ensuring that we get health care for everybody, now we're gonna give beds to people that we are putting in prison. We're going to take them out of their regular beds at home and put them in new beds in prisons that we're going to make, that are going to cost billions more dollars to make, and then pay people to guard those prisons.
This is ridiculous.
We're looking for beds.
Looking for the bad guys.
Hope we get more.
Hope we get more beds.
Beds on soon. We need the beds.
I'm sorry, I said Alligator Alcatraz. I meant Alcatraz. The reopening of Alcatraz, the original, off the coast.
Well, look, I think they're looking at it. I don't think any decision been made yet. They've looked at the cost of it, but I'm not in the loop on that. But
not
again,
in the loop,
we're looking
George.
for any available.
I'm not in the loop. We would love it, but I don't know anything about it. Charlie Jinmir with a sweet, sweet galactic member highlight. Thumbs are useful. Tomorrow, hominid is not. It's true. It's true. And Columbia Rican with another sweet, sweet super chat. Already completed the goal. Still super chatting away. Republicans don't care about the deficit. They're just spending our taxes willy-nilly for their fascist crap. It is incredibly tiring. I agree with your sentiment. The hypocrisy is insane. They should never be allowed to bring up the deficit ever again. None of them. They all voted for this shit. Okay, let's go here. Yes, to democracy now. Democracy now.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show in California, where a farm worker who fell from the roof of a greenhouse during an immigration raid last week died over the weekend. His name, Jaime Alanis, 57 years old. He'd worked at the farm in Camarillo for 10 years.
God damn it. It's still doing it. This is terrible. Oh, I screwed up.
Who live in Mexico.
I did it in the wrong order.
His niece says he will now be laid to rest in his hometown of Michoacan. The raid Thursday led to an hours-long confrontation between protesters defending the workers and federal border agents who tear-gassed crowds, which included children. Alanis is the first known person to die in an immigration raid as part of Trump's crackdown. A fundraising campaign for his family has raised more than $150,000. More than 360 people were arrested that day in dual raids and the coast, both in Camarillo and the coastal city of Carpinteria. As raids terrorize immigrant communities, people are also organizing and fighting back. We're joined now in Kern County, California, by Teresa Romero, longtime labor leader, first immigrant Latina president of United.
Sorry, everyone. I gotta try and solve this. It keeps not allowing me to full screen the video, which makes it tiny for everyone. I don't want to do that. Charlie Jinmir, oh my god. Gifting 5 sweet, sweet galactic memberships to the community. Who got them? The Soulcraft. Fresh Out the Asylum. Kristi Z. Mike B. And Jeff. Parentheses Techo. Incredibly generous, Charlie. Really appreciate that. You know, I always say, memberships are got to be one of my favorite ways of donating on YouTube, because it spreads the love to everybody, you know? It not only does it fund the show, but it, you know, gives people sweet benefits. An extra feeling of galacticness, 18 sweet galactic emotes, and of course the more members we have, the more emotes we can get. I don't even know how. I feel like we are actually starting to get close to maybe getting another emote. I should probably check that this stream. I don't know how far off we are, but I think we're close. to a 19th emote, that being.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show in California, where a farm worker who fell from the roof of a greenhouse during an immigration raid last week died over the weekend. His name, Jaime Alanis, 57 years old. He'd worked at the farm in Camarillo for 10 years and provided for his wife and daughter who live in Mexico. His niece says he will now be laid to rest in his hometown of Michoacan. The raid Thursday led to an hours-long confrontation between protesters defending the workers and federal border agents who tear-gassed crowds, which included children. Alanis is the first known person to die in an immigration raid as part of Trump's crackdown. A fundraising campaign for his family has raised more than $150,000. More than 360 people were arrested that day in dual raids and the coast, both in Camarillo and the coastal city of Carpinteria. As raids terrorize immigrant communities, people are also organizing and fighting back. We're joined now in Kern County, California, by Teresa Romero, longtime labor leader, first immigrant Latina president of United Farm Workers of America. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Teresa. It's wonderful to have you with us. If you can talk about this moment in history, we don't know how many hundreds, if not thousands, of farm workers have been detained, as many people say kidnapped. If you can tell us what the situation is, now President Trump pulling back 2,000 National Guard in Los Angeles, but leaving 2,000 there, not to mention somewhere around 700 Marines. If you can tell us what the situation is and how you're organizing.
Thank you very much for having me, Amy. I really appreciate it. This is such an important issue. Farm workers in our communities are terrified. We have families who are being destroyed. Like you said, Juan Alanis Garcia died as a result of these raids. And we need to understand that I have been using this word kidnapping for a long time because illegal people are showing up, are wearing masks. They don't have an identification that they're showing to the workers. They have unmarked vehicles. They were there in great numbers. And if they had had a search warrant or an arrest warrant, all they needed to do was knock on the door and would let them in, and they would have been arrested the person they were looking for. Unfortunately, the way they did it was to intimidate people, to intimidate farm workers, and it worked. Farm workers are terrified right now.
And what is happening in terms of the
rather than having warrants, they're just racially profiling people. If you're in the wrong place and you look a little too brown, or you're speaking Spanish, or you're just doing something that's bothering them, even though they don't have the right to do actual law enforcement, they only have their only purview is in immigration enforcement and customs enforcement, right? That is all. That is it. They cannot arrest somebody for, I mean, shit, I don't think they can even arrest somebody for murder. I think they'd have to call in somebody with the actual jurisdiction. And they continue to just ignore that. And we've seen multiple instances, like a U.S. Army veteran who was detained for 3 days and then given no reason for his detention, released. I hope that guy sues. This is where we're at. People living in fear. Fear of going to work. Fear of going to the store. Fear of living their normal lives. All we needed to do was listen. Who needed to listen? That's my question. We live in terrible, terrible times. I keep thinking, hey, maybe it'll get better, right? You know, maybe something crazy will happen. Maybe an asteroid will hit Mar-a-Lago or something. Bedminster. Sorry. That's not fair. Not all of Bedminster. Whatever. Donald Trump's golf club in New Jersey. Maybe that'll solve it. But then we'd have Russell vote and Stephen Miller still telling J.D. Vance what to do. I'm fairly certain J.D. Vance is on board with all the stuff that's happening. I haven't heard him really peep up and complain about anything that Supreme Leader Trump has done. All right. Now, let's talk about some of the cuts, the funding cuts that have been made permanent thanks to the Senate and congressional, the House Republicans, who all voted to make all Doge cuts permanent. Things like USAID, NPR, PBS funding. So many of these cuts. Now permanent. Donald Trump was very excited about this. Applauding, according to NBC Montana.
Republicans backing President Trump's aggressive deportation efforts now going after non-governmental organizations that provided services to migrants during the Biden administration.
FEMA provided grants to numerous NGOs, many of whom are operating at the southwest border.
Oh, God.
These groups spent billions of taxpayers' dollars. Many of the NGOs served as a launching pad for mass illegal immigration.
Republicans on the House Homeland Security Committee sent letters to more than 200 NGOs requesting information. Many of the groups are religious, and none have been found to have done anything illegal.
Republicans falsely accuse
illegal
Catholic, Jewish, Lutheran, Methodist, Evangelical, Muslim, and secular charities that feed, clothe, and aid the needy of having, quote, supercharged the business model of cartels.
Instead of having NGOs appear before the committee, the witnesses included the Heritage Foundation's Mike Howell, who's promoted conspiracies about the 2020 election and former President Biden's use of an auto pen.
The goal has always been destabilization. This destabilization is happening right here around us.
With no clear goal for what should come of an investigation into the hundreds of charities, some lawmakers of both parties tell their colleagues to move on.
Newsflash! Joe Biden is not the president.
Moving forward, we need to make sure that legislation states properly that any NGO, whether or not be it a Catholic organization or whomever, has to follow certain guidelines and rules.
I would say the simpler solution is to stop funding the invasion of the United States. We can
Jesus Christ. Stop funding the invasion of the United States. Wow. Providing assistance to people in this country is not funding an invasion of the United States.
This is ridiculous!
These people are insane. Fucking insane. We are funding the destruction of America. We cannot do that any longer. In my good conscience, I can no longer fund the destruction of America.
As soon as tonight, the House is expected to vote on a bill that would claw back about $9 billion in previously approved funding. It comes over the Senate, as the Senate passed those spending cuts overnight, I should say, which needs to be signed by the president by tomorrow night for the proposed cuts to go into effect. The cuts, known as rescissions, passed the Senate mostly on party lines of Alaska and Collins of Maine signing with the Democrats.
Why are you doing this?
The bill claws back $8 billion.
Okay, there we go. Now it's full screen. Sorry. Mark Wayne Mullins.
I don't want reality.
By tomorrow night for the proposed cuts to go into effect. The cuts, known as rescissions, passed the Senate mostly on party lines, with Republican Senators Murkowski of Alaska and Collins of Maine signing with the Democrats. The bill claws back $8 billion in previously approved funds for foreign assistance programs and $1.1 billion for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which funds NPR and PBS. All of this is part of the president's effort to slash government spending, though it falls well short of the DOJ Commission's initial goal of cutting $2 trillion from the federal budget. In retaliation for these cuts, Democrats are now threatening to complicate the normal government funding process, which could lead to a government shutdown later this summer. Joining me now is Catherine Marr. She is the CEO of NPR. Catherine, thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
I want to start by playing an exchange for you from the White House press secretary today during her press briefing. Take a listen.
I want to give you a chance to respond to the CEO of NPR. She's claiming that the cuts to their network will, quote, be a real risk to public safety of the country. Murkowski has argued that public broadcasting stations save lives. Could you respond to these concerns? The NPR CEO said cutting NPR will be a risk to public safety. I am not sure how NPR helps the public safety of our country, but I do know that NPR, unfortunately, has become really just a propaganda voice for the left.
So here's your opportunity. How does NPR, how would cutting it be a risk to public safety?
So the most important thing for everyone watching to know is that these cuts are not about NPR. They are about the National Public Radio Network. 70% of all of the funds that are at risk right now go directly to local stations. Last night, while the Senate was on the floor debating this exact package, we saw a 7.3 register earthquake hit off the coast of Alaska. 3 stations immediately went into broadcast around tsunami warnings. The local sirens in their hometown told residents to tune in to their local radio station. Our staff in those, well, excuse me, not our staff, local staff in those stations stayed on the ground at sea level, putting themselves at risk to make sure that their local residents had the information they need. This is just one of the many ways in which public safety broadcasting plays out in the public media system around the nation on a regular basis.
And if you lose that funding, could those stations in Alaska, for instance, could they be at risk of shutting down completely, or how directly could it impact?
In Alaska, many of the stations receive up to 70% of their funding through federal dollars.
Sorry, Alaska. No more TV or radio for you. Look, I'm not the one who did it. It's Donald Trump and the Republicans who don't want you to have it. All right? That's not on me. Come on.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Yep, we are just making this country dumber, less safe, more likely to have problems in a disaster, less healthy. I know we were told we were going to get this. But now we're going to masa. We're going from maha to masa. Instead of healthy again, we're going to be sick again, and we're not going to have the health care necessary to stop us from being sick. Unfortunately. We're not going to have the necessary infrastructure to, withstand the extreme weather as climate change. And we're not going to be also, we're I don't know, we're doing all the worst possible things. We're going to sell the national parks. We're ruin the habitat of endangered species. Gonna, claw back tax credits for solar panels and wind turbines. Stop funding educational programs for kids. Stop funding green energy products. We are going to make sure that the rich don't have to pay so many dang taxes. All those nasty taxes.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Supposedly 100% taxes, I've heard. 100% taxes back in the Ice Age. I know that sounds crazy.
That's too much!
last night at like 2 a.m., you know, when you're passing bills that you're really proud of, Republicans seem to be doing this. This is a very long votorama right now. Democrats appear quite frustrated, but this is what happens when you have an administration that cares about getting its agenda through. It's a contrast to many Democrats who will let things like the parliamentarian get in the way. Unfortunately for the entire country, what they are enacting is horrific. So last night, they passed around $9 billion in rescissions, functionally gutting public broadcasting, but deeply cutting foreign aid as well. The legislation moves to the House, and this is a rescission of already appropriated funds. This is exceedingly rare. It hasn't happened in over 20 years. Trump tried in 2018. It did not pass the Senate at the time. And basically, we've talked about impoundment on this show before. But under the Impoundment Control Act passed in the 70s, the president may request for Congress, because Congress has the power of the purse, to for the rescission of funds that have already been authorized. And they have a 45-day timeline, deadline to approve it. And if they don't approve it, then the money should be spent as has been allocated. But we know via these like the Doge cuts, and also it's really the Project 2025 Russ Vote agenda, the Office of Management and Budget, that they have already just been not spending certain money, cutting things illegally. This is the legal avenue by which Trump can basically gut the federal government. Public broadcasting is essential for rural communities. We'll hit on that angle in just a bit. But here's Patty Murray, senator, confronting Russ Vote. This was 2 days ago, this questioning here, but
This was June 25th.
Oh, it was June 25th?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I thought she posted it 2 days ago, I think. So appreciate that, Brian. But this is just a good exchange because it explains how they're going to move forward with these rescissions. Russ Vote says more is coming, and she lays it out here when questioning him in the Senate.
You even publicly said you may well try to do an end run around Congress by requesting rescissions in the last 45 days of the fiscal year, and then pretending that even if Congress fails to approve them, you can rescind those funds anyway. So let me tell you, that is not how the law works. The president does not have a line item veto. Your notion of this pocket rescission defies common sense and, by the way, the plain text of the law. Director Vogt, will you commit to this committee that you will not attempt to do an end run around Congress with this so-called pocket rescission, something members on both sides of this dais have made clear is outright illegal?
Senator, there's a lot of mischaracterizations into my previous comments. I would just say that we believe that we have, under the law, numerous options with regard to how to achieve savings, including the rescissions that are timed at the end of the fiscal year. General Accounting Office has articulated that earlier in the life of the Impoundment Control Act.
This should be a yes or no, and what I hear you is all kinds of word salad to make sure that you are letting us know that you intend to do things that are outside the intent of the law.
Yeah, so this involves basically exactly what they're doing here, where they're transmitting this rescission proposal to Congress so late in the fiscal year that it kind of just basically formalizes what they've already been doing. And this seems to be something that they're going to be pursuing going forward with more of these kinds of pocket rescissions. Here is Representative McGarvey of Kentucky, a Democrat. He went on MSNBC and he spoke a bit about how this.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, though. Like what I'm saying, like even if Donald Trump, if Mar-a-Lago were to get hit by an asteroid tomorrow, we'd still have Russ Vogt and Stephen Miller in the administration, with J.D. Vance at the head of it. And it would just continue. It would just continue in the same way it currently is.
Gutting of public broadcasting.
Like, let's be real. Russ Vogt is like one of the masterminds, if you can call it that, behind the entirety of the Trump agenda that we've watched go by us in the last 6 months.
Broadcasting is going to affect rural communities that are already about to see major hospital closures. This affects things like disaster preparedness, communication in rural areas that don't have the infrastructure that cities do, and he explains that well here.
With devastating consequences.
And so there have been senators who have raised those kinds of concerns, not just in Kentucky, but in states like South Dakota and Maine. And that being said, it still looks like this package is going to go through. So then where does that leave your concerns? Does it mean that the state has to...
I'm sorry, the in is at 114. Yep, it's okay.
But specifically when it comes to the public broadcasting piece, you've talked a lot about the way that those kinds of cuts to radio programs in your state could hamper people's ability to even be aware of what's going on in an emergency, which comes against the backdrop of questions of whether people were warned in Texas. Talk us through the implications of clawing back this funding.
Yeah, I mean, this bill is another slap in the face to Kentuckians because look at Kentucky. We're a rural state. Already this year, we have had 46 extreme weather events, floods, tornadoes in Kentucky. Your local news station doesn't cover every corner of the state. The cell phone reception can be spotty at best when you're in rural Kentucky. And these radio stations are the lifeline. It's the way we get alerts. It's the way we get warnings to people. And when you're talking about a tornado coming down in western Kentucky or eastern Kentucky getting flooded in between the mountains, seconds matter. This isn't just minutes, seconds can matter. And it can be the difference between getting you and your family to safety or not, with devastating consequences.
And so there have been senators who...
Devastating consequences. And that we're going to see more of this in rural areas. I don't understand. I don't know if people are prepared for the impacts that this is going to have on places that already have such threadbare infrastructure. Like, this rescission essentially cuts over the entirety of the federal appropriation to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. There are going to be major media layoffs, and the NPR, PBS, that's going to be at the front of people's minds. But it's...
Yep, it's bad. It is bad. Emma's 100% right, and so we're both represent... Oh, what's her name? Whatever, both of those examples were 100% on point. Okay. Let's go to Democracy Now!, who were also talking about these rescission guts, whatever you call them, these clawing backs of already appropriated congressional spending that are now being undone by the Trump administration and the Republicans.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
As we stay on this issue of defunding the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which will impact the entire public media ecosystem built up over decades. But some local stations and communities depend more on CPB funding than others. For more, we're joined now.
Sorry, everyone. I did not mean to do that. There's a sort of specific order that I have to click things in now to make it not screw up everything. And I did it wrong again. I made a huge, tiny mistake. Ah, God damn. We've got a lot of work to do to undo everything the Trump administration has done. And we're only 1/6 less. Like 1/8. 12.5% of the way through it. Sounds horrifying when you say it like that, right? Ah, we have no sound. Son of a bitch, we have no sound. Ah.
Come on!
That is terrible.
This is ridiculous!
That is terrible. Nobody heard anything, did they? You're just looking at a screen, desperately hoping to hear something. I'm sorry. I am sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
As we stay on this issue of defunding the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which will impact the entire public media ecosystem built up over decades. But some local stations and communities depend more on CPB funding than others. For more, we're joined now by Loris Taylor. She's the president and CEO of Native Public Media, a member of the Hopi Nation. Her recent article is headlined, "When a Station Goes Dark, We Lose." Welcome to Democracy Now!, Loris Taylor. I want to thank you for being with us. Nearly 60 tribal stations are a part of Native Public Media. Almost 36 of those stations have CPB, community service funding. Can you talk about what this means for the country, this complete ending of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting?
Well, this news has been really devastating to Indian country. We have tribes in Arizona, Navajo, Hopi, the Tohono, White Mountain Apache, the Alaska Natives in Alaska, and our relatives in the Midwest who are impacted by this decision. These stations provide news, emergency communications, educational content, and other information to really fulfill the information needs of tribal citizens. And to have a sweeping decision that's this profound and this impactful is going to really hurt Native communities.
And can you talk about what exactly these stations provide for their communities? For example, early warning systems.
Well, let me talk about the alerting system capability of stations. Our stations are able to send out emergency alerts over the radio and television. They're able to connect to the wireless emergency alert system as well. And one of the things that's going to be impacted in this case is the new missing and endangered persons alert that was just approved by the FCC on August 7th, 2024. It's scheduled to go live September 7th, 2025, and to have 36 stations taken out of the system is going to be a hit. As you know, Native Americans suffer, twice as much to violence, and there are a lot of missing and murdered women and indigenous persons cases, over 10,000 right at this time.
Nice. That's good. Not only is it going to affect all Americans, including this American, all the Americans in chat, even the non-Americans in chat, because of course we rely often, we go to people like PBS. One of my favorite climate and environmental YouTube channels is PBS Terra. Their funding is under threat. Maya May is going to be out of a fucking job. Well, I mean, they still have other funding, so hopefully they continue. But, I mean, it's a possibility that they have to shut down that or something else that we enjoy. Local stations are going to get hit, of course. Rural people, but also, especially, Native Americans, who seem to rely heavily on funding. And in fact, this is going to completely upend some project they've been working on for years, which just got greenlit 8 months ago or something, 9 months ago. It's ridiculous. All right. Let's go here. To the Associated Press from 2 days ago. In Pennsylvania, residents are very concerned about Trump's big, beautiful bill, or at least some residents are concerned. No, what just happened? Why did you do this to me just now? I want this one. I want this one. You're being very rude.
How rude.
Pennsylvania. Here we come. They sing about duck murder? Who sings about duck murder? All right, let's get a mixed perspective on the ground in Pennsylvania. Apparently, J.D. Vance visited Pennsylvania earlier this week, and AP got a number of different people here to say how they're feeling about this big, beautiful bill.
I'm sure there's details of the bill. I can say I'm probably disappointed, but for the most part, I'm pleased because we have a president that's a businessman.
He's a businessman.
Who in his first 4 years made this country great.
A businessman.
And I have a feeling that this new bill, regardless of
all the
good
bad
and
stuff.
bad in it,
regardless of all the good stuff and the bad stuff, it's going to be great stuff. Oh, I like that. Third option. Not good, not bad. It's going to be great.
That this new bill, regardless of the good and bad in it, is going to make this country great in the next 3+ years.
Thank God.
There are several things about this bill that I do not like. I do not like that it continues to support the billionaires instead of the working class people of America, continuing to give them tax breaks while middle class America suffers, living paycheck to paycheck and struggles even as a small business owner, right? The struggles are endless.
There's a lot of pork spending in there. It's a give and take situation.
It's pork spending.
I like the no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. You know what I mean? That's wonderful. Everybody's hurting out here. We need.
I wonder if this guy knows that those no tax on tips, those taxes come back in a couple years, right after the midterms. That's just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with the Republicans not wanting you to know that before you vote them back into office.
A little extra help. My nephew has type 1 diabetes. I am really concerned that the Medicaid cuts might affect him. We don't know as of yet, but
wow. A lot of pork spending. Yeah, I don't think any of these guys read the bill. Not gonna lie. Not sure any of them spent a real large amount of time investigating what this bill is going to do. Sounds like they investigated their Twitter feed. I feel like he's got to be an Elon stan, right? Because Elon was talking about pork. He was one of the only people to use the word pork. I hadn't heard anybody use the word pork in reference to spending in like a decade and a half. And Elon was the first person to bring that up. So I'm fairly certain that's an Elon stan right there. Now, the House did approve that bill, like we said earlier, unfortunately for everyone. Let's move it along to talking about some more news that happened this week. I think it was on Monday or Tuesday. Donald Trump said that he was strongly considering firing Fed Chair Jerome Powell, and had gone so far as to pen a nasty letter to Jerome. Wow, a lot of letters in the news this week. Let's go here, talk about what is in the cards for the Federal Reserve. The Wall Street Journal, another thing that's been in the news quite a lot. I'm not sure if they say it or not, but it's a completely by new, he means completely unlawful and not in the Constitution at all. And is really, I mean, it is a nonsensical fucking plan.
But what we do know is...
Here's the thing about this plan, right? Jerome Powell is not elected, right? He's not fireable, pretty much. And, I mean, not pretty much. I mean, he is not fireable. Unless the Board of Governors, I think the Federal Open Market Committee could technically vote, I think, to replace him. But we'd have to be like for an impeachable offense within the bylaws of the Federal Reserve. I think that's the only way that could ever happen. Donald Trump cannot do what he's trying to do. And a fake Federal Reserve chair has no power to lower interest rates, no power to do monetary policy. All he'll have the power to do, I would assume it's a man, is going to be to post on Truth Social and Twitter and tell people what they want, but they won't be able to change policy, and it won't affect anything that Jerome Powell does. Like, it won't cause him to change his mind. Like, it's not, they can't really put pressure on the Federal Reserve chair. There's nothing they can do to get him out of there. That some people may be unaware of, but the Federal Reserve chair does not act unilaterally in any way. Every action taken by the Federal Reserve has to be approved by that Board of Governors we were just talking about, right? There has to be a vote. There is often dissent within the Federal Reserve on different decisions that the Federal Open Market Committee takes. You know, they have a meeting basically like every month to talk about monetary policy, interest rates, and all sorts of other shit. And, you know, their decisions are internally approved, right? The Federal Reserve chair doesn't act like a dictator. It doesn't just get to lower interest rates because he wants them to. The committee has to agree on a democratic basis. They all vote on different issues and then come to the here. Right? By the way, I love how Japan is one of the Japan is currently raising interest rates. They've been raising interest rates now for, I think, a full year, or getting close to it. I think they're going to be raising interest rates again at maybe their next meeting, although maybe not because of tariff pressure. But Japan has been raising their interest rates for a year now. And they were planning on they were going to be raising interest rates before Donald Trump started that trade war. But that's I mean, it's fascinating. This is where they should be. Look, I love, though, I mean, this is bringing it back to current. I mean, this is another Donald Trump letter signed in marker. I mean, this is Donald Trump's vibes. And I love that in his own letters, he uses quotations of himself. Too late. Quote unquote, too late, as I have said many times. Jerome, you are, as usual, too late. You have cost the USA a fortune and continue to do so. You should lower the rate by a lot. Hundreds of billions of dollars being lost. No inflation. Signed, Donald Trump.
And posted on Truth Social.
Yeah, Trump might change his mind. No way.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, he might change his mind. But like, let's really, we gotta once more unpack this, because it really is a nonsense claim, right? Donald Trump is demanding that we lower interest rates because it's costing us too much money in interest. But the interest that we're paying is already predetermined and has nothing to do with the federal lending rate. Okay, it has everything to do with the time whenever all the debt that exists on the planet, the U.S. debt, that being treasuries, is already predetermined what it's going to pay. That's the interest that we're talking about. federal lending rate is what the Federal Reserve gets paid when it lends money to institutions and banks. It's the opposite. Oh my God. He's just such an idiot. He just doesn't understand any of this stuff. All right. Let's see what some of the things that Donald Trump said during the week about Jerome Powell. This was I did it again. I did it again. I'm too used to the way it always goes, and now it's going to do it again to me, isn't it? Wait. Oh my God, did it fix itself? Oh my God. I think it fixed itself finally. Oh my God, please.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting. Just crazy enough to work.
Oh my God, please tell me. Please tell me it's fixed. It's been killing me all night. It's been making the stream go so much slower than I wanted it to. So much slower. It is terrible. It's fucking me up. All right, here we go. Forbes breaking news 2 days ago. Donald Trump in the White House.
Immediately, if not sooner.
President Jerome Powell, do you have plans, or if you're back considering firing Jerome Powell, and what's your justification if you're thinking about this to do this?
Too late. He's always been too late, hence his nickname, Too Late.
His nickname that I gave him.
He should have cut interest rates a long time ago. Europe has cut them 10 times in the short period of time, and we cut them none. The only time he cut them was just before the election to try and help Kamala or Biden, whoever the hell it was.
Donald Trump is such a fucking idiot. They did not cut interest rates to help Kamala Harris. They had been projecting that interest rate cut for months ahead of time. The Federal Open Market Committee said, like, we're talking about that particular interest rate cut for like 6 months before they ever did it. And had been talking about this, they are constantly forecasting their path of monetary policy every month, multiple statements coming out of different Federal Reserve Bank chairmen, including the chair himself. He just doesn't understand any of it. He just doesn't. It's all political to him. They're making my numbers bad. Inflation is still bad, and people are paying money for things.
Nobody really knew. Obviously, that didn't work, but he tried to cut them for the Democrats, Kamala.
It's just such a ridiculous thing to suggest. Somehow, the guy that Donald Trump nominated for for Fed chair, Jerome Powell, right? Donald Trump, this was his nominee, right? Is somehow too political and loves the Democrats and lowered interest rates because he likes the Democrats so much, rather than the fact that interest rates were doing what they wanted to at the time. The unemployment was, like the what do you call it? The balance between unemployment and inflation was where the Federal Reserve wanted it to be at the time, and that there were no threats of increased inflation in the near future. There was no tariff war. And they had every reason to lower interest rates, to try and spur growth at the time.
And how did that work out? You'll tell me. It didn't work out too well, did it? But he's I think he does a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money. And we fight through it. It's almost, the country's become so successful that it doesn't have a big impact, but it does hurt people wanting to get a mortgage.
Where it's almost so successful that it doesn't have an impact aside from on the people who it impacts. This fucking guy is so stupid. Okay, let's see if this was a fluke or if the browser is working again. Let's go here. Another Trump clip. Another Forbes breaking news Trump clip. Oh my God, it's working again. Thank the Lord. Thank Gary. Thank you, Gary. I knew you wouldn't fail us.
President, are you going to appoint Mr. Powell to another term as Fed chair?
You must be kidding.
You must be kidding.
Mr. President,
Okay.
Mr. President,
Great
what are your
joke.
thoughts on Andrew Cuomo?
That's a funny. That's a very funny.
Waste the question like
He is wasting questions. Very funny. Am I gonna appoint Jerome Powell for a second term? No. No, I am not. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. Just wasting questions. Very, very funny guy, this one here. You're gonna appoint Jerome Powell to a second term. Answer, no. Definitely not gonna do that. You know what Donald Trump is gonna do? He's going to sign a bill which passed the House earlier this week. The Genius Act. Fortunately, the bill has absolutely nothing to do with genius and just to do with, you know, self-enrichment for already very wealthy people like Donald Trump. That's right. The Genius Act has nothing to do with intelligence, but only to do with crypto. A very non-genius way to do things with your money.
It is a big week for the crypto industry, as Congress could pass a series of bills that would be the first to regulate this booming business. Cryptocurrencies are a form of payment and an asset class which are created, used, and stored electronically. They do not rely on any bank or government for their value. Our Lisa Desjardins explains.
Two key bills are up for votes. The Genius Act regulates stablecoins, what some see as the least risky digital assets because they're backed by real-world assets like dollars. That would mean mainstream banks could increasingly use stablecoins. The other bill, the Clarity Act, regulates digital currency and assets overall, splitting oversight between the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. To help us understand what this legislation would do and its impact, we're joined now by two guests. Patrick McHenry is the former chair of the House Committee on Financial Services and is now an advisor to financial companies, including some investing in crypto.
Why does he look like
and
a ghost?
Hillary Allen is a professor of law at American University and author of FinTech Dystopia. Thanks to you both. Chairman McHenry, I want to start with you. Basically, everyone wants regulation of this industry. You helped write the Clarity Act when you were in Congress, an initial version of it, to spark innovation. But this is a very fast-moving.
You know, I still am of the mind that there was already existing legislation that regulated this industry, that it somehow circumvented up to this point in time. But there are things like, there's multiple instances, right? If you go back to the 40s, for instance, where is it? Where is it? Is it 488? I can't remember. $18 US 486. Which came into law, I think, into the 40s. At a time when computers didn't exist, but currency certainly did. You go here, this is the Cornell Law School website, 18 US 486. Whoever, except as authorized by law, makes or utters or passes or attempts to utter or pass any coins of gold or silver or other metals, alloys or metals intended for use as current money, whether in the resemblance of coins of the United States or of foreign countries or of its own original design, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both. And, you know, in whatever year this was, 1948? And yeah, June 25th, 1948, when this was passed, they didn't have computers took up entire warehouses. There was no way to conceive of having a currency on a computer or a computer network, for that matter. But I still think that should have always been the that should have been the thing that made this all just completely illegal from the very beginning.
Industry, trillions of dollars at stake, and it's confusing to a lot of Americans, as well as increasingly tied to our economy. My question to you is, how does this bill make sure that the industry stays in check?
Well, first, it defines what is a digital asset. Right now, you have the innovators or fraudulent actors defining what they call a digital asset or a cryptocurrency. We need clarity under federal law. The Europeans have it. The Japanese have it. Most countries around the world have already defined this thing that's been around for 15 years. And the United States is a follower here, not a leader.
By the way, this guy is a crypto investor as well as a spokesperson for cryptocurrency, if I'm not mistaken. But it's fucking ridiculous. It's already, the regulations already exist, the framework already exists, like we already looked at it. And there's plenty of other things like SEC regulations. Okay, but crypto isn't physical. Right, well, there was no way to conceive of having a non-physical currency, but it does exist on servers, right? Without servers made of metals and alloys, there would be no way to facilitate crypto transactions. Or to have a Bitcoin wallet or whatever.
Now, and you actually see this legislation as dangerous. Why?
Well, to say this was unregulated beforehand, I think it mischaracterizes the issue. Most crypto assets fit within the traditional securities law framework, and most stablecoins fit within the traditional banking law framework. There's been a choice not to enforce those laws and instead put in place these lighter touch.
Absolutely, absolutely, Siri. So he wrote the legislation and now he's a power player in the industry. No conflict at all. Nothing to see here.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Yes, there's no chance for corruption to happen here. No.
Regimes that legitimize the crypto assets by giving them a patina of regulation, but actually leave the American public worse off than they were before under the existing regulatory regimes.
You heard that, Mr. Chairman. Is this a patina of regulation that actually sort of just leaves a lot of loopholes for the industry?
No, we had 4 years of the Biden administration trying to kill cryptocurrency and crypto generally, and we're unsuccessful at doing that. They lost in the courts, and the regulators were ineffective.
The Biden administration tried to kill cryptocurrency. I'd love him to name one thing that the Biden administration did to try and kill cryptocurrency. I can't even think of a single example.
At ensuring consumer protections here. So now Congress has to step in, provide rule of law and clarity under law, which has been lacking.
Hillary Ellen, what about those arguments that the U.S. is behind here in regulating this industry, that without more from Congress, that there will be further problems, both for the industry and for those anyway connected to it, and that it's time to at least get something going here?
Well, to suggest that this law will create perfect clarity about the legal status of these assets, I think is silly. This law ties the definition of these assets to a moving target of a particular technology, which is going to evolve over time. And in fact, we had a decent amount of clarity beforehand. There was a degree of certainty that these crypto assets, including meme coins, were securities regulated through the investor protection regime that has stood us in good stead since the 1930s. It's just not the clarity that the industry wanted.
Chairman McHenry, we know the industry obviously...
Exactly. Because, yeah, I mean, they aren't actual currencies. Nobody's actually using these things as currency, right? They are investments, but they don't want to be treated as investments under securities law because there'd be a whole bunch of regulations involving the way, like all sorts of things that the cryptocurrency currently does that is considered illegal under SEC law right now. Whether it's, you know, there's so many different things, but they would have to, oh my God, like, So many things the cryptocurrency does would just not be allowed. Oh my god. Like so many of their claims, like you couldn't make claims that are falsifiable, right, to investors, stuff like that. Like you couldn't be actively lying to not just to investors but to potential investors, right? You can't there's so many different things they would not be able to do. That's why they don't want to be forced to follow those laws. They want to make up new laws. Even though they're doing the exact same thing the stock market basically does. But I'm going to stay on the on the currency angle until they stop calling themselves cryptocurrency. All right? Because they keep obfuscating what they are by doing that, right? They're like, oh, we're not really a currency, but we're also not, but we are cryptocurrency. And it's like, dude, like pick a thing. Pick a fucking thing. You're not everything to everyone. All right, let's witness the greatness. Donald Trump and Republicans who helped pass this ridiculous bill.
This is ridiculous!
Here in front of cameras, Donald Trump again with a marker, as usual. It's how he signs his letters. It's amazing.
This is not an auto pen, by the way.
Not an auto pen.
And with today's signing, we're pushing
even
further into the exciting new frontier. Just as I promised last year, the Genius Act creates a clear and simple.
There we go. He did it. Donald Trump signed legislation that directly benefits him immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Follow the rich white man.
Like literally, this guy has his own cryptocurrency, and he's the one who was writing and signing into law the regulations for something that he's already benefited to the tunes of millions of dollars, and holds who knows how many told millions still in cryptocurrency. That's the guy who gets to regulate cryptocurrency. That is good. That's good for America. All right, let's go through some of the weather stories of the week. A lot of crazy shit happened. Let's start in Utah. This is some wild stuff. Of course, Utah was on fire all week. The Monroe fire reaching 10,000 acres yesterday.
A fire tornado was spotted in San Juan County, Utah on July 12th. Now, no one was hurt, thankfully, but it did throw flames and burning debris high into the air, which caused some damage to a few structures in the area. Now, a fire tornado, or what some people call a fire-nado, is actually a very rare and dramatic phenomenon, and it occurs in intense heat from a wildfire, but it can also happen from other fire sources. What happens is that sort of intense heat actually combines with specific atmospheric conditions to create this rapidly rotating column of fire. The winds within that column of fire can actually reach 160 kilometers an hour or more, and the core temperature can reach up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. It's very different from a regular tornado, though, and here's some of the differences. A regular tornado actually is created within a thunderstorm when the atmosphere is unstable, and of course there's rain involved. There isn't any rain in a fire tornado. Instead, it's just that intense heat from the very large fire. Also, regular tornadoes travel many kilometers, whereas a fire tornado usually remains near the fire, but it can travel short distances, but it doesn't last very long. It may last.
Fire-nado in Utah. Horrifying.
That's hot.
That would be hot, indeed. Paris is correct. Now, there was another fire, of course, in the Grand Canyon. We talked about this week as well. Let's talk about that historic lodge, which is now gone, which was sitting in the Grand Canyon for over 100 years.
Welcome back. We're going to take you out west now to that disaster, that growing disaster in the Grand Canyon. Firefighters there are still struggling to put out 2 wildfires. The Dragon Bravo fire has destroyed structures and shut down part of the canyon. The White Sage fire is still burning right now, and it is 0% contained. Steve Patterson is there with the latest.
What's the
One of
opposite
America's
that's too
greatest
much,
natural
man?
treasures,
That's not
besieged
enough,
by flames. Nearly 60,000 acres now burned by the White Sage and Dragon Bravo fires. The Dragon Bravo fire began on July 4th along the canyon's north rim. Days later, the White Sage fire started 35 miles north, just outside of the park. That wildfire has now more than quadrupled in size, blackening nearly 50,000 acres.
Right now, we're in a very aggressive firefight. I want people to know that. We're in full suppression mode. We're throwing everything we got at it.
Lightning, the cause of both blazes. More than 70 structures destroyed, more than 500 evacuees.
It has been a trying week for everyone. We had approximately 50 employees who were evacuated from the North Rim this last weekend, and the loss is devastating. We lost a lot of our employee housing for the National Park Service.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs saying the fire was initially managed as a controlled burn that then spread out of control. She's wondering how this happened, saying on X, Arizonans deserve answers for how this fire was allowed to decimate the Grand Canyon National Park. Also lost, an iconic piece.
Maybe we should fund the park services. I don't know. There's an idea. Fund the park services rather than defund them. That'll probably help.
Of American history.
When the smoke cleared, it's just you look where the North Rim Lodge should be, and it was gone.
Originally built in 1928, the Grand Canyon Lodge was the only lodging on the North Rim, a haven for travelers drawn to the North Rim's serenity and beauty. The lodge located at the end of the road, the first breathtaking views of the canyon from the lodge itself. Destroyed by fire in 1932, the lodge was rebuilt with original stonework in 1936, where it stood as a National Historic Landmark until last Saturday.
What does it mean that it's gone? It is a very special place. It has a totally different feeling than even.
I wonder how much it would cost to rebuild it now. I mean, they built it back in 1930 when materials and labor were dirt cheap. Basically as dirt cheap as they have been in the last 100 years. Wonder what it would cost to rebuild a custom stone building of that size. What do you figure? 10, 20, 30 million dollars? I don't know. It's tough to say. I have no idea. I'm just trying. I can't even think of how much it would cost. Oh boy. All right. Now, while one half of the country was burning, the other half of the country was underwater. Especially the tri-state area. There are images like this on the New York City subway. We're lighting up social media.
Oh man, somebody needs a diaper.
It's just like thousands and thousands of gallons of water just like geysering out of the ground. It's a horrifying image, and just thousands of water, like gallons of water, just coming out of the ground in this fashion. Just like, where is it all coming from? Oh my god, makes you claustrophobic. Now, multiple rescues happened during this storm. Let's go to I think this one was in New Jersey, where railroad workers saved a man from drowning in the floodwaters. It's nice to have my browser working again. That's not water, that's sewage. Yeah, no, 100. It's certainly gross water. It is gross. You do not want to drink that.
As New Jersey tries to recover from Monday's deadly storms, a couple of railroad workers are being praised for saving the life of somebody who
It's
nearly
like sewage
drowned.
punch, right? Like, I mean, it's not all
floodwaters of
sewage, or like it's diluted
Yeah, while
sewage,
responding to a
right? However you want to think of it, it's sewage punch. It's diluted sewage. It's rainwater, a great deal of rainwater, mixing with sewage and creating a sort of a weird, sort of liquid of tremendous grossness.
As New Jersey tries to recover from Monday's deadly storms, a couple of railroad workers are being praised for saving the life of somebody who nearly drowned in the floodwaters of Piscataway.
Yeah, while responding to a separate call, they made a chilling discovery. An unresponsive man face down on the water, and that's when they sprung into action.
New Jersey reporter Tony Yates live in Piscataway with more on that story. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Michelle, David, the Conrail workers, you know those pickup trucks that they can literally drive along the railroad tracks? That's what they were in. And they stopped at this crossing you see here behind me because they heard that there were wires down. Where I'm standing right now, they say it was filled with water, almost chest deep to me. And the same goes for the lot across the street. And that's where they spotted that man struggling in the water.
It looked like they were swimming. It seemed very odd, the movement that they were making in the water. People were like, yo, are you okay? Do something. I mean, this looks really weird what you're doing.
It has flooded. No one here can say why the man decided to try walking through major flooding along Newmarket Road. That's where the unidentified man was spotted by others on higher ground, including Paul Claudius and Barry Sanders, standing near their trucks on the tracks.
People across the river were screaming at me not to go in the water. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking I'm here for a down wire. How do I know the wire's not on the water?
But then the situation quickly became do or die.
He was not lifting his head and he stopped moving and there was nothing, so that's when I just jumped him. So I just picked him up, dragged him out, and started doing CPR, and it took at least 3 minutes to bring him back. I didn't think I was going to be able to get him, but we got him breathing.
They were saving his life, but also making sure to call 911. Piscataway Mayor Brian Waller was also hearing that call.
And once I arrived on scene with the MS, that he was speaking, cognizant, and it brought joy to the fact that we didn't lose a life.
This story is all about a well-deserved shout out to Claudius and Sanders, two Conrail employees who cared enough.
There we go. Railroad employees saving a man from almost certainly dying in the floodwaters. Unfortunately, two people were not lucky enough to have local hero as multiple people died in New Jersey. A Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat. Birthday wishes for one of the other chatters. Happy birthday and Sticks Dragon Sharon. Cake emoji, cake emoji, cake emoji. Happy birthday to you. It's awful sweet of you. Aww. Awful sweet to get a super chat, one of your chat friends. All right, let's go to New Jersey and talk about this tragedy.
Family and friends of the two women killed during Monday's flash flooding in New Jersey spoke out about their devastating loss. Forrest Whitlock and Lubia Estevez were driving in Plainfield at the height of the storm when floodwaters swept their car into the Cedar Brook. New Jersey reporter Anthony Johnson is at the scene tonight. Anthony.
Yeah, and we're standing right next to the Cedar Brook. It looks pretty harmless now, but about 48 hours ago, it started to rain here very heavily in Plainfield, and that's when this brook started to rise, covering the road that is right in front of me. The car came through, sweeping the two women inside into the brook. They had only gone out for a night of fun. Such sadness coming to grips with the death of a good friend. Lubia Estevez just started to enjoy life again after her husband's death in December. Friends say she had a big heart. Now they are devastated because Lubia and her close friend were swallowed by the floodwaters.
Sweet, she very nice.
Lubia was riding in the car on Monday evening, driven by Forrest Whitlock. The two were close. Whitlock's olive green Saturn was carried away by the vicious current, and both went under and could not be saved. The Whitlock family says the women loved to play bingo, and they were out at the games as the storm rolled through.
Oh, that's a sad story. Two friends both swept away in the floodwaters. Just out there trying to have some fun at the bingo parlor. More flooding to talk about here. North of New York, all the way up in Vermont. Here's the AP archive. This was from, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday.
My stepson was out here and he's yelling to me, so I came out on the porch. He goes, "We gotta leave, you gotta get out now." I looked out the window and everything was coming down over the road and down into our driveway. It's probably a good 2 feet from the road dropping down. It looked like a waterfall.
Looked like a waterfall in our basement. That's not great. Not gonna lie.
And I didn't think it was that deep. So I'm like, well, I can just walk out like I did the last time and it will be fine. But yeah, it wasn't like last time. It was worse.
That's too much, man!
This is how it started yesterday.
Jesus Christ. She hears the rain and starts losing it. She's like, oh, fuck. This is how it started yesterday. We're about to get swept away in the storms.
Oh my God, it's like, not again. It wouldn't take much to wipe all that dirt out. And for the river to be back up and over.
I wanted to cry. It's like the third year they've almost lost everything.
Third year that they've almost lost everything. This is the new normal. Massive, unexpected floods. Devastating. Thankfully, much of these people's homes seem to be intact. They got lucky. Unlike the victims of Hurricane Helene, who are still living in some cases in tents. They, were supposed to get help from the federal government. Donald Trump, in fact, went down to North Carolina last year during the election to tell them how terrible it was that FEMA hadn't helped them. If he was president, he was going to solve everything. Remember that? Well, people are still waiting for help. Here is CNN from Thursday. This might have been Wednesday, actually. All right, don't play.
Don't even play.
Not this game again. There we go.
You hear that sound? It's the sound of excitement. Focus on the fun.
This is Corey Hampton's office, her source of income and of joy.
Woo!
But seeing the French Broad River is much more complicated now. The floodwaters 9 months ago changed everything.
We pulled people out of second-story windows in a river that just the day before had been calmer even than it is today. Yeah, I mean, I watched whole houses come down this river.
Hampton and her husband Mitch run French Broad Adventures, but they also volunteer for the local raft rescue team. Days of exhausting rescues after the flooding, then weeks of worse.
Doing recovery work, and what that means is...
Looking for bodies.
It painted the river in a new light for me, right? Normally we're taking tourists out. For that amount of time I was here we were all here doing gruesome work. I still see piles and I wonder if there's somebody in it. I still smell smells and think I should go look at that pile. And it's hard to kind of switch back to the like, oh, everything's fun, no big deal.
Also hard, then and now, seeing her community caught up in political fights. First, whether President Biden was doing enough for Western North Carolina. Now, whether President Trump is sending enough federal help.
We're not down here taking sides. We just wish that somebody would help and that the political wrangling over our futures would stop.
Tiny Hot Springs flooded when debris turned this bridge into a dam. Most of downtown is still a mess.
They want to pour some money into this town.
Amy Rubin and her husband rushed to reopen Big Pillow Brewing.
This is a county that voted 60% for Donald Trump. You're not one of those voters.
No.
Still no flood insurance check, but this new stage, part of a methodical cleanup and rebuilding. Get it done is the motto here, not point fingers.
We need a new bridge. We need that bridge to be replaced. I don't really know whose jurisdiction that is, but it's definitely something that needs to happen.
Hot Springs Mayor Abby Norton puts the build back at 40%.
What I thought Washington would do would be to immediately come in and...
Immediately, if not sooner.
Either fix everything or supply the funds for us to fix everything. But that's not how it works.
Mayor Norton says she voted third party for president, just weeks after the flood.
Is there a Biden difference or a Trump difference in what you have experienced?
First of all, I'm not a politician.
Who was even in the general election? She voted for Jill Stein? I'm sorry. This woman doesn't seem like a Jill Stein voter to me. What? She voted for herself? Anyway, things still in shambles in many parts of the South, like North Carolina. 9 months after Hurricane Helene, and the president said that he was going to solve all this stuff immediately, and he was going to send money or whatever. He was going to dismantle FEMA and then going to give all their money to the states so they could rebuild immediately. And now we're 6 months into his term. More time has elapsed under Donald Trump and Joe Biden after Hurricane Helene, and nothing has been done still. All right, where are we at? 5:35. All right, let's go here. Across the pond. Oh, wait, no, before we go across the pond, let's go across the border up to Canada, where weather, high winds and such are complicating the fight against the fire that is currently raging in Newfoundland.
Heat and wind have been a thorn in the side of firefighters on the Bonavista Peninsula. It's been making the behavior of the Chance Harbor fire harder to predict and making it still too risky to put boots on the ground in some areas.
It's been emotional for everyone the last 2 days, but when I seen those water bombers pitch in our bay this morning, like the gratitude that we all hold for them is just, you know, you just can't really put it into words. I don't know if my heart could be more grateful right now.
For Courtney Russell, these past 2 days have been a roller coaster. As her and her neighbors in the small town of Winterbrook have been warned, it's possible that these fire suppression efforts might falter, and her neighbors might have to evacuate. Further out the bay, in remote cabin areas on the peninsula, devastation.
Damn, look at that.
Ryan Pitts has been taking trips to see his family's cabins in the Chance Cove area. He estimates there's 30 buildings burned down around the region, including almost all of them near Pudding Cove.
If everyone was down on a week and it was packed, it'd be...
A couple weeks ago, I bet this spot was fucking beautiful. Look at it. I'll bet this looked like a frickin' Bob Ross painting. Ah, that is tragic.
Almost all of them near Pudding Cove.
If everyone was down on a weekend, it was packed, it'd be lit up from one side to the other, you know, like a little community. Now, as of today, there's one little tiny cabin left there.
Forestry officials said this afternoon that crews have been able to stop any further growth in the fire today. Winds are expected to switch tonight, and that should give firefighters a bit of a helping hand.
Jeez, okay. Now let's go across the Atlantic to Spain, where another wildfire is raging. This is from the Associated Press from 19 hours ago. Video showing firefighters trying to fight back the flames here in Spain.
Edu, de aquí que...
Okay, I got one more clip. This one's from NBC News. Apparently, these wildfires have also prompted evacuations in this region of Spain. Pillars of smoke can be seen rising from wildfires in central Spain. The Civil Guard has evacuated dozens of people from local towns. Authorities estimate that more than 6,000 acres of grassland and agroforestry areas have been affected. Okay, that's all I have on the Spanish wildfires for us today. But let's go one country over to France. Talk about the wildfire that has been burning in Marseille all week, which has finally been contained to some degree. Now, there was a number of evacuations in this region.
Le premier de ces enjeux, c'est un certain nombre de vies humaines menacées, d'habitats menacés, notamment sur le flanc droit.
Particularly on the right flank of the fire. More than 150 homes were saved from the flames thanks to the efforts of firefighters. We've had 1,000 firefighters on this ongoing fire. That's a lot. We have evacuated nicely, no issues. We were at the cooperative, and then we were all assembled. Neighbors and pets in the chapel. Today, temperatures are expected to, to lessen. We have a pattern reversal on the southern side of the fire. Sorry, hold on. Honestly, I feel like I struggle most with actually reading the French subtitles because, like, I'm listening and, like, it just fucks me up. Okay, take two. Today, temperatures are expected to be a little bit lower. We have a pattern reversal on the southerly winds, so more of a sea breeze. We're expecting a rising humidity, which will be favorable for fighting and stamping out this fire this morning in the municipality of Martigues. We don't care about the house. It's health that matters. Voila. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's see, what do I have next for us? Let's go from France, from Europe, down to Africa. We're off the coast of Africa. Off specifically the coast of Sierra Leone, where rising sea levels are causing islands in the Atlantic to start disappearing.
Community leader Amidoyu Bure watches as ocean waves slowly wash away Yangai Island, about 100 kilometers south of the Sierra Leone's capital, Freetown.
20 years. The water keeps coming to destroy us, and we have nowhere to go.
2/3 of the land has vanished in under a decade.
This is my
land, where my house used to be. This was my room, my children's room, and my younger brother's.
On islands like Plantain and Mania, homes, mosques, and schools tilt towards the sea. The people who have stayed say they've been abandoned by the authorities. The government acknowledges the disaster. It says climate change is to blame, but the cost of moving people from here is enormous. Environmental expert Joseph Rahal gives the islands 10 to 15 years before they completely disappear.
Those villages, the entire archipelago will go. It's just time. It's just time.
The environmental challenges facing Sierra Leone are far from unique. The impact of climate change is felt.
I can't imagine. Just like being on this tiny island, doing the math on how long you have until your home disappears underwater. It's terrible. That is fucking terrible. That is a grim existence. Jesus Christ. It's just a little bit of sand in the Atlantic here. A couple trees, a few dozen houses.
Across the continent. Rising sea levels and subsequent soil erosion are threatening millions along the Atlantic and Indian Ocean coasts. Every year, 4.4 million of hectares of forest are being chopped down, damaging biodiversity and ecosystems. Land degradation is fueling displacement across the Sahel, with more than 1/3 of Africa under threat.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks big time. You know, but this is going to keep happening more and more as the oceans continue to rise. I mean, there's a chunk of ice that's currently melting down off the south, Georgia, whatever that island is called down there, off the tip of South America. Used to be attached to Antarctica. That's going to be adding to the complicated year we're having. But I mean, there's countries that have already basically disappeared into the ocean. And it's a trend that's going to continue as long as we continue to warm up our world, warm up those oceans, specifically melt glaciers and ice sheets across the planet. And right now it might be islands that you've never heard of, but at some point it's going to start being major metropolitan areas along the Atlantic in the United States and in other places. All right, speaking of things being underwater that shouldn't be, let's go to Pakistan, which is still in monsoon season. Latest storms killed at least 63 people. Here's global news from 13 hours ago.
Pakistani officials say heavy monsoon rains across the Punjab province have killed at least 63 people and injured nearly 300 since Wednesday. Thursday was one of the deadliest days of this year's rainy season. The nationwide death toll from the rains has climbed to at least 159 since late June. The downpours have caused flooding and building collapses, with most of the deaths because of roofs falling in. Pakistan's National Disaster Management Authority estimates more than 1,000 homes have been damaged.
देखें जी अभी तक जो है ना ये मॉनसून का तीसरा स्पेल था और सबसे एक्टिव स्पेल था ये जो
which began late last night and early this morning, is still ongoing. Primarily affecting the Potahar region and Islamabad. Expect similar activity over the next 3 days, with no severe storms. But another round of rain is forecasted for next weekend, potentially impacting the upper parts of the country. The Nalalai project was 90% complete, but it was stopped due to government changes. In Pakistan, every new government prioritized its own nameplate over completing projects, leading to waste and inefficiency. Proper maintenance could have prevented the current issues. To save our lives, we do what we can, bailing out water from our homes and relocating our families to safer areas. But the authorities haven't lifted a finger. Yeah, that seems really ineffective and inefficient to just cancel projects because a new government got elected. Oh, that's not our project. I know it was going to help you, but we need a new project. It's very Trumpian, honestly. You know, it's like, look, that was the Democrats. We're not going to do what the Democrats want. That's how they win. You have been fooled. You're very weak and stupid for believing the Democrats. All right. Speaking of places that are underwater that aren't supposed to be underwater, let's go to South Korea, where they were hit by floods this week as well. At least 4 people dead there, 1,300 evacuated after heavy rain. Here's the AP from yesterday. Yeah, I don't think those floods are. I don't think these crops are supposed to be underwater. We are living in terrible and terrifying times, people. The fact is that humanity has set itself up in a particular way. We have massive major metropolitan areas and all sorts of places that are becoming more and more unsafe to live in. due to our destruction of the environment. We are going to continue to see, we continue to see these images more and more frequently. Big cities all just completely underwater. Waterworld time, people. Get your sailboats ready. We're going to have to start the barter system. No, those were not rice crops. I see your question about the crops. Those are not rice plants. You could just tell by the way that the fields were constructed. But even rice has a limit to how much water can be in there. It's a very specific amount of water that rice wants. Get too much, too little, it ruins the crop too. Although it certainly is more tolerant to being underwater than, say, I don't know, peas or something. Ah, God. All right. One more from this, and then we're going to take a break, I think. Yeah. Let's go here to Reuters. This is from 9 hours ago. A farmer speaking to a reporter after these floods ruined his crops. A South Korean farmer fears ruin after heavy rains flooded his home. And rice paddies.
I've never seen this much rain.
And his rice paddies. See, like I said. That's exactly what I was saying.
I've never seen it rain so much that the eaves under the roof are submerged.
I didn't even notice that earlier when I watched this.
A lot of damage.
They just basically confirmed exactly what I was saying. And too much water can still ruin a rice paddy. Look. Blam.
I've never seen this much rain in the 78 years of my life. I've never seen it rain so much that the eaves under the roof are submerged. I think there's going to be a lot of damage. When I came up to the embankment, it was full of water and it was about to overflow. About 20-30 minutes later, the water just overflowed. I was scared, so I took the truck out to flee, and the river had run over another bank. The road was flooded to the
What is happening? Don't black screen me.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What in the fuck?
To the point my wheels were submerged. I barely managed to get to the higher grounds in my village. My heart is pounding in surprise. I'm very worried. I think this year's farming is ruined.
Yeah, that's terrible. That's fucking terrible. Hope that guy winds up getting help. All right. That is a perfect spot for us to end, as that's the last of our environmental news. We'll pick it back up in the fourth half with a little bit of space news and a bunch of other stuff that we need to talk about here. It's been going on this week. Let's, yeah, all right. Break time. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded, of course, by individuals such as yourself. Thankfully, we have a great number of ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. And right now, of course, we are running a galactic deficit short the necessary funds to pay the space bills next month. So do consider either Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon as we get that money immediately, if not sooner, and is able to contribute to that galactic deficit funding goal of ours. But of course, the best way out of those three options to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just $3 a month. Get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar. That's right, you could be here hanging out at the pool with me. Poolside. Grilling. Chilling. Dancing and relaxing. Or maybe sipping a cool drink by the bar is more your style. We got the lake, too, and the street. Both options. All four are great options for a galactic avatar, which comes with a Patreon membership. Same thing with shout-outs and much, much more. Just go on to Patreon and find out what lies in store. All right, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay. I'm back. You know what that sound means, Space Fams. It means the third break is over and the fourth half is coming. It's coming very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So, you better get back in your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss the beginning of the fourth half. Just thinking about it makes me sad. Okay. Now, we left off talking about environmental news, flooding, and fires taking over the planet. Now let's talk about something from another planet. Yes, that's right. In New York, the largest piece of another planet, that planet being Mars, was sold at auction earlier this week. That's right, Earth's largest piece of Mars went on sale, selling for a ridiculous sum at a New York auction on Thursday. Here's AP, the Associated Press, with the story.
And now we arrive at lot 69. This is the largest piece of Mars on Earth, weighing in at just over 54 pounds.
Do you think they did it on purpose?
This
the Elon bros.
the Martian meteorite. And
What do you think? Like, maybe if we put the Mars rock at number 69 on the auction block, it'll sell for $420,000 more dollars.
And now we arrive at lot 69. This is the largest piece of Mars on Earth, weighing in at just over 54 pounds. This is the Martian meteorite. And I can open here with advanced interest already, $1,900,000, and $2 million already is bid. $2 million up front here in the book, $2 million ahead of you all. $2,200,000 online ahead of the phones, and 2.5 we go. $2,500,000. $2,800,000 online. $2,800,000 now, all online bids. $3 million now, all online. $3 million. $3,200,000 now online.
I like how, I love most about
all
this.
All online bids, and now at $3,200,000.
There's nobody willing to show their face that are bidding for this thing. They've all sent in proxies on their phones. I wonder who's who. What do you figure? Who's Elon's bidder? You think this guy? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like one of these people. Like this is like Mark Zuckerberg's bid person. This is probably Jeff Bezos's bid person right here. Maybe this lady is for Elon, and this guy's, think of another evil man. Who else wants a piece of Mars? Donald Trump? Nah, he doesn't give a shit.
$1 million. $3,200,000 now online. All online bids, and now at $3,200,000.
Is this uranium or moon rocks? Neither. This is a Mars rock. The world's biggest example of a Mars rock. But nobody with enough bravery to show their face and bid for it in person. Secret auction.
All online bids. Now at $3,200,000. The next bid would be $3.5 and $3,500,000.
And $3,500,000.
$3,500,000.
That is too much.
That's too much. Who would like 3.8? Holding here with you online, wherever you are out there in the world. Shall I sell? $3,800,000, now online. Still online, I should say. $3,800,000. Who would like $4 million?
This is ridiculous.
I'll take 4-1, and I'm very happy to offer the same $100,000 courtesy to you all online. $4,100,000 here in the phones.
$100,000 courtesy.
Online,
and
the
you
next
can come in for
4-2.
another $100,000.
$4,200,000 online.
There we go.
$4,200,000 now
Christ.
online. The next bid will be 4-3. $4,300,000 is bid on the phones.
Online.
Try one more.
One more.
I'll say fair warning then. It's with you, Isabel, and selling for $4,300,000. So $4,300,000. Congratulations on online. Thank you very much.
What an ostentatious display of wealth. $4.3 million for Iraq, while people are starving on the street without health care. Iraq, $4.3 million. $4.3 million. I'm still flummoxed. I'm beside myself right now. Okay. Hey, can I give you? Do I hear El Salvador? I hear a dictator. Do I hear a dictator, Mr. Bukele, a dictator, the coolest dictator in the Southern American region? Let's go here. Talk about Mr. Bukele, as El Salvadorian rights groups have started fleeing the country as Bukele's crackdown on the people continues.
El Salvador President Nayib Bukele's drive to consolidate his grip on power and crack down on critics and humanitarian organizations has forced a leading human rights organization to suspend operations in the country and go into exile. Cristosal was founded by Anglican bishops 25 years ago and came into prominence for its investigations into corruption in the Bukele government. The group told Reuters it has pulled 20 employees out of the country in recent weeks. Noah Bullock is the group's executive director.
You know, we've persisted through espionage, monitoring, legal, administrative harassment, defamation. But when it became clear the government was prepared to persecute us criminally and that there's no possibility of defense or an impartial trial, that makes it unviable to take those risks anymore.
It has just one employee left in El Salvador, Ruth Lopez, its anti-corruption and justice director, who has been jailed since May on corruption charges. The government brought the case against Lopez under seal, prompting her to call for a public trial.
Shocking, I'm sure, to everyone here that we are sending people to a labor camp in this country where they are attacking and jailing and generally removing the rights of journalists, dissidents, political activists, and other people. I know everyone's very shocked to hear that. Like, that doesn't check out.
Reuters could not independently establish the charges against her. A spokesperson for El Salvador's Attorney General's office didn't respond to requests for comment about why the case against Lopez is sealed and whether officials consider her a danger. Since imposing a state of emergency in March 2022, Bukele has suspended constitutional rights, curtailed freedom of the press, and undermined judicial independence. Bukele, who was elected president in 2019, devoted a significant portion of his State of the Union address to criticizing journalists and human rights groups.
A ellos nadie los eligió en elecciones democráticas.
Nobody elected them in democratic elections, since we're talking about democracy, not even in second-grade elections. But they do feel they have the right to influence the country's decisions, with money, with total impunity, the so-called human rights organizations that defend murderers who once massacred our people.
Human rights groups say thousands of innocent people have been swept up in his gang crackdown, which has resulted in the arrests of more than 85,000 people. Bukele has said such dramatic measures were needed to eliminate violent gangs' hold over the country. According to government figures, homicides have fallen more than 90% since he took office. Despite international criticism, Bukele remains extremely popular in El Salvador.
There we go.
Survey in June showed him with a nearly 85% approval rating. Bullock said that for
Yeah, and I'm sure there's no way that Bukele is, you know, fixing those numbers, or that people aren't terrified of dissenting. Considering it seems like dissenting is grounds for being put into prison. You know, it's like, how many people put in that situation are gonna be like, actually, I hate him. Like, to jail, immediately jail. Speaking of jail, down in Brazil, police, specifically federal police, raided and searched Jair Bolsonaro's home. Now, of course, he is currently under federal indictment in Brasilia, the former president who tried to do a coup after losing the election to Lula da Silva. Huh?
Jair Bolsonaro. Como você também falava, a Justiça está determinando também há ainda uma medida sendo imposta pelo Supremo colocada a tornozeleira eletrônica. Uma medida de restrição imposta também determinou o cumprimento de 2 mandados de busca e apreensão contra o ex-presidente Jair Bolsonaro. Jair Bolsonaro, mais de $10 mil em dinheiro vivo. Um dinheiro que ainda está sendo contabilizado pelos agentes.
All right, let's go straight into this one. That was just the view from above. Apparently, what is apparently Jair Bolsonaro's home, which was being searched by police. Here's Reuters from 12 hours ago. Bolsonaro denies wanting to flee Brazil after police search. I never thought of leaving Brazil, says Bolsonaro, after court makes him wear a police tag.
I'm confined to Brasilia, wearing an ankle bracelet. They searched my house and found 7,000 reais and approximately $14,000, all with proper origins. It's a new investigation, and I'm also involved.
You are involved.
There's nothing concrete.
So you did commit the crime. Okay. Well, good to see you, good for Gabby. Haven't seen you in the chat much lately. Hope your lurking goes well. I hope it's an enjoyable lurk, if you will.
And the federal police themselves didn't pin January the 8th on me. The Attorney General's office went beyond what it saw in the investigation. There's no proof of anything. A coup on a Sunday? A coup without armed forces? Without weapons?
I have plenty of evidence that I didn't do a coup. We did it on a Sunday. Who would do a coup on a Sunday? That is not a proper day for a coup.
This is ridiculous!
This is ridiculous. I would never do a coup on a Sunday. A Monday, sure, I would do a coup on a Monday or a Tuesday. Even a Wednesday is a fine day for a coup, but a Sunday?
That's too much, man!
I love that. That's one of the best excuses I've ever heard for not alibi, I guess, is what he's using this as. I didn't. How could I have done the crime, Your Honor? It was a Sunday. As you know, you can't do crimes on Sundays. The Lord saith something about Sundays, from what I recall. One more on this Bolsonaro situation. Apparently, Brazilian courts have not only ordered those raids on his home, but restrictions on the man.
Federal police raided the home and party headquarters of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro on Friday. The search warrant was issued by Brazil's Supreme Court, which also ordered the ex-leader to wear an ankle monitor, citing a, quote, concrete possibility of Bolsonaro fleeing the country. He was also banned from using social media, approaching embassies, and contacting foreign officials, after he allegedly sought the interference of U.S. President Donald Trump, who has pressed Brazil to stop what he called a witch hunt against Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro is on trial before the Supreme Court on charges of plotting a coup to stop President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva from taking office after he won the 2022 presidential election. Bolsonaro told reporters on Friday that he never thought of fleeing Brazil. But in an interview with Reuters, Bolsonaro said if he had a passport, he would request a meeting with Trump.
I would ask, and if he granted it, we would talk about Brazil's issues. All the countries that suffered some kind of taxation were subject to negotiations. Lula has not yet spoken
I really
to
love
Trump.
that claim.
Bolsonaro also told Reuters.
It's fascinating. Look, I would never leave Brazil, but if Donald Trump wanted to give me a passport to the United States, I'd be fine with that too. I would, you know, just for fun. I'd just put it on my shelf and I'd look at it and I'd be like, look at that, that's cool. I would do nothing. I wouldn't do anything with it, of course. Love that plan. I love that plan from Jair. That'd be great, but I would just, it would just be for decoration in my home. I would never use it to leave the country. I would just said I was never going to leave. By the way, I just know someone on PayPal helped contribute to the Galactic Deficit funding goal. We are now at $25 donated. At this rate, we might be able to complete the goal before the end of the month, before all the bills come due. And this show becomes doomed to cease existing in this galaxy. All right, let's go across the pond. Talk about one band by the name of Kneecap. And really, we're not going to go across the pond. We're going to go to the State Department and see what Tammy Bruce had to say about whether or not the U.S. will revoke the visa for Kneecap, just like they did Bob Villain.
With, or diplomatic arrangements we've made, or agreements we have with another country regarding or not regarding military engagement. So that's not something I can answer for you.
One quick follow-up relating to British relations. The State Department revoked the visa of British rapper Bob Villain after he
I'm sorry, with that, say the name again, sir, I'm sorry.
Bob Villain.
Yes, of course.
After he chanted death to the IDF at Glastonbury. An Irish rap group called Kneecap is facing terror charges in the UK for shouting up Hamas, up Hezbollah during a concert while draped in a Hamas flag. The group has a US tour planned for this summer. Will the State Department also consider revoking their visas?
Well, again, I won't speculate on a decision that's going to be made by our consular services here and the rules that are involved, regardless of what you may think we would do. But I'm not going to project or...
Wait, what's the difference here? That's strange. I mean, I'm not saying that they should do this, but I'm just trying to figure out what the difference is. Why are they... What is the distinction here that's being made? Is it because Bob Villain's black and Kneecap is white? Is that base? I mean, what is... I mean... Wouldn't it be shocking to find out that that was the expressed opinion of the State Department? Okay. Yeah. I guess we'll see what happens with that. I don't know if they have a planned tour for the United States or not. They'd probably do okay. All right. Let's talk Russia-Ukraine. Earlier this week, Russia was accused of using chemical weapons.
Illegal.
And I started having flashbacks to the early 2000s and Iraq. Although there may be more evidence for these chemical weapons. But regardless, that's the only thing I could think about. Let's go here to BBC. Talk about this horrifying news story.
Well, welcome to the BBC Security Brief with me, Ben Brown. And Europe's top diplomat, Kaja Kallas, has been sounding the alarm on Russia's increasing use of chemical weapons in Ukraine, citing German and Dutch intelligence reports that Moscow has used chemical weapons at least 9,000 times since the start of the invasion. Speaking to reporters after a gathering of foreign affairs ministers in Brussels, she said the reports were of great concern. Well, with me to discuss all of this and also the latest details on US weapon shipments to Ukraine is our resident security analyst, former senior British military officer and assault helicopter pilot in the British military, Mikey Kay. And as always, Mikey will deliver his brief as he would to his generals. So, Mikey, let's start off then with what Kaja Kallas has been saying. And more about these reports. Do the German and Dutch intelligence agencies that I was mentioning there, do they cite exactly which chemical weapons have been used?
Yeah, they do. I'll start off by saying there are 4 categories, Ben, of chemical weapon. You've got choking agents, you've got blister agents, you've got blood agents, and you've got nerve agents. Now, the Dutch and German intelligence report that we're looking at cites chloropicrin as one of the chemical agents being used extensively, which falls in the choking agent part of those categories, and its use goes back to World War I. So it's been used significantly in the past. It basically irritates the nose, the throat, the lungs, and when inhaled and used in high concentrations, it can be lethal, especially in enclosed spaces. Let's go slide. So, reports indicate that Russia is using quadcopter-style drones. You can see this is a quadcopter-style drone on there, and it's got a munition below it. And they're using sort of this style of approach to drop the chloropicrin onto Ukrainian troops in trenches. Now, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry say that 3 deaths of Ukrainian soldiers are attributable to those chemical weapons. But you've also got to look at the indirect fatalities when you're sort of assessing this capability. But when this chemical weapon is deployed, it will effectively smoke Ukrainian forces out of the trenches, which then means they can be targeted by conventional weapons. So, there are 2 aspects to the use of this. And this month alone, the UK contributed £400,000 to the Organisation for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons to enhance Ukraine's resilience against the...
Yeah, I mean, choking to death is a terrifying death. But, of course, according to the treaties that oversee these sorts of things, I think it's actually covered under the Geneva Conventions. But yeah, even indirectly attributable, like people not wanting to choke to death, leaving a trench and then getting shot is still being linked to chemical weapons use, and is still a war crime. And supposedly 9,000 instances of chemical weapons use by Russia in the last 3+ years that it's now been going on for. Was that 3,000 a year, I guess? 10 a day. there are accusations that some may have been used against civilians as well. I'm not going to listen to this whole thing. I just want to... I think there's one other spot I wanted to go to. Right? Oh, wait, no. Wait. God, I can't remember now. I watched this yesterday. We didn't get to cover it because our equipment malfunctioned. No, I can't remember. I'm just going to take a stab at it.
We're only around 650 made a year. So if we assume that the Patriot missile system will form part of Trump's proposed Golden Dome defense missile system, and then look at all of the NATO countries and the countries outside of NATO that use the Patriot, the numbers alone in terms of how many being made and what the demand is, I think that will impose limitations on Ukraine.
Yeah, and limitations. What about drones? Because, I mean, Russia is using thousands of drones to attack Ukraine, isn't it? Is the Patriot effective against drones?
So in the later models, the answer is yes. So it's pretty effective against ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. In the latest, drones are really sort of coming into it, and glide. But it's not just drones; it's glide bombs as well that need to be taken into consideration here. And basically, both the drone and glide bomb are being used to overwhelm Ukrainian air defenses.
Right. Okay. So yeah, that was one of the other things that we were talking about all week. The Patriot missile defense system, which Donald Trump alluded to potentially giving to Ukraine. Well, not giving, selling, I guess. Not even selling to Ukraine. The EU's buying it and then giving it to Ukraine. Supposedly. All right, now. Oh shit! This one's in the wrong spot. This one should be way down here. All right, let's move on from Russia-Ukraine to talking about what Israel has been up to and what has been going on in the Middle East lately. It's continued now for 20-plus months. This extended regional conflict started by Israel's genocide in Gaza. But things have gotten even more complicated this week. I guess gotten re-complicated, because, I mean, technically, when it comes to Syria, well, we'll get to Syria, I guess. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start talking about Gaza first. Let's see what Tammy Bruce had to say about more deaths happening in a systemic fashion around these U.S.-backed aid distribution sites in Gaza. This is from, I think, 2 days ago.
Yes, go ahead.
Ask on GHF, at least 20 Palestinians were killed today at an aid distribution site run by GHF in what the U.S.-backed group said was a crowd surge instigated by armed agitators. Does the State Department have any comment on this, and would you expect any sort of investigation into this incident?
Yes, I do have a remark for you. I know you don't look like I might. You're looking a little. Don't be forlorn. We do. What I will say also, while I'm here in this space, is that we are now at 76 million meals to date have been distributed to the region. So I think that's important.
That is a fake number.
To
that is
address.
A fake fucking
so
number.
This is regarding the.
That is a lie. That is a fucking lie. I find that just incredibly dubious claim. I don't think they have any evidence for that.
20 killed, as you have noted. GHF itself has issued a statement, which I will provide for you here. We have credible reason to believe that elements within the crowd, armed and affiliated with Hamas.
The crowd did it. There's a crowd of Hamas instigators that did it.
Deliberately fomented
they killed the Palestinians. I see.
GHF has also reported a troubling pattern of unknown actors circulating false messages about GHF aid site openings, which contributes to incidents like the deaths on July 16th. GHF is committed, obviously being transparent, is to be commended for that, about this incident, which also...
We must commend them for being so transparent by blaming absolutely everyone else for the atrocities. That's transparency, folks. Someone accuses you of some shit that you definitely did. You blame somebody else, and that's transparency. Write that down. People are taking issue with her calling that reporter forlorn. It did seem a little rude.
How rude.
All right. Let's go here to Global News. Talk more about this recent aid site atrocity which occurred. It's just one of a litany of these that have happened now.
A familiar scene of agony and chaos at Al Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. Those injured trying to get aid are brought inside, as are those who didn't survive. The medic confirming these men's worst fears. One of the victims of a crush at an aid site run by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF. This man says when he arrived at the aid hub at 6 a.m, contractors closed the gates, but people kept gathering, which led to a crush.
Regarding the gate being kept closed, this is false.
Okay.
The gate was opened, as is customary at our sites.
GHF has consistently denied deaths have occurred at its sites.
These fucking garbage humans that are running this aid site, for them to blame Palestinians themselves for a crowd crush when they are the ones who are in charge of crowd management. We've seen these images of these fences that are being set up to funnel people into and out of the aid sites. That is their fucking responsibility. If this happened at a concert in the United States, it would be the same thing, right? You would be liable. You would be liable for all of these deaths. People, if you fail to keep people safe when they are under your watch in this way, you have created the circumstances for them to die. And not properly managing the crowd is a dereliction of your duty. And that's, I know it's complicated because, of course, well, what do you call it? Like, these aren't real aid sites, first off, right? Like, there's not a real aid organization. And it's being run by soldiers and mercenaries. Rather than the completely already equipped, well-funded aid organizations that have been begging to get into the Strip to do their jobs. But it's still their responsibility. And they're the ones who have created the circumstance for this complete negligence. And it's beyond. It's beyond that. I'm running out of words to describe it. Now, supposedly, Donald Trump is meeting with the Qatari Prime Minister to discuss Gaza ceasefire negotiations. Here was CBS from Wednesday.
President Trump is hosting the Prime Minister of Qatar at the White House, and their meeting comes as the administration looks to make progress on securing a ceasefire and hostage release deal between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. has proposed a 60-day ceasefire that includes a phased release of remaining hostages. It would also see the withdrawal of Israeli troops from parts of Gaza, as well as further talks on finding an end to the nearly 3-year-long conflict. CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie Daga joins us now. And
I love how CBS keeps calling the genocide a conflict. Such a fun vibe.
Charlie, thanks for being with us. President Trump is set to meet with Qatar's prime minister tonight. So what role does Qatar play in these negotiations?
Well, you know, it's a good question. I think we sort of have to frame it to where we are right now, because the Qataris have really taken on a role of regional mediators. So to have the prime minister here tonight, and, you know, the president is hosting him for dinner, and this comes on the back of last week when the president hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So all of that suggests that some sort of progress has been made. And I think, you know, when we use the word ceasefire, I think we have to be careful, because what's really negotiated now is a sort of temporary truce, that's 60 days.
Yep, just more and more of these temporary ceasefires that are near meaningless and just prolong the conflict. It's not what anybody needs, really. We need an end. We need an end to it. The Trump administration doesn't seem all that concerned about an end to it. Unless Israel's getting everything they want. You know, everything else comes second. Now, this week, Israel struck a church in Gaza, which got the attention of people across the world. It's fascinating to me that it takes a strike on a particular religious religious institution, I guess, to get people's attention sometimes, but okay, if you say so.
It was a place of sanctuary for both Christians and Muslims, but this morning the Holy Family Church in Gaza was hit by what several eyewitnesses described as Israeli tank fire. 3 people were reported killed and several injured, including a woman with a shrapnel wound to her head.
Everyone here was displaced and innocent. Innocent people taking refuge in the church. My mother sat under the canopy after prayer in the morning. Suddenly the shelling began. Stones and shrapnel began falling down on people.
All this took place in Gaza's only Catholic church, and it was condemned by the pontiff himself. In a statement, Pope Leo said he was deeply saddened by what he called a military attack, and he renewed his call for an immediate ceasefire. It was his predecessor, Pope Francis, who used to call the church almost every evening for news of the 600 people sheltering inside. His friend, Father Gabriel Romanelli, was among today's injured, though not seriously. The Israeli government said it regretted hurting civilians and did not target religious sites, adding that an investigation would be published. But Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, said it was unacceptable that Israel had been attacking civilians for months.
Saad Salama was not alone, and he is now a martyr.
Shocking, even Giorgia Meloni coming out and criticizing the Israeli government. Took an attack on the Catholic Church. But Georgia's got priorities. Let's talk about those priorities over there in Italy. Here's DW News from yesterday.
Gaza's civil defense agency says 2 people were killed and several others injured when the territory's only Catholic church was struck by Israeli forces. Officials say the Holy Family Church in Gaza City was sheltering displaced Christians and Muslims. The Israeli military have said that it never targets religious sites.
Injured people are being rushed to Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital. Church officials said many were injured in what they described as an apparent strike by the Israeli army on Gaza's sole Catholic church. Among the wounded, Gabriel Romanelli, a parish priest known for his close connection to the late Pope Francis. In April, a church service was held here to mark the pontiff's passing. The Holy Family Church has also been hosting some 500 Christians displaced by the war. Italy's Prime Minister blamed Israel for the incident. In a social media post, Giorgia Meloni said,
"The attacks against the civilian population that Israel has been carrying out for months are unacceptable. No military action can justify such behaviour."
In a statement, Israel said it never targets religious sites. But Israel did launch strikes on other targets. Among those hit a school-turned shelter in central Gaza. Here, Palestinians rummage through the ruins of their tents.
We don't target religious sites.
Our message to the whole
or churches, we don't attack them.
Fucking insane. Shocking to me, though, that George Maloney came out and said anything about this. She's been pretty silent on Gaza for the last 20 months, and then suddenly starts piping up when a Catholic church gets attacked. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that her country is the home of Catholicism.
Well, our coverage continues now with journalist Seema Gupta. She joins me from Sperlonga, Italy. Seema, it's good to see you. Let's talk about reaction to this. What do you make of the reaction coming from the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni?
Well, Giorgia Meloni was very clear. She put the blame squarely on Israel on this issue and said that it was unacceptable. A really strong reaction from the Italian Prime Minister. I mean, we have to note that Meloni and her government generally have been vocal supporters of Israel and of the government of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But in recent months, it's clear that there's been growing unease within her coalition government of what the Israeli government has been doing and their military campaign in the Gaza Strip. And clearly they are concerned about this. I mean, back in May, Meloni herself said that Israel must respect international law. And she said that the humanitarian situation in Gaza is simply, it's dramatic and it's unjustifiable. And then to
Dramatic and unjustifiable.
Illegal.
Yes. Yes, it is. And it has been for 2 years almost now. All right, let's stay talking about the Pope and this strike on the Catholic Church. Here's the global news from yesterday. Newly minted Pope Leo, deeply saddened by this horrifying strike on a Catholic church in Gaza.
The cross on top of Gaza's Holy Family Church still stands, despite the clear damage around it. Among
I just realized, didn't we just watch this?
the injured, Father Gabriele Romanelli attempted
I see. Global News and Channel 4 News did like the exact same.
to comfort the more severely wounded. The dead include
exact same.
a 69-year-old who was sheltering at the church compound. And those mourned in the nearby Greek Orthodox Church.
Probably don't need both of these. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu, war criminal.
60-year-old janitor at Holy Family Parish.
Genocidal maniac in charge of these strikes. Not only on the church, but every single strike that Israel seems to be making is, he's the, technically, I think he's the commander-in-chief of Israel. He made a call, picked up the phone and called Pope Leo himself to apologize, to gloat, I don't know. Here's ABC News from 17 hours ago.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is meeting later today with Israel's Minister of Defense. They are expected to discuss the growing regional threats, particularly Iran. The meeting comes amid heightened tension following an Israeli strike on Gaza's sole Catholic church, killing 3 people. And Patrick Reevell is in London with more on all of that. So, Patrick, let's start with the Prime Minister Netanyahu. He actually called the Pope today. Israel has apologized for this strike. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, Diane, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called Pope Leo XIV earlier today following that incident yesterday where Israeli tank fire hit Gaza's only Catholic church, the Church of the Holy Family, as you say, killing 3 people, injuring around a dozen, including the priest there. Now, the Vatican has given a readout of that phone call saying that Pope Leo again urged Netanyahu for an immediate ceasefire and calling also for negotiations to permanently end the war. This followed intense criticism around this hit on this church. And today we've seen Israel take this rare step of allowing 2 senior Catholic leaders actually into Gaza. Cardinal Pete Sabala, who is the Patriarch of Jerusalem and who was actually a candidate to become the next pope during the recent conclave, and also his Greek Orthodox counterpart, Theophilus III. They've been allowed in. Obviously, Gaza has been under Israeli blockade for many months now. The Vatican says that they were also allowed to bring in tons of aid. We've seen them also walking around the Gaza Strip today. And actually, Cardinal Pete Sabala said that as he was entering Gaza, he received a call from Pope Leo, who said that it was time for the slaughter to stop and saying that what has happened is unjustifiable. All of this following condemnation from a number of countries, including the United States. We've heard also that President Trump called Netanyahu last night to express his displeasure over this hit that hit this church, Diane.
All right. Let's just go here to the Associated Press and see this visit he's talking about where Christian patriarchs were allowed into Gaza to visit this church that Israel blew up.
Illegal.
By the way, I don't know if everybody knows this, but religious sites are supposed to be off limits in quote-unquote wars, as they call them. And we have lost connection. What's happening?
Come on!
Let's go. Can we do this? Apparently, no, we cannot. All right. There was multiple Christian leaders from the Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, Greek Orthodox churches, and Catholic Church, I believe, as well, in the Gaza Strip, visiting with community there after this Israeli attack. Okay, speaking of Israeli attacks, a lot of stuff happened in Syria this week. Let's go there. This was 2 days ago. Wednesday night, if I recall correctly. Al Jazeera English. Mark Rubio had some stuff to say about Syria.
Now, earlier, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said all sides involved in the clashes in southern Syria have agreed to specific steps to end the violence tonight. Mike Hanna reports from the State Department.
Throughout the course of the day, the State Department has been characterizing this conflict as a misunderstanding. As the spokesperson for the State Department, Tammy Bruce, said, it's a misunderstanding between new neighbors. The Secretary of State has been in touch with all parties on both the Israeli and the Syrian side, and he has now taken to social media announcing that the conflict may be nearing an end. This is what he has to say. We have engaged all the parties.
I gotta pause it. No, shut up. I gotta pause this.
Involved in the clashes.
No, don't talk. Tammy Bruce, state spokesperson at U.S. The Secretary of State office. Oh my God, the State Department, saying that somehow Israel and Syria are new neighbors. That is one of the dumbest things I've heard today.
This is ridiculous.
Like, what is she talking about? They're not new neighbors. How do you get to that conclusion? That makes no sense at all.
Syria, we have agreed on specific steps that will bring this troubling and horrifying situation to an end tonight. This will require all parties to deliver on the commitments they have made, and this is what we fully expect them to do. So the
This is ridiculous. Okay. New neighbors, Israel and Syria getting into it. Right. Okay, thanks, Israel. I mean, thanks, Tammy Bruce. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. Global rich elites. Enjoying the poor being slaughtered
I'm being
around the world while they laugh and enjoy expensive wine in their golden goblets.
Follow the rich white man.
Yep. It's an accurate super chat. Certainly the world we're living in right now. But things only continued to get worse in Syria. Israel threatened to escalate the situation. All while State Department Secretary of State Marco Rubio was saying, we're really close to de-escalation in Syria. Seems a little contradictory, but okay. Maybe we should collaborate on these press briefings or something. What's happening?
האינטרסים שלנו בסוריה הם ידועים.
I think this is Israel Katz. I'm pretty sure this is the foreign minister, or the defense minister. Oh, this is the foreign minister, Gideon Saar. Okay, hold on. I forgot that I had to do subtitles for this thing. All right, take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Huge, tiny mistake. Our interests in Syria are well known, limited, and clear.
Give me a joke.
Really? First of all, to maintain the status quo in the southern Syria region. What does that mean? Which is close to our border. Maintain the status quo. So this was after Israel had struck Syria. And you got the foreign minister out here saying, we're just maintaining the status quo in our neighbor's country. What if everybody did that and made that claim? Russia's just maintaining the status quo in Ukraine. You know? Like, we want to play this game? Really? Oh my God. What if Canada decided to bomb New York City or Buffalo or something? I was like, we're just maintaining the status quo in the United States. Or if Mexico decided to bomb Dallas or, I don't know, Baton Rouge. Said, we're just maintaining the status quo. Things are getting a little weird in the United States. Feeling a little threatened. Don't worry. Not escalating things, but we can escalate things. We could bomb even more. It's a fascinating strategy. We are living in an upside-down nonsense world right now, people.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Sure, Trump Tower. Yeah. I'm just maintaining the status quo, just bombing Trump Tower. Don't mind us. Thank you, Canada. Nothing to see here. Maintaining the status quo across our border with our neighbor, the United States. Ne rien voir ici. Okay. Let's go here. Back to Al Jazeera, where new Syrian president al-Shara had some stuff to say about Israel's attacks.
Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara says Israel is trying to divide Syria and has vowed never to allow that to happen. In a televised address, he
Israel bombing Syria is very status quo. I mean,
stating that protecting their rights
I guess we could call it that. They did bomb Syria earlier this year. That is true. We were covering that from the very beginning. Israel having a great time with bombing Syria all year long, it seems like. Again, I guess if you're constantly bombing and invading and taking land from another country, and then you do more of that, that is, I guess, status quo. Good correction. Thank you.
Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara says Israel is trying to divide Syria and has vowed never to allow that to happen. In a televised address, he singled out Druze minorities, stating that protecting their rights is his government's priority. Shara's speech came after a day of intense Israeli bombing. Well, this was the scene from Katana a few hours ago, showing the latest Israeli strikes. Syria's foreign ministry has condemned what it says is Israel's aggression against civilian facilities. There's been international condemnation as well. The six-member Gulf Cooperation Council, which includes Saudi Arabia and Qatar, says Israeli attacks are a flagrant violation of Syria's sovereignty and a breach of international law.
Illegal.
Israel is using all means to sow discord and conflict, disregarding the fact that Syrians, throughout their long history, have rejected all forms of separation and division. Possessing great power does not necessarily guarantee victory, just as triumph in one battlefield does not ensure success in another.
All right, we got more to talk about with this Syria situation as it got continued to get worse. Even though there were claims from the State Department, we were on the brink of de-escalating everything. Only Wednesday, we're talking about the worsening. Let's go here. This was more Israeli airstrikes on the Syrian territory captured on camera. This was Wednesday.
شوفوا تفجير
Illegal.
İsrail ordusuna ait hava savunma hava araçları bu kez Genelkurmay Başkanlığı'nın binasını 3 kez roketlerle hedef aldı. Direkt 3 kez roketlerle hedef aldı. Sabah saatlerinde İsrail'e ait hava araçları Genelkurmay binasının önünde bir tane saldırısı düzenlerken ikinci hava saldırısı.
The former ISIS guy being like, this is unnecessarily violent. Are you talking about al-Shara? He wasn't ISIS. He was former Al-Qaeda, if I recall correctly. Although I get it. It's easy to get all of the terrorist groups mixed up.
Çatısına olmuştu ama patlayıcı roketlerin şiddeti pek fazla değildi. Bu kez görüldüğü gibi İsrail'e ait hava araçları, savaş uçakları Emevi Meydanı'nın hemen arkasındaki Genelkurmay Başkanlığı'nın binasını direkt 3 adet şiddetli patlayıcı roketlerle hedef aldı. Ambulans araçları bölgeye sevk ediliyor. Görüldüğü gibi.
Let's not forget that Donald Trump was cheering on this guy. And the fact, like, the U.S. government was like pro the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad and the Ba'ath Party, right? Like, they were like, and like this al-Shara, like, is no longer part of ISIS, but like the entire U.S. government was cheering this guy on, along with the what are they called? The BTS, not BTS. That's the Korean pop band. Fucking hell, whatever the name is of their group is.
Yüksek dumanlar yükseliyor, beyaz dumanlar yükseliyor. Beyaz dumanların yükselme göstergesi de binanın direktmen hedef alındığını işaret ediyor.
And Donald Trump himself said that he was, or at least multiple people were saying, including Donald Trump, to some effect, that they wanted a multicultural, they were excited to see democracy and multiculturalism possibly being on the future in Syria. Now we've been letting Israel bomb them and take their territory since the very beginning. HTS, thank you, not BTS. Look, I'm not perfect, okay? I'm not perfect. I try my best. But in the first week after this happened, Israel invaded the country. They crossed the buffer zone into Syria, seized multiple towns, forced people out of their homes, bombed the entire fleet, the entire navy of Syria, bombed multiple military installations, multiple warehouses, bombed the interior, the Ministry of the Interior, something that has nothing to do with the military, and not a single peep from the U.S. government about our ally, just obliterating Syria, time and time again. And this time, right before all this happened, oh, Marco Rubio was like, we got it. We're going to de-escalate. Watch us de-escalating. All right, let's go here to Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. Talk more about these attacks on Syria.
Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara has accused Israel of trying to divide his country and has vowed never to allow that to happen. In his televised speech, he specifically addressed the Druze community and said that protecting their rights is the government's priority. That's after a day of Israeli attacks in and around Damascus, as well as in the south, that Israel says were aimed at protecting the minority Druze in Syria. This was the scene from Katana, a city near the capital Damascus. There's been international condemnation of Israeli attacks. The six-member Gulf Cooperation Council, which includes Saudi Arabia and Qatar, says the strikes are a flagrant violation of Syria's sovereignty and a breach of international law.
Israel is using all means to sow discord and conflict, disregarding the fact that Syrians, throughout their long history, have rejected all forms of separation and division. Possessing great power does not necessarily guarantee victory, just as triumph in one battlefield does not ensure success in another. I especially address our people from the Druze community, who are an integral part of this homeland. Syria will never be a place for division, fragmentation, or the sowing of discord among its sons. We affirm to you that the protection of your rights and freedoms is among our top priorities, and we reject any attempt aimed at pulling you towards an external party.
Israeli ground forces have also been moving.
Yeah, hold on. There's a certain part of this that I wanted. We kind of have got the picture on a lot of this, but there's a spot where I want to go to here. Hold on. Let me find it. It's actually like a sort of long Al Jazeera clip here. Just wanted to talk about, but I thought that this guy made the clearest argument, at least the one that I think needs to be made in this moment, about what is actually happening here. While Israel claims they're protecting the Druze community, that is far from the truth. They're not even protecting the Druze community within Israel. They live under the same form of apartheid that Palestinians do, essentially. Many of them actually identify as Palestinians, at least some of them identify as Palestinians, and are a form of Shia Muslim worship, if I'm not mistaken. Might be wrong about the kind of Muslim, but I'm 100% certain that they are. It is a sect of Islam, and they're treated pretty much like all the other Muslims in Israel. They don't get rights. They don't get the same rights that Israeli Jews get.
State Department.
I know the Druze and Jews sound similar, but they're different.
He joins us from Minneapolis.
I know it is easy to confuse them, though. Druze, Jews, I mean, you could just slur your words only slightly and be confused.
Ahmed Al-Masri is a professor of media studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. He joins us from Minneapolis in Minnesota. Welcome to Al Jazeera. Good to see you, Mohammed. So there appear to be two competing narratives here. Syria's interim President Ahmed al-Shara saying, as the leader of the country, it's our job to look after the Druze minority in the south of Syria. The very same group that Netanyahu says Israel is protecting by attacking central Damascus. Is this really about the Druze or more about the land adjacent to Israel that the Druze occupy? What do you understand is going on here?
Well, my starting point for understanding Israeli intentions and actions is always understanding that Israel is a colonial project and an expansionist state. And I've repeated this in many interviews, but I think it's important to remind everybody that the idea of greater Israel from the Euphrates River to the Nile is very mainstream. And this is a primary objective of the Israeli state. Otherwise, they wouldn't be expanding so aggressively. They're actively trying to take over Gaza. They're trying to annex. They're in the process of annexing the West Bank. They're occupying parts of Lebanon and Syria. And they're I think, signaling that they want to occupy greater parts of Syria. I think, telling the Syrians they're basically telling Syria to withdraw from Syria. That's been the message for the past a few months, and it's been repeated now over the last 48 hours. So, to me, I think they want to occupy Soledad. And I think it's going to come down to Donald Trump and the Americans, as it so often does. And I think the question that a lot of people are asking is, when will Donald Trump, if Donald Trump will kind of pull the plug on all of this?
So, you said pretty clearly there that you believe that the Israelis are using the status of the Druze in southwestern Syria as a pretext for essentially a land grab in Syria. Just to remind our viewers, there are Druze that are very much integrated into Israeli society in the Golan Heights that the Israelis seized in 1967, some of them, of course, serving in the Israeli military. I wonder what kind of agency the Druze, though, have in the middle of all of this.
Yeah, I should have probably answered that first question a little bit more directly. No, I do not think this is about protecting Druze. I do think this is much more about establishing Israeli hegemony in the region and expanding the borders of the Israeli state. The Druze are a diverse group. They're not a monolith, as you all have been covering. There are Druze in multiple countries in the region, Syria being one of them, Lebanon, Israel, and they're not united. Even within Syria, there are diverging views. There are Druze who've expressed support for the central government. Not that they don't disagree with the government, but they do not want to. They don't want a kind of separate autonomous region. Even inside Israel, the Druze are diverse. You mentioned that there are Druze who serve in the Israeli military, and that is true. But it's also true that there are many Druze who identify as Palestinians, especially young Druze. And it's also true that there have been hundreds of Druze who've been arrested in Israel for refusing to serve in the military. So, no, I don't think this is about protecting Druze. If Israel was serious about it, then they establish a level playing field inside of Israel for Druze. But Druze are second-class citizens in Israel.
Exactly.
Obviously.
Fucking exactly. Okay, that's enough. And that's perfect. And I mean, I was actually shocked that this Al Jazeera guy was laundering this Israeli propaganda. And this dude hit right back. He was like, dude, yeah, there are some Druze who are in the IDF. Israel has mandatory military service in any Druze, and there are, in fact, like he said, a whole bunch of Druze who refuse to serve in that military and have been put into prison for it. It's not, it's laughable. It's laughable to suggest that they are integrated into Israeli society when they have less rights. And to suggest that proof of that integration is being in the mandatory military. So integrated, my God. All right. Let's go here. France 24 English from 2 days ago. Syrian leader vows justice after deadly clashes in Syria. Clashes, is that what we're calling them?
And for more on these Israeli strikes on Syria, I'm joined once again by our International Affairs editor, Philip Churl. Philip, can you tell us the latest of what's going on in Syria at the moment?
Right. The latest that we're hearing is that the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, has addressed the nation. That was last night, saying that local officials are going to be, or local groups are going to be taking over in Sueda to make sure that the situation there is peaceful and that government troops are withdrawing from the city. So it looks like we're moving slowly towards a ceasefire agreement and a calming of the situation. That is something that will be welcomed by the international community. That's something obviously that's going to be welcomed by the Druze community. But there is such tension in that region between the Bedouin tribes, who are basically Sunni Muslim, and the Druze community, which is basically Shia Muslim. It's going to take more than that for the situation to calm down. And there is also something else, another element which does not help in all of that. And there's a lot of suspicion about where the Syrian government actually stands in all of this and what they are hoping to.
Yeah, and I will admit that the Syrian government hasn't helped calm tensions in their own country since taking power earlier this year. I mean, they have to some degree. It's not official, but they have in a way instituted like a version of Sharia law, which is not great if you wanted to create that multicultural, diverse democracy that they were talking about when they first came into power. Like I said, it's not exactly, what's the word? It's being loosely practiced amongst the police forces in the country. We had seen testament to that earlier this year. But that doesn't give Israel the right to attack them. I'm just going to point that out. They do have the right to govern themselves. They have the right to fight amongst themselves. Israel does in no way does what's happening in Syria justify anything Israel's done at this point. Now, this was genuinely shocking to me. Turkey's president, Recep Erdogan, came out yesterday and declared that Israel was a terrorist state.
Illegal.
Here's the AP from 19 hours ago.
Buyurun. Şunu bir kez daha açık ve
I want to state this once again, clearly and directly. Israel is a lawless, unruly, unprincipled, and spoiled, pampered, and desperate terrorist state. Strong words from President Erdogan. Don't always agree with Erdogan, but when I do, it's about Israel being a terrorist state. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to make a Dos Equis joke.
You are not funny.
Settle down. Where am I? Okay. Remember when we were told the ceasefire is coming and that everything was going to settle down, de-escalate was the word that I heard a lot in the last 20, 30 minutes there. Does this count as de-escalation? Here's the Associated Press from 18 hours ago. Syria's government forces deployed again. That doesn't sound like de-escalation to me. I don't know if I'm an expert on de-escalation, but we talk about de-escalation a lot around here, so I'm fairly certain that I'm well versed on what the word means. And that does seem contradictory. Sort of opposite of de-escalation. Yeah, you can see guys wearing vests, carrying guns in the back of Nissan pickup trucks. Yeah. It seems escalatory, if you ask me. But this was supposedly in response to more attacks in the Bedouin region, I think is what it's called. I could be wrong about that. Don't write that down. All right. Now, with all of this stuff going on this week, Israeli Defense Minister, Offense Minister Katz met with offensive State Department, I'm sorry, not the State Department, Defense Department ghoul Peter Hegseth. Hopefully he didn't have his phone on him. Here we go, Petey Hegseth. One government funds the genocide, the other one commits it. It's fun for the whole group. Look at that, this jovial, cordial greeting between Peter Hegseth and Israel Katz.
Just earlier this week, starting to feel very comfortable. That's right, as it should, So welcome. And on behalf of our team, we want to congratulate you on an incredibly successful Rising Lion and 12-day war that changed the region and the world, and was an example of why Israel is a model ally, as understands the threat, is capable, and will act in defense of your own country, but also recognizing the collective security threats that we face. So I'm going to commend, the chairman and I, all of us had a chance to watch in real time what you are capable of.
Okay, I'm sorry. Pete's mic was terrible. I just want to see what this horrible man, Israel Katz, had to say. I think his audio was better, if I recall correctly.
Mr. Secretary, for your kindness to come to. I would like to express just how much I'm impressed with Operation Midnight Hammer. It was a brave and historic decision by President Trump.
It was brave and historic.
Together, we
A brave and historic decision from President Trump by bombing Iran. His great decision. Very nice. Great decision. Very brave. What a hero.
I tell it for everyone.
Donald Trump, the hero of Israel Katz, for bombing Iran. So brave. That is what a mighty man of valor looks like. Oh boy, we are getting through the stream very quickly. Suddenly, we are at the end of our videos. We have 3 left. Let's start off. Let's do the last 3 are in Asia. Let's go to Bangladesh first, where things got heated once again. I think the last time we were talking about Bangladesh in any real quantity was during the student-led protests after President Hasina was ousted, or eventually she was ousted after the government took a policy of rewarding government loyalists and military personnel rather than struggling students and other people. Students and really seemingly a lot of people in Bangladesh did not like that, and eventually forced her to flee the country. Recently, straggling supporters of former leader Hasina have been taking to the streets as well. Although one thing I noticed is the crowds seem a lot smaller. Way smaller. Like, we saw the crowds before. It was thousands, tens of thousands of people. All right, well, there we go. Continued unrest in Bangladesh, a place where I thought they were kind of heading in the right direction. Now it seems like things have devolved into chaos. As supporters of former leader, whatever her name is, Hasina, you always forget her first name. Yeah. Guess we'll have to try and keep our eye on Bangladesh and what is going on there. Now let's go south of Bangladesh to Indonesia, where supposedly a deal has been struck between the government of Indonesia and Donald Trump. What kind of deal? Supposedly a tariff deal. Let's find out how great this deal was. No more tariff, huh? Is that what we're talking about? I'm excited. I am excited. I cannot wait to hear. We do import a fair amount of stuff from Indonesia. Got a lot of manufacturing in this country. Especially, if I'm not mistaken, rare earth minerals as well as textiles? Oh wait, I forgot. I have to do subtitles. Here we go. Thank God. Although the negotiation was quite tough. We understood the interests of the United States, and they understood our interests. Yay. We agreed on the tariffs going down from 32% to 19%. Wait, so you're telling me it's not 0%? Sorry, I fooled you, chat. I already knew this was happening. Gave you a false sense of security. We're still gonna have to pay nearly 20% extra on anything from Indonesia. Wow. Wow, great negotiating. Look at that. We're gonna free ourselves of goods from Indonesia. Look how generous we were. 32% down to 19%. It's basically zero. There's no way this causes problems for manufacturers in the United States. I will keep negotiating, and I would say that Donald Trump is quite hard to negotiate with. Great. We have calculated and discussed everything. The most important thing is that I have to protect all of our workers. There we go. You can all look forward to, well, a full 13% less in tariffs from Indonesia. How lucky we are. Look at that. The great deal maker. Great deal maker. It's incredible. I feel blessed. I feel blessed. There was no better outcome for that. Like, I don't know, 0% tariffs. Nope, 19 is actually better. That way, the Trump administration can pay for a tiny portion of those tax cuts by stealing money from your average American. All right, people, last video of the night. Little applause for all of you who've made it this far through like 90 videos or something like that and nearly 8 hours of content. Through the trials and tribulations of a couple of technical difficulties, we are at the end of the stream. We're going to end it in China. Our fascinating robotic innovation has happened. The robots are coming. Been very bad, and the robots are coming.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
China!
Here we go. You're watching a robot change out its own battery, ensuring its own survival. Self-sufficient robot. Doesn't even need humans. Totally fine. I charge myself, bitch. There was your robotics update, humans. I hope you enjoy your immediate demise.
I have to have my China.
All right, chat. That was the final video of the night. Hey, no, don't. This is not the time.
就是现在这个社会真的能跟美国大家不做生意吗？我觉得也不好说。
Buddy, you settle it down over here. You're done. I'm done with you.
大家对这种贸易冲突的升级，包括冷却，又包括再度升级这些。
Take two. Here we go. All right. Well, looks like we got through another stream. It's pretty long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Dogcat, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noep, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. I just want to remind everybody at the end of the stream that you can support this stream all sorts of ways. Just watching it helps. Watching ads, watching even on premium gives us a couple of cents per view or something. Maybe a few more than that. I don't know. We also got the galactic deficit financing goal we're still working on, and Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon donations all count towards that. Without space fams like you, we would cease to exist, and I would go floating off into that deep dark void that we call space. Now it is that time of the night and or day and or morning for our space fams. A time known as the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. That's going to start momentarily.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension, that would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Now, Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people are saying, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received, as one family, about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want. And I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this. They want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, What Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward.